I worked as a park ranger in northern Alaska for years, from when I was in my early 20s until my mid-30s. At first, when I took the job, I was trying to escape, but over time, I learned to love it. The endless wilderness, the snow-capped mountains, the muffled way everything sounded during blizzards. With no light pollution, the stars up there looked like tiny chips of diamond. And during the winter, the northern lights roll in, twisting and shimmering in strange alien colors. But a few years ago, things got much worse. People up here have started to go missing at an alarming rate, and I started having strange experiences around the park and the nature preserve. One of the strangest parts of my story started on a freezing dark night in 2018. I was on a snowmobile out in a terrible blizzard. The conditions were nearly to the point of being impassable. The snow was falling so thick and fast that it looked like a moving, shimmering wall of white on all sides of me. Another ranger, a huge, lumbering man named Ace Acosta, pulled up behind me on a second snowmobile. I looked at him, standing 6'6" with majestic peaks stretching up into the night sky, and thought about what a great picture this would make. As I was looking around, I saw the faint tracks in the snow. Ace's snowmobile lights were pointed in their direction, and I had been standing almost on top of them without realizing it, which is fairly easy to do when a few inches of snow are falling every hour. At first, I thought it was the frozen tracks of an injured animal. I saw the drops of blood soaked into the superficial ice first. Following their direction with my eyes, I realized there were footprints pressed into the frozen crust leading away from me and towards the flat stretch of the tundra. I squinted, getting down on my knees and leaning inwards. I didn't want to trample the tracks. I quickly realized I was looking at human footprints, naked human footprints. But who would be out here in December in negative 40-degree winds without shoes? They would die rapidly out here. Just for me to drive across the tundra on a snowmobile required me to wear 3 jackets, long johns, snow pants, thick jeans, a ski mask, and multiple layers of socks and gloves with hand warmers. I wore special waterproof boots with composite toes that wouldn't freeze like steel toes. And despite all of this, I was still cold. I moved forward and saw handprints mixed in with the footprints, all of them bloody. The ice was thick enough to slice open human hands and feet, undoubtedly. The logical conclusion was unshakable. Someone had crawled through here, maybe naked, on all fours, and their frozen body would be somewhere up ahead. I sighed, turning to Acosta. He still stood in the same position, his face covered in a red scarf with only his eyes showing. I saw one ice-covered eyebrow raise questioningly. "I think we got us a body somewhere nearby," I said, getting back on my snowmobile and starting it. He did the same. "What kind of freaked-out tweaker would be walking around here without clothes on?" Ace asked in his deep baritone. "Man, I need a hit of whatever that guy's on. I've got 2 sweaters and 2 winter jackets on, and I'm still cold. Hey, Kelton, hey, what do you say?" He started elbowing me jokingly. I frowned, not responding. Ace always had a smart aleck remark. He was next to me when I was interviewed for this job originally down at the recruitment center in Washington State. The old lady doing the interviewing was a bloodless, angry-looking specimen of a woman with huge glasses that magnified her eyes twice over. She spat out each of the questions like a drill sergeant talking to fresh meat in the army. "Are you a member of any organized religion?" she had asked brusquely. Ace shook his head. "No, ma'am, but I am a member of a disorganized religion," he said. "We call ourselves the servants of the old ones. We're waiting for the ancient reptilian gods at the bottom of the ocean to awaken. So far, however, they haven't responded to any of our texts." I thought about this as I revved the engine twice, a sign that I was about to pull off and that he should stay close. We took off, going slow and following the tracks as close as possible without destroying them. But the tracks just kept going, the bloodstains seeming to grow fainter as we moved forward. And strangely enough, the distance between the hand and footprints also started to get longer. as if someone were running on all fours and speeding up. We were nearing the beginning of the forest of evergreens when I saw a white flash just up ahead. The thing that ran from us was humanoid, but I knew at once that it was no person. It ran on hands and feet, totally naked, its skin a pale, lifeless white color. It turned its head towards the lights of the snowmobiles, briefly. I saw a hairless creature with skin that clung tightly to its simian body, its lips permanently pulled back from its mouth as if they were eaten away. Underneath it showed mottled black and red gums covered in thick, clotted blood. Its nose appeared as little more than 2 irregular holes, and its eyes. They reflected the light of the snowmobiles, like the eyes of a raccoon or a possum. They were huge and sunken in its starving, monstrous face. And I saw what was leaving the bloody trails. The creature was, as far as I could tell, totally uninjured. In its permanently grinning mouth, between rows of crooked, sharp, blood-stained teeth, it held a body. It had deep puncture marks in its tiny parka, half rings of teeth marks that must have broken its ribs. The bloodstains on the snow were becoming fainter, because the heart was no longer pumping in the body of the one leaving them. I had a loaded rifle inside my snowmobile and kept a 12-gauge shotgun slung around my back, mostly in case of bear or moose attack. I always kept the shotgun loaded with slugs, which were, in my experience, the most versatile ammunition for stopping any large animal. The .308 might take down a polar bear, at least with a good headshot, or it might just piss it off on a bad day. But a shotgun slug to the head or heart will stop any bear or moose in its tracks. Of course, this was no polar bear ahead of me. For all I knew, it was something far worse. I looked down at the speedometer to see I was going 20 miles an hour in the dark, in a blizzard. And yet this strange humanoid creature was still losing us. Its seemingly never-ending store of energy still sending it forward at a superhuman speed. Its pale, bony legs and arms pumped back and forth so fast that they were just a blur. It kept its sharp teeth around the nape of the dead infant's neck, like a mother cat carrying its young. I kept one hand on the steering wheel while trying to free the strap of my shotgun over my head. I slowed down below 20, and the creature responded by going even faster. It was making a break for the mountain forests that started only a few 100 feet away. I got the gun free and quickly stopped the snowmobile and raised it. I centered the sights, taking a deep breath to steady myself, and fired. I missed, though I don't know by how much. Shotguns had the drawback of being significantly less accurate at further distances than the rifle, but by the time I got the .308 out, I knew the creature would have long since disappeared in the thick brush and trees. By this point, Ace had also stopped and opened fire, but the creature had already gone. "God damn!" Ace screamed. "That was one fast son of a... I can't believe he got away after all that." I heaved a deep sigh. We found a radio in the snowmobile and messaged in what had happened, or at least the basic gist of it. I left out the part about naked, half-human abominations and said that it was an unknown animal. There wasn't much law enforcement up in these parts because, hell, there were barely any people. The rangers, as well as fish and wildlife agents, regularly worked with the police officers in small towns, at least those that had police officers. Dozens of the local tribal villages had no police at all. These people would come to forest rangers and fish and wildlife agents most of all, and were always some of the county's friendliest and most helpful residents. By the time we got back to the original blood-stained footprints, the snow had covered up the tracks completely. However, based on the direction that the creature had been going, and where the tracks had come from, I thought I knew where it might have started. Following the path in a nearly straight line led to the Lutna Peak Trailer Park. Ace and I drove off at max speed across the rolling hills and flat plains, the snow coming faster and heavier now. They say Eskimos have dozens of words for snow, and after being a ranger up here, I can say I've seen every variation of it 1,000 times. This was turning into the kind that was wet with huge flakes and tended to stick to everything. We would probably have to find refuge soon, especially if it got any heavier. I heard the screaming before I saw the commotion. As we came around the sharp right turn where the dirt road turned into the trailer park, I saw dozens of people out, flitting like gnats around one of the trailers at the back corner of the park. All of the lights were on in that particular trailer, and I saw one woman comforting another who was bent over and crying. Even though almost everyone knew us here, I pulled out my badge identifying me as a federal law enforcement officer. Up here, all the rangers were technically federal agents, allowed to carry guns and make arrests like typical police, except we were licensed under the Department of the Interior rather than under state law enforcement agencies. I ran into the trailer, and after one long glance around the place, I knew there was no need to call for any ambulances. Ace followed close behind me, his heavy, thudding footsteps shaking the trailer slightly as he ascended the steps. We said nothing for a long moment. The entire family was dead. They were everywhere, even spotting the ceilings. Most of what remained had frozen in the cold, and I wondered how long the door had been left open. Parts were scattered across the floor, an arm in the corner of the room, a head standing up on the kitchen counter, even a random tooth embedded into the sheetrock. The savagery was brutal, and the amount of strength required to carry out such an attack must have been extraordinary. I think we're going to need a lot more people on this than just me and you, Ace said. I nodded, already bone-tired, and with so much more work to do tonight before I could go to sleep. We phoned both state and federal authorities in the area. Since much of the land was tribally owned, we had to deal with multiple branches. Eventually, we got CSI out there in the middle of a snowstorm, though they had to come from over 3 hours away. We just secured the scene while we waited, constantly being brought into neighboring trailers where townsfolk would tell us the latest gossip. They also brought us hot coffee and tried to milk us for any information we might have, as they usually did in such situations. "No, Maggie, honest," Ace was saying to one old lady wrapped up in an ancient fur coat. "I don't know any more about it than you do. You can be sure that you'd know if I did." By that point, police cars were slowly pulling in, one by one. Ace and I told them a simplified version of the night's events, said goodnight, and left the scene to them. I went home and took a scalding hot shower, trying to force the night's coldness out of my bones. Then I slept deeply, though I had nightmares of that creature's face turning to me, holding a dead baby in its mouth and marking me with its emotionless, reflective eyes. I didn't know it then, but that would be the last time I would sleep in a bed for many days. The police officer who would be tagging us, a woman named Officer Melinda Jansen, had the look of someone who just started a new job and doesn't realize how terrible it is yet. She was all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and when she shook my hand, she nearly crushed the bones together under her iron grip. I saw Ace wince slightly when he shook her hand, too. When she turned her back, he looked at me with one eyebrow raised, as if he were saying, "What can you do?" It didn't take us long to find the spot from the previous night. When we got close to the forest where the creature disappeared, I saw a branch that had been hit by a shotgun blast and knew we were right on the money. In the daytime, I saw that there was a slight curving trail through the trees here, maybe an old deer trail. It was just wide enough for us to take our snowmobiles through if we went slow. Occasionally, I would have to get off, being in the lead, and move large branches that lay across the path, but overall, it was faster going than I had expected. The trail followed across the top of a rolling hill, went down, and then spiraled up around a mountain. We were high now, at least 7,000 feet above sea level, and the view went for hundreds of miles. It was breathtaking, seeing the frozen white landscape below us, mountains lining one horizon and the Arctic Ocean on another. A couple 100 feet ahead of us, however, the trail just stopped. I saw an opening in the mountain, slowly bringing my snowmobile up, I looked into it and saw what looked like naturally formed stone hallways. The hall sloped down at a steep angle without stairs. An eerie silence radiated from the gradually thickening darkness. The other two snowmobiles cut out right behind mine, and Officer Jensen came walking up, flicking on her LED headlamp. Immediately, I saw a strip of light blue cloth. I walked forward, bending down to confirm what I had already suspected, that this was a piece of the missing infant's clothing. That looks like more than enough cause to me. Let's do this, Jensen said. I'd like to be back before sundown. She kept walking without waiting for confirmation. Ace and I slung on our packs and turned on our headlamps. I tried using the radios and sat, phoned to share our location, but neither was working. The bright, artificial lights showed that the natural stone walls of the hall just kept on descending into the mountain. A warm breeze blew past me, an acrid sulfuric smell following in its wake. This is just a body recovery mission at this point, I whispered to Ace, giving Officer Jensen a wide space so I could talk. So why are we potentially risking our lives here? We should be waiting for backup. We both know that the infant is dead and has been for a while. You know what I think. Ace whispered conspiratorially before a low shriek stopped us all in our tracks and ended conversation. I never did get to hear what he thought. By this point, it was much warmer than it had been outside, and I had the urge to start stripping off jackets. The shrieking had intensified and was now being answered by dozens of others that surrounded further away in the stone halls. Officer Jensen had pulled out her gun, which I saw with some astonishment was a .454 Ruger, a large caliber gun with good stopping power. I saw enough magazines strapped around her hips to decimate an entire herd of buffalo. I also pulled off my shotgun, making sure it was filled with lead slugs. Do you have any idea what we're up against? I asked her. Ace was right behind us, his shotgun already cocked and loaded, the muzzle pointed downwards. I was sweating heavily by this point. The air in the tunnel just kept getting warmer. It felt like I was walking into a sauna. Thin clouds of mist and droplets of hot condensation clung to the smooth granite ceilings. The hall continued to descend at the same steep rate, but now I could see something at the bottom. Light. Not much more than you, really, Officer Jensen said with a slight sneer. My only advice is to shoot first and ask questions later. Kill anything that moves. This place has taken a lot of people already. People who were too fat and slow to watch their own backs. I squinted as I examined the lights. They seemed to emanate from some sort of organism growing on the stone's surface. It wasn't electrical lights, and it certainly wasn't natural sunlight. It glowed like the lights of millions of fireflies, a purplish blue color that painted the granite floors and walls in a totally different light. We were walking as quietly as possible by this point, but I still hadn't seen anyone. We reached the bottom of the stone halls, where strange mushrooms glowed in the darkness, their mycelium giving off that black light color everywhere as it stretched across the threshold of the opening. I turned off my LED, seeing my comrades do the same, then poked my head through, looking back and forth. I saw more of those creatures from before, their lips missing, their skin pale, their eyes huge and rabid. They constantly twisted and snapped their heads to the left or right as if hearing something only they could perceive. Two were dragging an elk that had been butchered. Another was dragging an old man forward by the upraised legs. I saw his head was missing, his wrinkled hands trailing behind the body. I watched where all this activity was headed. Then I gasped. A huge insectile monster sat lazily against the stone wall as these creatures brought it meat. The monster was so fat that I wasn't even sure it could stand up. It had a blood-red, chitinous exterior, with a hood like a cobra's that extended around its head. Its teeth trembled together constantly as it shoved more offerings into its mouth, sending them gushing forwards in thick clotted rivulets that dripped down its chin. Its long, thin arms had sharp, knife-like digits, and its 6 legs branched like those of a praying mantis, splayed out on each side of its body, shining a dark red color in the strange light of the chamber. Its belly stretched far in front of its body, and with horror I saw it drop a cluster of eggs, each as big as a dog. Their surfaces writhed and trembled, looking tight and ready to burst at any moment. The creatures that fed and cared for this monster rushed over, dragging the eggs to the corner of the warm chamber. I saw that there were dozens more of them over there, and that some had already hatched. Whatever that monster was, it had already given birth, and now those things were walking around totally free to kill anything or anyone they wanted. This was the nightmare that took place years ago when I was a park ranger. I still remember standing there, feeling dissociated and strange as I looked down on the eerie scene below us. "Oh, God in heaven," Ace whispered in the purple light of the cave. Before us, the bright red hand shot forward and grabbed the body of the headless man. It lifted the corpse up with ease. I watched the beast open its jaw wide enough to throw the corpse in without difficulty. Snapping its mouth shut, it sprayed more blood down its face and across the eroded stone floor in front of it. Dark red stains emanated out across the floor for 20 feet in front of the creature, looking like clotted Rorschach ink blots in the fetid cave. "We need to go deeper in," Jansen said, looking from me to Ace with a serious frown on her face. "What are you?" "Insane," Ace said. "Do you want to die? There could be thousands of those things down there." But the decision was quickly taken out of our hands as we heard screaming. A young, high-pitched voice. We all looked down at once and saw the white humanoid mutants dragging out a young boy, one that I recognized from pictures on the trailer park crime scene wall. He had cuts and scrapes all over him and was shivering, either from hypothermia or fear, or both, but he was alive. His eyes were huge as he was dragged forward by his small hands towards the great red insectile beast in the corner. "God damn it," I whispered, looking at Ace and Jansen. "Okay, Jansen and I will take point positions. Ace, you guard the rear. We will form a triangle and start shooting. When one reloads, the other 2 cover. Ace, you'll need to swing back and periodically check our backs to make sure there's no ambush. Now, let's go." They didn't question my command. Neither of them had time to. To save the boy, we needed to move immediately. We started down the smooth stone floors, only a couple 100 feet away from unknown numbers of enemies. I fired first, aiming my shotgun at the group of mutants nearest to me as quickly as I could pull the trigger. The first shot blew the chest of one open, kept going, hit another in the leg, and ended up blowing chips of stone from the wall behind them. I saw it all in slow motion, my adrenaline pumping and the heightened awareness of battle taking hold. The second shot hit the nearest one in the head. It exploded like a shattering vase, bits of blood and bone flying out in all directions. I saw the one holding the boy drop as Jansen hit it with a shot from the Ruger. It was an amazing shot, missing the boy entirely and taking off the head of the creature. It looked fairly risky, especially with a pistol, but I could tell she had experience and marksmanship. And yet, personally, I would never have tried from that distance with a hostage in tow with anything less than a rifle. The chance of blowing the hostage's head off seemed far too great. It made me wonder about her impulse control and risk-taking mindset. Who was this woman, after all? The white mutant continued holding the boy's hands for a second, standing on its feet as its mutilated, half-destroyed head kept pumping sprays of blood in the air. Then it fell, crumpling slowly to the floor. The black beast in the corner appeared enraged by this point. It gave off a banshee wail that sent out powerful blasts of sound, rising and falling in distinct waves. It sounded like a choked, much deeper version of a steam whistle. Instinctually, I wanted to drop my gun and cover my ears to stop the painful shrieking. It seemed even louder than the gunshots, something I would have said was impossible before hearing it. And Worse than all that, the beast was rising to its feet. While it looked fat and slow, and while I knew it to be full of eggs since we had seen it lay some, it turned out to be much faster than all it would have suggested. It had a huge blood-red belly, but it moved with the grace and speed of a cat. It rose on its 6 legs, its upper body sticking up from the lower insectile carapace like some sort of demented centaur. Its branched legs skittered forward in a centipede-like motion that gave me an instinctive revulsion. But it wasn't running towards us. It was moving away from the gunfire towards a huge entrance. As it went, it grabbed the boy with its inhumanly long, thin arms. I feared it would open its giant maw and pop him inside, and that would be the last we would ever see of him. But it didn't. It disappeared, making that shrieking steam whistle cry as it went. My ears were ringing so badly from all the gunshots, the echoes of the gunshots and the cries of the beasts, that I was afraid I had gone deaf for a moment. Ace stood in front of me, moving his lips, but I couldn't tell what the hell he was saying. "What?" I screamed. My hearing slowly returned. "We have to follow the boy," he said. "We can't lose his trail." I knew he was right. The existence of a live hostage had totally changed the situation. We had no backup coming and no way to call for help. We would have to take him ourselves. It seemed an insane proposition, and the creatures here vastly outnumbered us. But letting a hostage die was not an option. "Yeah, obviously," I said glumly. I sighed deeply. We had more ammo in the snowmobiles. I had filled my pockets with extra slugs, but I hadn't expected this. Ace was likely in a similar situation. We faced the choice of either going back and trying to grab as much ammo as we could, and possibly losing the hostage, or going forward and running the risk of using up all our ammo, which was, after all, a risk either way, since we had no idea how many of those things lived in the tunnels. I saw the same thoughts running through Ace's mind as he looked back towards the snowmobiles, then forward to the tunnels. "Let's go," I said, motioning for us to go forwards. "We can't risk losing the trail. We'll put breadcrumbs down as we go," metaphorically. "Slice off tiny pieces of a jacket or something so we can find our way back." "Based on how many of those goddamn things I saw," he responded, "I think we'll be able to just follow the empty shell casings alone." Jansen had already started running forwards by this point, and we had to sprint to keep up. We ran past the eggs, some empty and others throbbing with inner life. I saw the one nearest me pulsating with blood-red veins, a thin, luminous skin revealing the silhouette of a monstrous insectoid creature inside. It writhed and squirmed, twisting its 6 legs and pushing against the membrane that kept it entombed within the egg from time to time. Soon I knew it would push through. How many others had already hatched? How long had this been going on? I had a feeling that we would soon find out. We sprinted into the tunnel, turning on our LED headlamps as we went. Jansen was in the lead, then Ace, then me at the rear. Periodically I checked our backs, but nothing seemed to be following us. Not yet, anyways. All the commotion was in front of us. That creature was still shrieking, though the sound was much more muffled and distant now. To my horror, I heard dozens of responses from all around, deeper in various tunnels that branched off from the main chamber, or from this one. Some sounded very far away and barely audible, but others seemed much, much closer. I also heard the cries for help from the young boy, though these, too, grew fainter. We tried running faster, but what could a human's 2 legs do against that skittering monstrosity's 6 legs? Not much, I thought to myself. The tunnel looked empty. That strange mold grew everywhere here as well. We barely even needed the LEDs to see, though it had so many curves and branches that it was difficult to see far anyways. Every 100 feet or so, another wall appeared, always curving to the left or the right. As we ran, I saw glimmers of what looked like red eyes from some of the smaller side tunnels, but whenever I turned to look, they were gone. It was the same with those who might have followed us. I thought I saw glimpses of a long, white hand or a lipless face for a moment. But when I pointed the gun, the thing had slunk back into the shadows or deeper into one of the endless branching tunnels that disappeared around corners in an instant. The shrieking of the beasts had faded into the distance, and an eerie silence descended like a fog. We had all stopped, by this point at an intersection of the cave system. One tunnel went off to the left at a right angle, the other to the right at a right angle, and then we had the larger main tunnel we were following. That extended in front of and behind us. Luckily, we hadn't yet deviated from the main tunnel, so finding our way back should be relatively easy. It felt substantially hotter down here as well. We had descended deeper into the chain of mountains that ran northwards, parallel to the Arctic Ocean. I had opened all of my jackets and taken off my hat, but I still felt boiling hot. I could tell the other two did as well. Trickles of sweat beaded their faces, and they were ripping off layers of clothing. They threw a couple jackets on the ground, not wanting to carry them for God knows how long. If we made it out of here, I thought they might regret it, but after miles of walking, I too threw a couple jackets on the ground and left them. After all, when we came back this way to return to the snowmobile, we could just grab them again. Except, of course, we never did come back that way. "God damn," Ace said. "Well, we've lost the kid. Let's go back and report. We should be able to find a signal with the SAT. Phone somewhere in the area. I wish we had, but at that moment, circumstances beyond our control sealed our fate. It started with a small tremble, almost imperceptible. I looked around at the glowing purplish walls and the strange mossy molds that covered everything. Some of them lost connection with the walls as the shaking grew stronger. As soon as their root system stopped touching the stone and earth, the round cluster of detached mold would instantly go dark. Their black light illuminations shut off like a switch when it stopped being anchored to the stone tunnel. "Earthquake!" I shouted, but Jansen and Ace clearly already knew. We looked around for someplace safe. We ducked into a side tunnel where the ground was more stable. Behind us, rocks smashed into the ground, knocked out of place after who knows how many years. It became a continuous cacophony. We ran faster, and finally, something behind us seemed to let go. The entire main tunnel sounded like it was collapsing. Some small pebbles and rocks dislodged and hit me in the face and chest as I ran, but it became increasingly clear that whatever fault line had slipped had been further back, running underneath the main northwards tunnel. It sounded like tons of dirt and stone had collapsed. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. A few small aftershocks shook the area slightly, but as a whole, it seemed like we were safe. We all had our LED headlamps on as we made our way back to the main tunnel, hoping there was a way out. We had to get to the snowmobiles. And more importantly, we needed help. There might be more people imprisoned or taken hostage down here for all I knew. "Is everyone okay?" I said. "Fine," Jensen said, wiping dirt off her face. A small trickle of blood ran down her forehead. "Jesus." "The main tunnel," Ace said, walking slowly out of the small tunnel we had sought refuge in. "Look at it." I came up behind him, unsurprised to see tons of rocks spilling out towards us, with smaller boulders and pebbles nearest and huge pieces as tall as a man appearing further in. "We're going to need to find another way back," I said. "We can't go back," Jansen said. "There's a hostage in here." "And how do you expect us to find him?" Ace asked. "These tunnels could go for 100 miles in every direction, for all we know." I felt another tremble below our feet as a small aftershock passed through the area, sending a few smaller stones rolling and tumbling around us. But we had come this far after all. "We're going to get that kid back," I said. "We've already come this far, and the way back is blocked anyways. We're going to need to find another way out. There has to be other entrances to this cave system." But what I really thought about was the horror stories I had heard about the Paris catacombs, how occasionally someone would find themselves lost in them. Countless random twists and turns through the darkness below the city, combined with many miles of tunnels, meant that very few who found themselves alone and lost down there made it back. They often starved or died from dehydration, their bones inevitably mixing with the hundreds of thousands of others resting eternally under the bustling cityscape above. After resting, we started moving forwards together. Morale felt low, and even Ace looked sullen and thoughtful. We continued on in the main tunnel, hoping that the boys still lived somewhere in these endless tunnels. But we hadn't heard a single sound from the creatures in so long that I began to give up hope. The tunnel ahead of us started to open up, and massive growths of the luminescent molds began infesting the floor and walls, growing in shapes like ant mounds that reached nearly up to my neck. A soft sound began to echo back. It sounded like the babbling of a subterranean brook. Running forward, I shone the light into the stream and felt relieved to see it was full of pure, clean water. I began to greedily shove handfuls of water in my mouth. I saw Ace and Jansen follow my lead. After all the running and fighting, I felt hungry, thirsty, and tired. Looking up, I saw there was a primitive bridge against the stream made of a slab of granite. And beyond, I saw something that took my breath away. There was a cathedral down here, or at least something close to it. Hundreds of eggs stretched across the right and left sides of the chamber, like pews in a church. They were organized in lines with a 10-foot-wide empty path leading further in. Hundreds of feet above us, sharp stalactites hung from the ceiling, glowing in the purplish light of the mold who climbed the walls in thin streamers. At the end of the open chamber, a few hundred feet away, I saw a carving that stretched to the ceiling. Hewn from pure stone, it showed one of those insectile, egg-laying monsters. It showed it standing up straight, with its thin, branching arms stretched out to the ceiling above it, its oval eyes wide and its huge mouth stretched open wide to show its countless predators' teeth. Below it, I saw one of the white humanoid creatures. This one wore a coarse brown robe, the first one of its kind I had ever seen clothed. It was so still, I thought it was part of the carving at first, that they had created a religious icon showing these creatures serving their great and horrible masters. But then it turned towards us. We all raised our guns at once. "Freeze!" Jansen cried. I saw her finger tighten around the trigger. "Don't," I said. "It's unarmed. Wait." I felt eyes on me from all around me, but when I turned to check our backs, I saw nothing. We started walking forwards towards the robed mutant. As we got closer to the front, I saw more and more of the eggs appeared empty. The ones in the back all had life inside, life that pushed against the thin membranes and whose legs skittered eerily in the amniotic fluid they breathed. "Why should we let it live?" Jansen objected angrily under her breath as we moved forward in unison. "These bastards killed that family, and who knows how many others. When I think back to all the unsolved missing persons cases in this county, I knew what she meant. The same thought had occurred to me. How many people had these creatures killed?" The mutant in the brown robe stood there, his lipless mouth forming a cold sneer as he looked me up and down. Its strange eyes seemed to bulge from its emaciated face. When I got close enough, I realized they had an almost albino look to them, with blood-red irises that faded towards pink as they neared the center. The pupils seemed to glow, reflecting the eerie light of the mold. I didn't know what to do next. The creature in front of me spoke first, however. "They are our gods," he croaked. From the depth of his voice and the cast of his body, I had figured out that this was probably a male among his species. The way he spoke reminded me of how deaf people sometimes sounded when they spoke. The words sounded strange, with random pauses and changes in cadence, making it hard to understand at times. But it was definitely English. "Who are you?" I asked. "What is this place?" He shook his head, pointing to the huge carving behind him. "Gods," he said. "We feed, and they protect. They haven't done a very good job so far, Ace whispered in my ear. Those huge bugs just ran screaming when we started shooting. I ignored this. What are you? I asked, hoping for an actual response. This time, I got one. We are the keepers, he said slowly, thoughtfully, looking up at the huge carving. And these are necrovores. He shook his head again, an expression crossing his face that looked very human. Was it regret, fear? And they're hungry, so hungry. As if on cue, I heard the skittering of many legs behind me. Spinning around quickly, I saw that while we had been distracted, some of what he called the necrovores had surrounded us in a semicircle, cutting off any retreat. These looked much smaller than the original one we had seen, and I assumed they were likely juveniles. Behind you! I screamed to my team, but they already heard what I had. I raised my shotgun, firing a slug into the nearest one's curved red face. It went between its eyes, and for a moment I could see a clear hole all the way through behind it to the stone walls surrounding us. Then it crumpled, its legs shaking spasmodically in its death throes, its arms moving back and forth in small arcs, quickly, as if it had a seizure in its last dying moments. Dozens of them appeared, and the speed at which they ran at us looked eerie. All I would see was a red blur and the flash of many branching legs, and an instant later I would see one of those abominations flying through the air with jaws opened and claws raised forwards. The guns fired quickly, dropping a dozen in the space of a few seconds and slowing the ones behind enough for us to have a chance. But they skittered so fast, like huge spiders. Their many legs shuffled and cracked against the stone floors, and they leapt at us. I dodged one, sidestepping it and shooting it in the head with a shotgun blast. Its dark red eyes looked at me from its angular face as a giant exit wound exploded from the back of its mouth. Shrieking, it fell. Ace wasn't so lucky. One jumped at him, slashing with its sharp claws and unhinging its jaw. In a blur, I saw it grab his left arm, slicing through the cloth and skin easily. A spray of blood shot into the air. "Hey! No!" I screamed, chambering another round and firing. I hit the beast in the center of its body. It gurgled and spit as blood poured out of its body. It tried to get up and keep fighting, but its legs gave out underneath it, and I watched it for a moment as it lay on the floor, kicking and dying. Ace had reloaded and turned, taking down another one with a direct shot. Jansen dropped the last two, and then suddenly, everything was quiet again. Only the ringing in my ears from all the gunfire broke it. I ran over to Ace, looking at his arm. He winced, pulling back his sleeve. I saw a deep gouge mark, the slice cutting nearly to the bone. Blood spurted out in time with his heartbeat, but it didn't look like any arteries had been severed. We quickly applied pressure and a tourniquet, and after many minutes of resting and attending to his wound, the bleeding slowed. We sat among all the dead necrovores. The strange priest had disappeared in the fighting, slinking away in one of the tunnels behind the carving. "We need to find food and water," I said. "There may be more underground streams if we're lucky, but food. What are we going to do? Cook a necrovore?" I looked at the corpse of the nearest one disdainfully as I spoke. "If we have to," Jansen said. "I'm not dying down here. Not unless I have to. That's funny," Ace said, looking at his injured arm. "Because you were the one who acted all gung-ho to come down here in the first place, even before we saw the boy, who, by the way, we have seen no sign of. This has all been a wild goose chase. An insane wild goose chase to God knows where. Probably death. Or the seventh circle of hell, maybe," I said jokingly, but no one smiled. We continued walking. Eventually, we heard a soft babbling and found a small stream running through a side tunnel. We cleaned Ace's wound as best as we could, drinking as much of the clean, clear water as possible. But hunger began affecting me. I wondered if we really would have to try eating those strange red beasts if it came down to it. Maybe they'd taste like lobster, I thought to myself with a wry smile. But our problems only got worse from there. Ace's wound looked terrible. Red, inflamed patches of skin rose all around the slice, and the veins seemed to be discolored as they led away from it. "Nothing to worry about," Ace said, smiling. "It's only a flesh wound." But in fact, I did worry, and it got worse as we went on. After a couple more hours of walking, it started to really smell, and I saw pus and black spots beginning to spread on his arm. I had never seen an infection set in so rapidly and spread so quickly before. I wondered what kind of exotic alien bacteria might be on those creatures, and shuddered. We rested, finding an empty side tunnel and laying down. Ace and I were far away from Jansen, who had wandered away down the tunnel a few hundred feet, maybe to use the bathroom in private. "I don't trust her," Ace whispered. "Neither do I said. "I think she knows more than she lets on. The whole thing seems weird," Ace said, looking down at his arm for the 100th time, frowning and wincing. "But I think you might find you need her. I'm certainly not in much of a condition to help you." After resting for a while, we got back up and started on down the tunnel again, the endless growths of mold still giving us enough illumination to see ahead without our LED headlamps. I tried to conserve the battery as much as possible. Ace quickly grew so sick that he staggered, bending over and retching occasionally. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he swayed on his feet whenever he stood up straight. I looked at his wound and gasped. I thought about the medical terms I had heard. Suppuration, the wound discharging pus, draining the fluids of dying tissue and leaking it all over his skin. Necrosis, the living flesh being eaten as the man watches. None of these words covered the true horror of what we saw. Ace walked for as long as he could, but as we went on, I could smell the wound more and more. Soon, it became all I could smell. It was nauseating, like raw meat rotting on a wet summer day combined with a strange, fetid bacterial odor. It drove me crazy, made me want to vomit. I couldn't imagine what Ace felt in those last dark hours. I had once seen a movie called Requiem for a Dream, where the heroin addict's arm had gotten infected. Streaks of black and purple spread across his skin, leading back to his heart, the central point of the infection rotting and spreading throughout his body as he watched it eat him alive. I had never seen anything like it, at least until this moment. Looking at the wound on his arm, the red, inflamed veins bulging out, the black rotting skin in the center, the flesh separating and falling off, it tore at the limits of my sanity. I had to look away, but when I closed my eyes, I still saw it, and I always smelled it. "I'm dying," he said. "We'll get you help," I said, not believing it. He shook his head. "I can't do this anymore. I can't take that smell. The smell of my body decaying. I can feel my skin separating. I can feel my skin separating. I can feel my body rotting from the inside. I can see it." He began to cry. "Just go. Leave me with the shotgun and one slug. I'm not going on. I can't take it anymore." No, I started to say, but Jansen interrupted. "He's right," she said. "He is dying. Even if we had medical attention, at this point I don't know if they could save him. The sepsis has spread, and the limb needs to be amputated. But we have no antibiotics, not even a single capsule of penicillin. He needs immediate intravenous antibiotics to have any chance." "Leave me the gun," he said. I did. I dropped the shotgun next to him, putting a lead slug carefully on the ground next to it. He laid down, his face pale and sweaty, his eyes wide and terrified. "Now go. You shouldn't have to see this." "You don't have to do this," I said, making one last feeble attempt to change his mind. He shook his head. "I'm not afraid of dying, old friend. I'm not afraid of suicide. I know some of those Jesus freaks say it ruins your eternal soul or whatever, but I think we both know an infinite God. If he exists, probably doesn't give a damn. Every man owes a death, after all, and we'll all get there somehow. But at least I took down a lot of those damn necrovores in the end. Maybe that will be enough to get me entrance into Valhalla. Do you think?" I felt a tear creeping down my cheek. Blinking quickly, I brushed the tears away. "I think you'll have a front row seat in Valhalla, Ace." "Save me a seat." "Take care," I said, knowing he could do nothing of the sort. Turning sadly, we walked away, and as Jansen and I went down the tunnel, I heard a single shot of a shotgun blast echoing from behind us. "He's gone," I said slowly and sadly, the sound of the gunshot ringing through my head. Jansen shook her head, as if clearing it. "We need to get out of here," she said, "or we'll be joining him. We have no food, no guaranteed access to water, no medical treatment. We'll probably starve, but if anything happens, we might die much faster," I sighed. My stomach churned and felt tight. I was so hungry that it hurt. A dull pain arose in my midsection, a constant reminder that I hadn't eaten a meal in far too long. Starvation, I knew, could take at least a few weeks, especially if the person had some body fat and muscle before they began. And yet, with us walking dozens of miles beneath the earth, in these caves, that optimistic projection of a few weeks until dying, from starvation narrowed to significantly less. Just as bad, and perhaps worse, I had run low on ammo. I felt in my pocket for more shotgun slugs. I counted 17 left. I would keep one for myself, in case I were facing some horrible slow death and needed a way out. This meant that when we were inevitably attacked, I had only 16 shots I could fire. These problems circled around my head over and over as we walked. Jansen spoke little. Her breathing sounded heavy, and her posture looked much more slumped than the gung-ho, straight-back woman I had first met. It looked to me like she was giving up hope. I tried to cheer her up. "There must be dozens of exits in this place," I said. "Think about it. Those white mutant humanoid things, the keepers, they're feeding those huge red beasts which they call the necrovores, right? At least, they're feeding them sometimes. I have a feeling that the necrovores could easily hunt for themselves. They're a clear apex predator. Perhaps the keepers just want to keep them secret, though." "Get to the point," Jansen said. "What about the exits? We have seen exactly one exit, an entrance to this goddamn place. Okay?" I said, "The keepers have to be bringing in meat from multiple openings. It wouldn't make sense for them to just have one opening, the one we came in, and then walk hundreds of miles under the ground. They presumably try to feed the necrovores in this stretch of tunnel as well, so they must be going up and out, hunting or stealing food or whatever, bringing it back. So, you're saying that if we can find one and follow it, then maybe," Jansen began, but her words cut off quickly as a shriek came from behind us. I spun, raising my already loaded gun and snapping the safety off. The sleek, black Benelli shotgun felt like an extension of my body by this point. Until I ran out of bullets, that was, and it became just an expensive metal club. Jansen reacted as fast as myself, snapping on an LED light to give us more illumination. The white light shut out, blinding me for a moment. In comparison to the dull, purplish light of the fungus that grew on the sides and walls of the tunnels, it looked like the sun itself. A massive red blur disappeared down the hall from behind us, its eerie cry reminiscent of a steam whistle receding with it. I looked around for more signs that we were being followed and stalked, but it looked empty behind us. We kept moving forwards, and the main tunnel ended, splitting into left and right corridors, both the same size and without any indication of which one to take. By this point, I had given up any hope of seeing the kidnapped boy again. I wasn't even sure I would survive. We went left and further up. The tunnel split again. We went left again, and eventually I smelled something new, roasting meat. My stomach immediately began to flip and ache as the scent wafted through the tunnel. "I smell food," I said quietly, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. "Food, meat, oh, thank God." We walked forward side by side, going faster by this point. Even Jensen's eyes gleamed. "I am so hungry I could eat one of those necrovores," she said. "I bet they taste like chicken. "They look more like lobsters," I said. "Nice and red, with a thick shell. I bet if you boiled them alive and got a little melted butter." Suddenly, I found the tunnel blocked by a neck rover. I instinctively jumped and raised my gun, almost firing straight into it. Then I saw that it had a bullet through the center of its chest. It looked dead, laying on its back, with its dark red eyes staring up at the ceiling. Its branching, insectile legs curled up in a pathetic way like a desiccated house spider. "What the hell?" Jansen asked, her expression twisting into confusion. "Who shot this one?" "You," I shrugged. "It had to be one of us," I said. "Perhaps the last time they attacked us. One of us hit one in the stomach, and it ran off. Then once it got here, it finished dying from blood loss or organ failure or whatever took it out in the end. That would be my guess." Jansen had knelt beside the corpse of the necrovore, moving one of its stiff legs aside to get closer to its open mouth full of hundreds of sharp teeth. I saw her feeling around for something in her pocket. "I have to use the bathroom," I lied, now genuinely curious as to what kind of scheme Jansen was up to. I had had a feeling, ever since I first met her, that there was something more to her being here than just a state cop wanting to tag along with rangers. I walked down the tunnel, and when it began to curve, I pretended to move against the wall and start urinating. But I was watching Jansen. She reached into her inner coat pocket and took out a clear glass vial with a black top. Kneeling down in front of the necrovore, I saw her dip the vial in its mouth, presumably to collect some of its bloody saliva, then screw on the top. I started walking back, and she quickly tucked the vial back into her inner coat pocket. Jansen quickly backed up a couple steps from the necrovore, changing her facial expression into the pale, indifferent look she had worn for what felt like days now. But the real Jansen was under there. I had seen it, and she was up to something. I debated bringing up what I had seen, confronting her directly, but I decided against it. I would confront her when the time was right, but for now, survival seemed more important. We left the necrovore behind and began to go down the tunnel towards the delicious smells of roasting meat that had grown much stronger now. Up ahead, I saw a ray of light shining into the cave. My heart soared. It was real sunlight. And that meant only one thing, an exit. I was going to run up ahead when I heard Jansen click the safety of her gun off, cock the hammer, and tell me 2 words: "Don't move." She was only a few feet behind me. I still had my shotgun strapped around my shoulder, and I was looking forwards, away from her. She had all the advantages. I knew that, most likely, I was doomed and would die right here on the floor of a cave without my family ever knowing what happened. "Take your shotgun and drop it on the floor, slowly," Jansen said. "If you turn, I will shoot you." I did as she asked. "Keep looking away from me." Now, I saw your expression when you first saw the necrovores at the entrance of the cave, and you didn't even look the slightest bit surprised. So I'm going to ask you one question and one question only. Have you seen them before? "Yes," I said softly, remembering. About half a year before the events with Ace and Jansen in the cave, I had been alone in my log cabin. I made a full pot of coffee, cleaned and oiled my guns, and decided to go shooting. After pouring a huge thermos of boiling hot coffee, I grabbed my Winchester 30-30, a beautiful gun with a polished walnut stock. I headed outside, setting up targets to shoot. I had gone to the dump, grabbed an old air conditioner and a metal trash lid, and I set these up at different distances. Because this was summer, the air smelled fresh and clean. The nighttime had come, and with no pollution and no clouds, all of the stars in the sky seemed to radiate a bright, pure light. It seemed as if blue flames shot out of my gun for a split second when I fired in the darkness. I'd instantly hear the ping of metal as it connected with one of my targets. I had gone on this way for a while, when the crying and shrieking had started from the woods nearby. No one lived near me, so I instantly went on high alert. For a few seconds, I tried to convince myself it was just a fox or a fisher cat, but I had heard both, and it sounded different. This seemed much louder. and almost synthetic. I reloaded my gun, stuffing an extra clip into my pocket, and began to follow the sounds. Then I heard a gunshot. Then two, and the screaming grew louder. I sprinted ahead, dodging roots and rocks, moving between the evergreen and birch trees, growing thick in this part of the forest. The insects had mostly fallen silent after the gunshots, and the wilderness had an eerie, silent quality to it now, as if everything in these woods were staying quiet so they could hear what happens next. And then I caught glimpses of them. 2 men and a red, insectile beast that stood over 8 feet tall. The men looked panicked and certainly had no sharp shooting skills. They had emptied their clips from the look of it, but I only saw a couple small trails of blood on the insectoid creature, namely from shallow grooves that ran over the side of its chest and above one shoulder. It moved forward in a rage and used its razor-sharp fingers to slit the nearest man's throat. Then it moved on to the next man. I was running as fast as I could, trying to get within range to save the man's life. In horror, I watched the beast jerk its head forward, its mouth opening wide as its jaw disengaged, and bit off the surviving man's legs at the knees. I screamed, "No!" and stopped running, looking through the sight and opening fire. I hit the red creature a few times in the head, right between its dark, staring eyes, and after a few seconds of screaming, it fell back. I ran forwards, going to the injured man and shaking him. "What was that?" I yelled at him. "Who are you? What are you doing?" He shook his head slowly as if trying to clear it, then looked up at me. "My name is Constantine," he said in a thick accent. "I am an agent for the FSB, an agent for my home country of Russia. I would not normally tell you this, but I am dying. That creature," he pointed at the huge red thing lying dead on the ground, "has a bacteria in its body that has immense potential as a biological warfare agent. It can cause septic shock in any human, and most antibiotics have no effect. A millionth of a drop of what that creature has could kill a man, and when the post-mortem is done, it will look like just a runaway bacterial infection, something anyone could get." "Thanks," I said, putting a bullet into his head. Then I buried the 2 Russian agents and the red creature in a single mass grave. The soft Alaskan soil covered them all quickly. No one would have access to any biological weapons from these creatures while I was alive. Not if I could help it. I told all this to Jansen, if that was her real name, trying to kill as much time as possible. My only hope was for some deus ex machina, some sort of fortuitous savior who could stop her. Because in my heart, I knew she would not let me live, no more than the Russian FSB agents would have let me live if they had succeeded in killing the necrovore and knew I had seen. Jensen went pale, her face turning into a deep scowl, and then she nodded. "So, the Russians somehow heard about the necrovores," she said to herself, "and now they want to take samples just like us. Who are you with, really?" I asked. "I know you're no cop. I'm CIA," she said, smiling wide. "I really do feel bad about this, but orders are orders. I was explicitly told that no witnesses should survive. The CIA wishes to take some necrovores alive and see if they can't be used as biological weapons in themselves, if released in an enemy country, for instance. But for now, even just. The extremely powerful bacterium is enough. Goodbye, and I'm sorry." I closed my eyes, breathing fast. My time was up. I knew I would die now, shot in the back like a common criminal. But no shot came. Instead, I heard a surprised grunt of pain, and then a horrible gurgling, spitting sound started. I turned my head slowly, wondering if this was some sort of trick, and then I saw it. Jansen stood there with her throat cut, a fountain of blood pouring down the front of her clothes. Her eyes looked amazed and surprised, as if she had just seen the world's greatest magic trick. And then she fell, her body landing hard on the stone floor of the tunnel. Behind her, I saw Ace, his bloody folding knife held tightly in one trembling hand. His other hand looked black and dead, the fingers twisted strangely. "Oh my God, Ace!" I yelled in shock and bliss. "I thought you were dead." "Soon," he said, falling himself on top of Jansen's body. I ran over to him, the smell of the rotting meat of his arm covering the entire area, but I was so happy I could hug him. "How?" I asked Ace. He looked up at me, his eyes watery and unfocused, and then he vomited up a stream of watered-down blood. It fell on the hand of Jansen. "I was attacked," Ace said. "That one single slug, I had to use it to shoot a necrovore that tried to ambush me immediately after you guys left. And then someone started cooking, and I smelled meat. I had made my way slowly in the direction of the smell and found one of those white mutants roasting a deer on a fire. They had stores of food in one room, mushrooms, ferns, meat, and nuts, and it was huge. I hid behind a pile of deer skins, eating as much as I could, waiting to die, sipping some water that trickled down from the ceiling. And then I heard you and Jansen nearby. Your voices echoed. You scared away the white mutant, the keeper who was cooking. I heard Jansen's confession. And I killed her. He pointed to his arm. The black and purple rot had spread past his shoulder and begun to eat into his chest. I'm almost done. Almost done. Will you give me peace? Will you do the coup de grace? I nodded, putting a slug in the chamber. Ace looked up at me, his eyes tearing up, his face reflecting the sadness and uncertainty deep within him. I'll tell every one of your bravery, old friend, I said, pointing the gun at his forehead and pulling the trigger. There was a splash of blood and gore, and then I was alone. I took all the ammo and the gun off of Jansen, which gave me 19 rounds for the rugger. And then I began to walk towards the sunlight I still saw, streaming across the hallway, praying for an exit. I turned into the room and saw what Ace had seen. A deer roasted over a dying fire, a pile of edible mushrooms on a deerskin in the corner, a pile of fiddleheads next to it, and a variety of edible herbs from the forest on the other side. Some dried, jerky, like meat, also lay on a huge flat rock under the sun. I saw with horrifying disappointment that the light came from a small hole in the ceiling, one where the smoke from the fire could escape. There was no way to get up there, unless I could transform into a spider, and the hole seemed too small to crawl through anyway. But it still gave me hope. It meant I wasn't thousands of feet below the ground, and that a real exit might be right around the corner. If only there weren't so many branching caverns to get lost in, I thought. I ate well, and then took a deerskin and began to wrap up as much food as I could carry. It was undoubtedly the best meal of my life. After starving in the darkness for so long, even the most tasteless food seemed like ambrosia. I tied the deerskin to a long stick, like a hobo going off to a train, and, balancing it on my shoulder, went off by myself. I wandered for weeks, eating as little as I could from the food. I found another kitchen in which the keepers stored food on the second week, with elk meat and more dried mushrooms stored there, and took what I could. Cold mountain streams flowed through the caves periodically, giving me water to drink. And yet, I found no exit, and though I caught glimpses of white hands or red shells behind me, the enemy seemed happy to simply stalk me and watch. Until I neared the end, that was. It came suddenly, a huge archway up ahead past a bend in the cavern. Because it was night, I didn't even realize at first what I saw. But the light of the moon looked so different from the dull, purplish light of the mold that I realized with ecstasy that I must be close to the end of this eternal cave. I started to run, and that was when the ambush was sprung. They came from everywhere, keepers in coarse brown robes and flashes of red from the necrovores surrounding me. The necrovores spat and hissed, while the keepers rambled in their strange, high-pitched, yammering language. I dropped my remaining food on the ground, seeing it spill out on the floor in slow motion as my adrenaline spiked. Then, in a blur, I had the Ruger 454 in my hand. I ran towards the door, emptying all 6 rounds at those necrovores closest to me. I aimed for their dark red eyes, a technique which had worked well in previous battles. I tried to clog the tunnel with the corpses of those nearest, but the smaller ones behind writhed and wriggled past the twisted, bleeding bodies of their siblings. I was almost at the exit, however. I could feel the fresh air by this point. I felt hands grabbing at me from behind. Grabbing the Ruger, I began to pistol whip anything and everything near, eventually feeling the hands release after a couple seconds. One of them grabbed at the pistol, and it fell to the floor. I had no time to pick it up. Now I had necrovores on each side of me, and they moved in a blur, their legs skittering forwards as their bodies twisted from side to side in hungry anticipation. Their mouths opened wide and their claws began to whip through the air as I grabbed the shotgun, opening fire. The first one, I blew off its hand. It shrieked, looking down as blood pumped out of the stump, then began to backpedal, knocking the necrovore behind it down. The second one jumped straight at me, its huge maw opened wide. I could see down its sleek, wet throat. It aimed at my face, and I began to shoot blindly, hitting its open mouth 3 or 4 times. It fell to the floor a few inches from me, and I heard a click as the shotgun ran out of ammo. I ran for what felt like hours, until I saw a small curl of smoke up ahead. I found a small Eskimo village on the coastline. An elderly woman in a little shack opened the door. Someone in the town had a ham radio, which they used to call for help and get me evacuated. When I first got back and saw myself in a mirror, I was horrified. I had lost many pounds and looked thin and frail, my cheekbones sharp and angular, my haunted eyes sunken deep in my skeletal face. I could count every rib on my chest, and my legs looked like sticks covered in skin. I didn't tell my boss the whole story, or anyone else for that matter. I had been missing for weeks, and mostly said I got lost in the tunnels when looking for a missing boy, which was true to an extent. I did not tell them about the necrovores, however, or the brave actions of Ace that saved my life. That was a story I kept to myself, until now. I must be going crazy. I can see a town that doesn't exist. My name is Samuel Baker. I'm a Yellowstone National Park Ranger, and I need some advice. I've spent my entire career fighting wildfires for the National Park Service, and after 2 decades in the field, I thought I'd seen everything. Then, about 4 hours ago, an entire town just appeared in the middle of Yellowstone National Park, and the other ranger and I are the only ones who've been in it. We're not alone, however, as you might expect from something appearing out of nowhere, inside one of America's most famous parks. The town is home to many people, some of whom have been there for years. They all seem perfectly normal, but they aren't aware that they live inside a national park. My partner, Thomas, was the first to notice the town. He'd driven into the valley a few hours before dawn one morning and saw a brand new sign on the road. "Welcome to Hungry Horse," it read. When he drove past the next bend in the road, he saw the motel. That's when he turned around to come and get me. The two of us had driven up the valley together in our trusty old Chevy Blazer and taken a long way around because we hadn't wanted to pass through the town until we were sure what it was. We parked at the base of the mountain and hiked up. We walked across the railroad tracks and passed a small gas station with a lone oil drum full of diesel fuel and another filled with water. The street was lined with old cars, some of which looked like they'd been there for a while, others which had probably just arrived that morning. Hungry Horse wasn't a ghost town or even abandoned. It was thriving. Thomas and I entered the town cautiously because despite appearances, this place could be dangerous. While we didn't run into any trouble, we did notice that everyone seemed indifferent to the fact they just appeared out of nowhere. Most of them ignored us completely, although a few gave us strange looks. "Some of these people look familiar," I said, looking over at Thomas. He nodded. "I know what you mean, Sam. I recognized a couple people in the diner, too. It's weird." It's weird. Those words echoed in my head as I watched a man carrying a bucket walk down the sidewalk. It's weird, I repeated silently to myself. My eyes followed his movements. The man carried himself with confidence and purpose, but he never looked up at where he was walking. Instead, he stared straight ahead and continued forward without looking back once. He disappeared around the corner of a building, and I noticed another person staring directly at me. He was tall and thin, wearing a black hiking jacket. His face was pale, and he was bald. He was standing in the doorway of a small coffee shop. He reminded me of the missing hiker we had searched for last week. That's when I realized why I recognized some of the people here. They are all people who have vanished from national parks. That's how we found out that almost every single person in Hungry Horse had been reported missing from national parks. We spoke to everyone we could find. Some refused to talk, others were friendly enough, but none of them knew anything about why they were there. As far as they were concerned, they lived in Hungry Horse, Montana. They weren't sure exactly when they arrived there. A lot of them couldn't remember much before arriving in Hungry Horse. They also told us they'd been here for years. Many of them had been born and raised in the town and believed it was the real deal. They all knew the townsfolk by name and went to school with them. One woman, an older lady named Irene, told us that she had no idea that she'd been reported missing. She worked at the local hardware store and had been living in Hungry Horse for more than 45 years. "What about your husband?" I asked. "Do you have children? Grandchildren?" She shook her head. "No, I've never married." "How do you feel about being here? Do you miss anywhere else? Your family, maybe?" Again, she shook her head. "Not really. This is my home." As far as she knew, this was the only home she'd ever known. I tried to ask if she missed her family, but she just smiled and told me that her family was right here in Hungry Horse, Montana. We thanked her and left the hardware store, hopping back into our park ranger truck. We drove deeper into the town. "I really don't like this, Sammy," Thomas said. "I've had a feeling of being watched ever since we entered town." I looked over at him. He was staring at a man standing by a large semi-trailer outside the diner. The man was holding a jug of milk. I couldn't help but think of the hiker we'd found dead last week. "Sam, are you listening to me?" I snapped back to reality and looked at my partner. Thomas had started quivering in fear. "Sorry, what did you say?" I said, "I think we should leave. I don't want to be here anymore." I looked around the town. There were so many people here, so many people who shouldn't be here. All of them were perfectly normal. Some of them even knew each other. How could there be so many people in town that didn't exist? I agree. "Let's go," I said. We drove away from the town and back to the ranger cabin. Thomas was still shaking. "I'm going to call this in," he said. "This whole thing is bogus, but we better document it anyway. I mean, how could an entire town full of missing people just appear in the middle of Yellowstone?" I nodded. "Okay, I'll be in the cabin. I think I need some time to process all this." I sat down on the couch and closed my eyes. It all felt unreal. I kept thinking about the hiker we'd found out in the woods last week. He died while out on a hike in the wilderness. He'd been alone and confused, but I just saw him alive and well in a town that doesn't exist. I opened my eyes and looked around. I took in a deep breath and let it out. It smelled like wood smoke and pine. I stood up and started pacing the room. What am I supposed to make of all this? I asked myself. Is this some kind of sick joke? Did the government put a town in Yellowstone for some reason? What if it's not a town? Maybe it's a cover-up for something worse. I thought before, zoning out. There was a knock on the door. It startled me out of my daydream. "Come in," I yelled. Two men came inside, both dressed in black suits. "Are you the one in charge here?" one of them asked. I looked at him and nodded. The guy was wearing a badge on his chest and a gun on his hip. He looked like an FBI agent. I'm about to go and talk to them, and I don't know if they'll believe me. What the hell do I do? First off, let me clarify some things from my first post. I was a wildland firefighter up until a year ago when I decided I needed a change of pace. They weren't FBI agents. They said they were from a private company that deals with the other world, Leo. I sat in front of the two men, waiting for them to start asking questions. So, do you know why I've been assigned to this case? The taller of the two said. You're the only one in the park who knows anything about this. I nodded. Thomas also knows, but I think you guys already know that. It's pretty weird. The town you described doesn't exist. Not according to the GPS and satellite data. Yes, it does, I answered, surprised. It's a lie, the second man said. He had short blonde hair and wore glasses. We checked every single point on the map, every house, every business. There is nothing there. You can't tell me you've been everywhere in the park and haven't noticed it, I said angrily. When I first came to the park, I saw the sign for Hungry Horse. I thought it was a joke at first, but then I saw the motel, the gas station, the diner, the hardware store, and I saw the people inside them. The man with the glasses nodded slowly. But we've checked every inch of the surrounding area. We've looked at aerial photos, satellite images. We've even flown over the valley with a helicopter. Well, maybe you should have a look again. Maybe you should have a look again. Maybe you missed something, I said defiantly. We did. There's nothing there. It's not possible. Do I have to show you where it is myself? I asked. Both men exchanged glances. Then the shorter one nodded. Very well. If you're so sure you've seen something unusual, we'll take you there. Thank you, I said. I got out of my chair and followed the two men out of the cabin. They were in their early 50s, both with short hair and blue eyes. They were talking quietly to each other as I followed them out of the cabin to their unmarked car. Now, the man with the glasses said, if you could just lead us to your town. Sure, I replied. We drove deeper into the park. Our vehicle was equipped with a topographical GPS system, which made it easy to navigate through the rugged terrain. After an hour of driving, we came to a hill overlooking a wide valley. We passed the sign for Hungry Horse. Did you see the sign? I yelled. The men just looked at each other. I'm sorry, what? The shorter one asked. There's a sign here. It says Hungry Horse, right? The man shook his head. I don't see anything. He pulled off the road and stopped right before the sign. He turned off the engine and looked at me. Maybe we should get out and look again, he suggested. I agreed. I got out of the car and ran over to the sign. It's right here, I shouted. He walked up behind me and looked over my shoulder. What the hell is this? It's a sign. It says Hungry Horse, I yelled. He looked at me and glared. I grabbed his arm and pulled him over to where I could see the sign. Can't you read? He pulled away and rolled his eyes. Read what? It says Hungry Horse, I yelled. What the hell are you talking about? He yelled back. I pointed at the sign. Look, the name of the town. The man sighed. There's no sign there. I got angry and was about to yell at the agent when out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone walking towards us from out of the woods in the direction of the town. It was Irene, the older woman from the hardware store. My eyes lit up and I pointed at her. Irene! I yelled excitedly. The agent turned to face the old woman. His eyes widened in surprise and he opened his mouth to say something. But before he could, Irene hit him and sent him flying into a tree. You shouldn't have come back, Ranger, she hissed. With lightning speed, she charged the agent with the glasses. Run, I yelled, and jumped into the car. It was too late for the agent. Irene had already snapped his neck. I frantically ran back to the unmarked car and tried to start it. The engine sputtered and failed to turn over. Irene stood directly in front of me, blocking my path back to the cabin. What the hell are you? I yelled. You should have never come here, she said. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. What the hell is going on? I yelled. She snarled and lunged forward. Her teeth had grown sharp and she snapped at me, but I evaded her bite and rammed my fist into her stomach. God damn it! I yelled. I grabbed her shoulders and threw her into the side of the car. She slid across the hood and fell to the ground. I jumped around the car and kicked her once in the ribs. "I'm going to kill you," I said. She smiled. "I've been dead for years, honey." I was about to punch her again when a hand grabbed my arm and yanked me backwards. I spun around and stared at the person who grabbed my arm. It was Thomas, my partner. He had followed the agents and I. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled. "Don't be stupid. We have to get back to the cabin." I looked at him and shook my head. "No, we can't run from these things," I said, flabbergasted. "What the hell is wrong with you?" He slapped me hard across the face. "Shut up! Shut up! Just shut up!" I rubbed my cheek and looked at Thomas in disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about?" His eyes were wide open with panic. I heard Irene starting to get up. "You have to leave now. Right now." He grabbed me by the collar and pushed me into the driver's seat of the dead agent's car. "Get in," he yelled, "and drive." "What about you?" I asked. "I can't fight them anymore. You know how many rangers they've taken," he said. "Just get out of here." "We just found out about the town yesterday. How do you know this stuff?" I yelled. "You just found out about the town," he replied. "The hell does that mean?" "Just go. I'll keep Irene occupied. Get back to the cabin and read my journal," I said. "I don't believe this." He nodded. "I know." I pulled a 180 and sped back down the road towards the cabin. I saw Thomas jump on Irene in the rearview mirror. He looked bigger than he usually does. He was standing on top of her, pinning her arms to the ground. "Damn you!" Irene yelled. Thomas punched her in the face and she went limp. "Stay down." The last thing I saw was Thomas running towards the town. I'm back at the cabin and reading through his journal. There's so much I never knew about him. Hey guys, it's Sam again. I finished reading Thomas's journal. I can't believe I trusted him. Thomas knew everything. He knew what the town was all along. He knew what the town was all along. He knew Irene would come after me. And he didn't tell me anything. I feel like such an idiot. Every single national park has one of these towns. He had been the head of a team of people called the Watchers, a branch of a company called ARC, Anomaly Research Corporation, assigned to monitor hungry horse, to make sure that the people who go missing in national parks are found before the town can get them. My God, why didn't I figure this out sooner? Why did I trust him? Stupid, stupid Sam. I read some more of his journal. It explains that the towns might be sentient and can choose who can see and interact with them, and how national parks are only founded when one of these towns blink into existence. Yellowstone is the first and has the largest town, but the towns aren't the main threat. It's what the people who get taken turn into. When they get taken, their minds are changed and become something else. Something sinister. I flip to another page, and it explains that the town doesn't take everyone. Some people are harder for the town to influence, and they can resist its power. These people are called Watchers. Watchers can still be taken, but it's rare. I think Hungry Horse just took the last Watcher in Yellowstone. There's a phone number and a note written inside the front cover of the journal. It says to call the number if Thomas is missing, or if he seems off, and to tell the person who picks up on the other end that Thomas has been compromised. This is insane, I thought to myself. I set the journal aside and looked out the window. The sun was setting, and it cast a beautiful orange glow over the mountains. I could hear the river flowing nearby. I heard a noise outside and turned around. A large shadow moved quickly across the trees near the cabin. I watched as it approached the edge of the woods. It was Thomas. He didn't look injured at all, despite the fight with Irene. I ran to the door and locked it as he stepped onto the porch. I looked out the window at Thomas. "Why aren't you injured?" I asked through the window. "They can't hurt me anymore," he answered. "Who are they?" I asked. "The town," he whispered. The town? I asked. Yeah, he said. What happened to your team? I asked. He's dead, he said. He's gone. Is that why you never told me about the town? I asked. I didn't want to scare you, he admitted. How'd you know Irene would come after me? I asked. The town let me know, he said. The town? I asked. What? You know what I mean, he said. The town tells you stuff because you're a watcher, I asked. Yes, he whispered. What the hell? I asked. It's not important, he said. Your journal didn't say the town was intelligent, I said. It's alive, he responded. It thinks and it feels. It's a living entity. Its mind is vast and powerful. It talks to you, I asked. Sometimes, he said. What does it say? I asked. Everything. Everything, he replied. I was dumbstruck. That's impossible. It's true. Now please let me inside, he loudly begged. I noticed something was off with his voice. Why do you sound different? I asked. Because you're making me nervous, he answered. You're freaking me out, I yelled. Please let me in, he repeated. I looked up at him for a few minutes without saying anything. There was something about his face that made me curious, something that seemed odd. Finally, I shook my head. I'm sorry, Thomas, I said. He threw his body at the door. Let me in, he shouted. I can't do that, Thomas, I said calmly. I unlocked the gun locker and grabbed the only shotgun we had. I pointed it at him and waited. Thomas stopped moving and leaned against the door. His breathing became shallow and quick. Sammy, you're my best friend, he started to say. I'm sorry, Thomas, but I can't open the door, I snarled. Stop lying, he yelled. Open the damn door, he started, throwing himself against it again. Panicking, I pushed the table and couch in front of it. Samuel, he screamed. Open this door. I just ignored him and went upstairs and laid on the bed. He kept banging on the door for an hour. Eventually, he stopped banging on the door, but I could still hear him yelling. I think I might just call that number, he wrote down in his journal. Maybe ARC will send someone to deal with Thomas. I dialed the number. It rang 3 times before a man picked up and said, Hello, Thomas? I sat there silently. Hello, he asked again. It got Thomas, I yelled. Are you safe? The man asked. No, I'm not safe, I screamed. Thomas has become one of the things from Hungry Horse, and now he's here, and he's trying to break into the cabin. Hold on, he said. We'll send someone right away. Is anyone else with you? Just me, I answered. Okay, stay put, and don't let him get inside the cabin, he said. Then he hung up. I laid back down on the bed and tried to ignore the sounds coming from downstairs. I could hear Thomas pounding against the door again. I was terrified that ARC wouldn't show up soon enough. Then suddenly, I heard a car pull up outside. I jumped off the bed and rushed downstairs and looked out of the window. There were men with rifles standing outside. I saw one of them run to the cabin. The banging at the door stopped. Thomas had noticed them. I heard Thomas roar and the sound of gunshots. I watched as the men loaded Thomas, who was still alive somehow, into the back of a van. The 2 men got into the van and drove off as another car pulled up to the cabin. A man in a white lab coat stepped out and walked up to the door, knocking on it. Open the door, Sam. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Who the hell are you? My name is Dr. Jaden Oxblood, he said. Well, what the hell do you want? I demanded. I need to talk to you about Thomas, he said. I don't have time for your lies. Just leave me alone, I yelled at him. I heard him sigh, and that's when I felt an arm grab my shoulder and something prick my neck. I started to curse, and the world faded to black. I woke up on the couch about 30 minutes later. Looking around, I saw that Dr. Oxblood was sitting in a chair across from me. Now that everything has calmed down, you're going to tell me everything you know, he said. I guess I don't have a choice, guys. I'll update you all after I talk with Dr. Oxblood. Sorry about the long wait, guys. So let me explain what happened while I was gone. Oxblood drove me to the headquarters of ARC. Once there, Dr. Oxblood led me into his office and told me to sit down. He locked the door and sat across from me. The room was filled with bookshelves and pictures of presidents and generals from many wars. On the walls were weapons that I didn't recognize. So tell me about the town, he said. What makes you think I know anything about the town? I asked. I have reason to believe you are aware of its existence, he said. Fine. What do you want to know? I asked. Tell me everything you know about the town, he said. Everything, I asked. All of it, he answered. I told him about the day Thomas told me about the town, our trip to Hungry Horse, and how Thomas had stayed behind to fight Irene. He listened intently as I spoke. He was taking notes while I talked and occasionally asked me a question. When I finished telling him everything he wanted to know, he stood up and walked over to a cabinet and opened it. He reached inside and pulled out a small silver box and placed it on his desk. What's that? I asked. It's a key, he answered. One day you'll need it. Why would I ever need a key? I asked. You'll find out, he said. If you really want to find out what happened to your friend and figure out what the town is, you'll use the key to unlock the secrets of the town. Why should I trust you? I asked. I can't tell you that, he said. You'll have to learn to trust me in time. He handed me the key. It was heavier than I expected it to be. I looked at it for a long moment before putting it in my pocket. What do you plan on doing with me? I asked. You are a very valuable asset to us, he said. We want you to become the newest watcher of Yellowstone. I stared at him for a second, remembering what I read in Thomas's journal. What the hell is a watcher exactly? It's a title given to humans who have been chosen by ARC to help protect the world from the supernatural, he said. Doesn't ARC already have watchers? I asked. Yes, they have many watchers, but none of them have ever entered one of the towns without changing, like you. You are the first human to enter one of the towns and return without becoming a monster, he answered. I sat there and thought about it. So if I agree to become a watcher, what are the risks? I asked. There are no guarantees, he said. The risk of your life, your sanity, and possibly losing your humanity are all high. So what happens if I decline? I asked. We will kill you, he answered. I laughed. Why do you think I'll accept? I asked. He smiled. Because you want to save your best friend, Thomas, and you want answers. Are you saying you can give me those answers? I asked. Not yet, he said. But once you become a watcher, I will be able to teach you everything you need to know. How long until I can become a watcher? I asked. He smiled. You've been a watcher ever since you read the journal. I stared at him for a minute before shaking my head. You can't be serious, I exclaimed. I am completely serious, he said. I sighed. All right. So what exactly do you expect me to do? I don't know any more about the towns than you do. I know that much, he replied. So why did you ask me here then? I asked. To offer you a job, he said. A job? I asked. Yes, a job as a watcher. I want you to become one of us, he answered. What kind of job? I asked. In order to become an official watcher, you must become a member of ARC, he answered. What does that entail? I asked. You will have to sign an agreement stating that you will work for us. You will also be required to undergo training and take a test to prove yourself, he explained. And what do I get in return for signing this agreement? I asked. A bigger paycheck than you've ever seen, he answered. I laughed. Seriously? The pay is good, he said, but the real benefit is the knowledge that you're helping to keep the world safe from monsters, demons, and other threats to humanity. Not everyone gets that chance. Sounds good to me, I said. Good, he said. Congratulations. He unlocked the door with the key, and we left the room together. On the way out, a man dressed in a park ranger uniform approached me. This is your new partner, Dr. Ockblood said. Welcome to ARC, he said. Do you mind if I ask your name? I asked. My name is John, he answered. I shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, John." "Likewise," he said. "All right. Well, I guess this is goodbye for now, Oxblood. I'm sure I'll see you soon," I said. "You better hope you do," he joked. After leaving the building, John and I got in his car and drove off. "So, where are we going?" I asked. "Back to your cabin," he answered. We arrived at my cabin. The sun was setting and the sky was getting dark. We got out of the car and headed towards the cabin. Once inside, I sat on the couch and looked at John. "So what's going to happen now?" I asked. "That depends on you," he answered. "What do you mean?" I asked. John took out a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a drink. I watched as he drank most of it before answering. "I intend to train you to become a watcher. Until then, you'll be living with me," he said. "Living with you?" I asked. "For the next couple of months," he answered. "I'll help you get used to being a watcher so that when it comes time to choose your own partner, you'll be able to keep them safe. You'll also start to learn things about ARC that even some of our agents don't know." "What kind of things?" I asked. "I can't really explain it to you," he answered. "It will only make sense once you're trained." I nodded. "Fine. Drink up," he said. "We need to get you settled in." I laughed and poured myself some whiskey. John says training begins in an hour. I'm going to take a nap before he trains me. I was woken up from my nap by the sound of shattering glass and John yelling for me to get myself downstairs. I ran down the stairs and into the kitchen. "What happened?" I asked. It wasn't John who answered my question. "Hello, Samuel. It seems I've got the upper hand this time," Irene said, holding John by the shoulders. She looked much younger than when I last saw her. She was wearing a black dress, white gloves, and her hair was done up. She was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. "What did you do to Thomas?" I asked. "Thomas was a fool. Samuel, he chose to stay behind to protect you. He made his choice and my town changed him," she said. "I would killed you both if you hadn't escaped. But now you're mine again, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it." "What are you talking about? What do you mean, your town?" I asked. Irene smirked, her eyes sparkling with hatred. "My town is a demon." "The town is a creature created by the demon king Azazel. He built our town to serve as his prison. He put all the monsters in it so they could one day be released upon your world." I was speechless. My mind was reeling from the news of the town. "Who are you?" I finally managed to say. "I'm the gatekeeper of the demon kingdom. I'm here to destroy the world and end life as we know it," she said. "Let me go," John shouted. She slammed him against the wall and held him there with ease. "You're not going anywhere until I decide otherwise," she said, smiling. "Release him," I yelled. She looked at me and laughed. "You don't seem to understand, Samuel. I control this place. Nobody is going to help you." She let go of John and walked towards me. "You don't scare me, and I know you can't hurt me," she said. That's when I remembered the silver key Dr. Oxblood had given me. "Where did you get that?" she snarled. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I quipped back at her. I suddenly felt something strange. It was like my body was being pulled away from my soul. I struggled to hold on to it. "What are you doing?" she screeched. I tried to resist, but it was too late. My soul was gone. "Give me the key!" Irene screamed, running towards me. Suddenly, I was back in my body again. I was kneeling on the floor in front of Irene, holding onto my head with one hand and clutching my chest with the other. I could see everything in slow motion. I watched as Irene charged towards me, her face twisted with rage. I stood up and grabbed her by the neck, squeezing tightly. "Let go of me!" she screeched. I squeezed harder. I felt her throat bulge and blood begin to leak out of her mouth. I threw her through the window she had broken in through. I watched as she got up and glared at me before turning around and heading back towards Hungry Horse. I turned around, looking over to John, who was standing in the doorway, a deep gash running down the left side of his face. He smiled at me. "You might not need as much training as I thought you would," he said. That was pretty impressive. I felt a surge of pride. "I'll be right back," I said. "Be careful, Samuel," he said. "Don't get yourself killed." I smiled. "I wouldn't dream of it." "What's happening to me, you guys?" I followed Irene back to her house in Hungry Horse. I was hoping to kill her, but right as I was about to enter through a window in the basement, I heard her say, "You fools ready yet? We just need 5 more humans and I'll be powerful enough to open another hell gate. I want to open the next one in Canada." I backed away, looking in through a window on the bottom floor, and I saw about 20 of the townspeople gathered inside. That's when I turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could, dialing John's number as I crossed Hungry Horse's border back into Yellowstone. John answered his phone almost immediately. "Where are you?" he asked. I ignored his question and asked one of my own instead. "Are there any people camping in Yellowstone tonight?" I asked. "I'm not sure why," he asked. "Irene only needs to take 5 more people before she can create another town. And she's got a group together to go out and find some," I said. He swore under his breath. "How big is the group?" I asked. "About 20, he said. "All right. Listen, I have a plan. We need to stop her before she can take more people. Are there any people camping close to Hungry Horse?" I questioned him. "There's a bunch camping around Old Faithful," he said. "How far away are we from them?" I asked. "I don't know exactly. It's hard to tell how far away anything is in Montana at night, but they should be within half an hour or less," he answered. "All right. Listen, I have a plan. Can you get to the campground before midnight?" I asked. "Yeah, I can be there in 30 minutes, he answered. "Good. Get your gear together and meet me at Glacier. Don't forget to bring your guns," I ordered. "Roger that. See you at Glacier," he said. I hung up the phone and stared at it for several seconds before dialing Oxblood's number. "Ah, Sam," I cut him off. "No time. I need you to send a team out to the campground at Glacier," I told him. "All right. I'll have a team heading out as soon as possible," he answered. I hung up the phone as I began to run faster than any human has ever run before. I thought about Irene and how close she was to opening another hellgate. I was filled with rage knowing that I might die trying to stop her, but I couldn't think about that now. I needed to focus on what I was doing. If Irene opened another gate, who knows what will happen? The moon was slowly rising into the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The air was cold, the temperature dropping as I ran. I could hear the sounds of the wolves chasing their prey somewhere nearby. As I ran towards the campground near Glacier, I could smell smoke emanating from the campground. I shivered at the familiar scent and continued to run. As I got closer to Glacier, I noticed the campground was packed full of tents and RVs. I started hearing gunshots and screams. I looked around frantically for ARC operatives, but it didn't appear that they were here yet. There was a large fire burning in the middle of the campground. It looked like someone had set it. I kept running, weaving between the tents, until I found a tent that was completely shredded on one side and engulfed in flames. There was a body inside. It was completely mangled. I could barely make out any details of the person's face. There was no way of telling what race or sex the corpse was. But whoever this person was, they definitely weren't a friend of Irene's. I looked around the campground again and saw nothing but chaos. People were screaming, crying, and running away from Irene's monsters as John fought them off. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a helicopter. I looked up at the night sky and saw an ARC helicopter swooping in. It hovered over the middle of the campground, their lights shining brightly. "ARC, come on, hurry!" I yelled. I was still a few hundred feet away from the fight when I saw one of those things jump onto the roof of an RV and launch itself at the helicopter. It smashed through the cockpit window and tore the pilot out of her seat. I watched helplessly as the helicopter careened out of control, crashing into the last section of the campground that wasn't blocked by Irene's people. The helicopter exploded, sending debris everywhere and causing panic amongst the remaining campers. I took off running, making my way towards the center of the campground where John and his men were fighting the creatures. He kept them at bay, but they were slowly overwhelming him. That's when Irene grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, her face inches from his, her long red nails glistening in the moonlight. "What do you think you're doing?" she growled. John struggled to speak. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" He wheezed. She leaned in closer and brought her lips to John's ear. "What do I want?" she whispered, then pushed him back, sending him flying into the dirt. "I want your world," she yelled. She pointed at John and the campers. "And nothing you can do will stop me," she roared with laughter. She stepped forward and placed her foot on John's neck. "Now you're going to watch as my people slaughter every single person you were trying to protect." My vision went red, and I let out the loudest, most visceral roar I've ever heard. The fighting instantly stopped as everyone winced and covered their ears. Everyone but Irene, that is. Irene turned and snarled at me. "Hey, you!" I sneered at her. Well, looks like I'm fighting Irene, I thought to myself. If I don't update you guys within 48 hours, I probably lost the fight. Wish me luck, I really could use it. I stood in front of her, my hands balled into fists at my sides. I looked into Irene's eyes as she glared back at me with pure hatred in her own. "Do you really think you stand a chance against me? I am the strongest being you will ever have to face. You are nothing compared to what I can do," she yelled, her voice filled with venom. "Watch me," I responded. I took several steps back and leaned forwards, letting the muscles in my legs tense up. My shoulders tightened, and I could feel my back arch. I let out another primal roar as I prepared to pounce. Irene smirked, her eyes sparkling in the light of the burning fires. "Go ahead. You'll never touch me, Watcher," she taunted. "You're far too." I didn't give her the time to finish. I sprang forward, slamming into Irene and knocking us both to the ground. I felt her claws rip through my jacket as we fell, but I didn't care. I wanted to tear her apart. We rolled over and over, punching and clawing at each other. I tried to use my enhanced strength to pin her down, but she was too quick and dexterous. I managed to hit her in the stomach, but she simply grabbed my arm and threw me across the campground. I slammed into the side of an RV, which sent it rolling. The impact knocked all the wind out of me and left me stunned for a moment. I lay there in pain, unable to move while Irene walked over to me. "You should have stayed in your cabin. You pathetic little Watcher," she screamed. I rolled onto my back and wiped the blood from my mouth as I watched her approach. "I'm going to enjoy ripping you apart," she said. "Not if I can help it," I growled. I rose to my knees and let out a defiant roar. "I'm going to end you, Irene," I said. She laughed. She laughed. "Do you know how many Watchers before you thought that?" she taunted. "Maybe I'll be the first to actually do it," I said. "Won't be the last. I've been killing Watchers since before you were born, and I'll continue to kill them until my power is absolute," she said. "Not today," I promised. I didn't have to wait very long to test my words. Irene charged at me, and with one fluid motion, I grabbed her by the neck and flung her to my right. She smashed into a picnic table. The force of the impact knocked the entire thing over, spilling food and drinks everywhere. Irene let out a scream of anger and frustration as she scrambled to her feet. She picked up the picnic table and threw it at me. I used my enhanced strength to leap out of the way, but the table splintered and cracked against the side of an RV. I turned to see Irene charging at me again. I sidestepped her attack and punched her in the stomach. She grunted and doubled over, falling to her knees. I kicked her in the face, sending her crashing backward. Irene got to her feet and charged at me once more, swinging the broken remains of the picnic table around like a weapon. I ducked under it and kicked her in the chest, slamming her back into a tree. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Irene struggled to get to her feet. "You won't kill me. You'll never be able to kill me," she said. I could tell she really was starting to doubt that. "You're wrong. We both know I can," I said. Irene finally was able to stand up. She brought the broken remains of the picnic table around like a shield. "Come on then, Watcher. Let's finish this." I lunged forward, my hands outstretched. I slammed them into the wooden railing of the picnic table, shattering it and knocking Irene to the ground. I grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up off the ground. "You will pay for everything you've done, every life you took," I growled. "You'll never kill us all," she spat in my face. "More of you humans join us every day," she began laughing. I gripped her head and twisted hard. Her neck snapped like a twig, and the red light faded from her eyes. I turned to look at the chaos that was taking place in the campground behind me. I let out a primal, earth-shaking roar and tore into the last of Irene's group. My rage was so powerful that the ground shook and trees toppled. The sound of metal screaming in protest echoed throughout the night as I fought. It was beautiful. I lost track of time as I killed each and every one of them, leaving no survivors. They had made their choice, and now they would suffer the consequences. The carnage was horrible, and I hadn't even reached Hungry Horse yet. I tore the last of the group apart as I reached the town, and as I did, the sun finally started to rise, and the residents of Irene's town were already up and about. They were in for a surprise. I started at the diner, tearing the door off the hinges and slaughtering every last resident inside. I stormed through town, destroying anything that got in my way. I moved quickly and efficiently, tearing through a row of houses, smashing through walls and breaking furniture. The citizens were panicked. They were running everywhere trying to escape, only to find themselves trapped in the middle of my rampage. I heard the screams and cries of terror as I destroyed the town, and soon it was done. I had slaughtered everyone who lived there, and I was left standing in the center of a pile of dead bodies. It was over. Irene had failed. The people of her town were gone. I grinned and called Dr. Oxblood. He would definitely enjoy hearing about this. "Good job, Samuel. I heard it was quite the show. I wish I'd been there to witness it," Oxblood said. "It was incredible." "I don't think I'll ever forget it," I replied. "Excellent work, Samuel. Your work here is done. Go home and take some time to rest. There will be more blood to spill soon enough. These towns aren't the only weird thing about national parks," Oxblood said. "Understood," I said. "I'll contact you when I need you again," Oxblood added. I hung up the phone and closed my eyes. What was next? I couldn't wait to find out. I'll let you guys know when I encounter other anomalies. Thanks for all the advice. I work as a ranger in one of the most haunted parks in America. When I graduated high school, I had few options. No money for college and no trades or skills. But the national forest nearby was desperate for park rangers and willing to hire immediately. Little did I know what I was getting into when I accepted the job. This all occurred a few years ago, and it made me seriously reconsider my line of work. The first week I was there, I came across a cabin that was not on any map. It nearly blended in with the pines and oaks around it, being made of logs stacked on each other with no windows and only a single door. I circled around it, disturbed by what appeared to be drops of blood emanating out from the door in a fan-like pattern, but I disregarded it, assuming this must be some hunter's cabin and that the blood was likely from a deer. I opened the door and, to my horror, found the blood was not from a deer at all. There were multiple human corpses hanging from the ceiling, some cut down the middle with their guts taken out, as if done by a hunter prepping a buck. The floor was covered in what appeared to be human skin, stretched out into a macabre carpet in front of the fireplace. On the table were cups made from human skulls, and the smell was so overwhelmingly rotten, that I immediately turned to the side and vomited up my late lunch. As I composed myself and looked back inside, I realized with growing horror that the madman who had done all this was sitting in a chair with a shotgun in his mouth. His eyes followed me as I sprinted away, and I heard the gun go off a couple seconds later. I hid behind a tree, 100 feet or so from the cabin, shakily raising my walkie-talkie to my trembling lips. "Hello," I said, my voice shaking badly. "I need immediate backup on the deer trail behind the graffitied rock on Windermere Lake. We have multiple fatalities by homicide, I repeat. Multiple fatalities, and I believe we may also have a suicide. We need police in the area as soon as possible." A voice came in over the radio. "Get out of there, Ranger," hissed a deep, guttural voice. "Get out of there and never come back. That cabin is for the sinners, those who worship the dead stars, those who have offered their lives to the ancient ones." The walkie-talkie then stopped working and turned into pure static, but I heard the same voice approaching from behind me. I frantically reached into my pocket for my bear mace and folding knife. The bear mace seemed like such a pitiful tool as I held it in my hand and heard someone drawing closer, dragging their legs through the twigs and leaves on the autumn forest floor. Now, I heard the same voice, but instead of coming through my walkie-talkie, it was coming from directly in front of me. "You are not one who sees the lights from the dying stars, or one who would trade your life for the knowledge of that light. So run while you still have the chance." Behind the tree, I saw the man who had killed himself approaching. The entire top of his head was gone, though his jaw and lips were still intact. Blood poured from out of his nose and covered his eyes like red tears. It was impossible that he could still be alive, less likely walking and talking like he was. But he stood there 10 feet away in his camo jacket and khakis, looking paler than a maggot writhing in the sunlight. As I watched him shaking with horror and unintentionally dropping my walkie-talkie, he fell to the forest floor and ceased moving, turning back into a regular faceless corpse. My walkie-talkie started working normally again, and I immediately called the crime scene into the ranger station. They had SWAT and helicopters on the way within minutes, and I vacated the premises as fast as possible. And that was just my first week. Things got a lot weirder after that. His name was Ron Gutierrez. The head ranger, Antonio Brown, told me later in his office. A multiple felon, convicted sex offender, disappeared from parole a couple months ago. I think the feds put out a warrant for him, interstate evasion or something, but it didn't do any good. He was never suspected of murder, at least as far as the state troopers seemed to think, but clearly our old buddy Ron was up to a lot more than the police thought. There were parts of at least 4 bodies in that cabin you found. He shook his head in disgust, his large mustache and huge belly making him look like an agitated walrus as he did so. "This is going to be a media fiasco. I can tell you that right now. I seriously doubt 4 is the final number of his victim tally. That means the FBI will be arriving too, as is usual protocol with serial killer investigations. They're going to want to see if there were more victims from other states." "I just want to go home," I said, and it was true. I hadn't slept the night before, and I kept seeing the dead man's face hovering before me in the dark. And I wondered about that voice, that horrible voice. Was it a delusion or stress? It had to be. "Listen, Cal," the head ranger said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I feel for you. I really do. But we're understaffed, as you know. I can give you the rest of today off, but I need you back tomorrow. Don't let stuff like this ride you. Just forget it. Go have a beer or shoot some guns or whatever you do to blow off steam. But don't let that madman ruin your life too. He already ruined enough others." "Thanks, Antonio," I said, forming a feeble smile. My stomach hurt, and my heart was racing, and I just wanted to go home and lay down. I had no idea at the time, but things were about to get much, much worse. I went home and turned off the lights and lay down in the dark. The sun was still out, but I had the thick curtains closed. My wife came home from work a couple hours later, and found me staring at the ceiling. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded. If I started going crazy, I asked her, "Would you want to know?" She smiled, amused. "Yeah, sure," she said. "I'm hoping I'd be the first person you'd tell." "Why? Is there something you want to tell me?" "Nope," I said, laughing a little. She always cheered me up. I fell asleep soon after and awoke to a ringing telephone in the dark room by myself. "Hello," I said, rising. "Cal, this is Antonio," he said. "The police are on their way. Now listen. I'm here with the FBI, and they found evidence. Well, they think our buddy Ron had an accomplice. Maybe more than one. I don't know. Are you okay?" "Hold on," I said, dropping the phone quickly. I got to my feet, a surge of adrenaline waking me fully as his words sunk into my consciousness. "Stacy!" I cried, moving from room to room. I got no reply. "Are you here? Please answer me. Now." The house stayed as silent as a corpse. As I got downstairs, I found the front door wide open, the light from the street lamps flooding inside. But my wife was nowhere to be found. She was gone. I ran out the door as sirens and flashing lights covered the streets. Police swarmed the area with their guns drawn, telling me to put my hands up and walk forward slowly. They found no trace of the kidnappers or of my wife. Soon, Antonio showed up with 2 FBI agents standing to his side. They saw me, sitting there on the curb. My head hung low, my eyes wet. The agents gave away nothing behind their sunglasses, both in black suits with clean-shaven faces and short hair. The sheriff showed up and pulled them to the side. I saw him pointing at the house and talking faster and faster, his eyes a mixture of uncertainty and fear. Clouds the color of nicotine stains passed slowly overhead, and I felt my energy draining, my mind running low. I knew I might never see my wife alive again. I might never see her dead, for that matter. The woods in the area seemed endless and vast, and many people simply disappeared, never to be found. Their bodies likely lay at the bottom of lakes or deep down in the dirt of national parks, far off the trails where the eyes of tourists wouldn't roam. "So, what do you know?" I asked them, raising my head as they approached. I dried my eyes, blinking fast, steeling myself and trying to raise my will. Well, Antonio said, "We found multiple sets of fingerprints in the cabin. Only one belonged to the dead suspect, and the victims were eliminated. At least those with fingers left, however. When we checked the footage of the park to try to find evidence relating to the crimes, we saw you pulling out and being followed." My heart stopped in my chest. I hadn't known or suspected anything at the time. They might even have someone watching me right now. But why hadn't they taken me? Why hadn't they taken me? Why hadn't they just killed me? Or at least tried to? Why just take my wife? I thought I might find out sooner than I expected. As the situation cooled down, and my wife's trail got colder by the minute, I was taken aside by Sheriff Cowles and Antonio Brown. They looked uncomfortable. Antonio massaged his walrus mustache repeatedly, a sign of anxiety I had seen before. The sheriff looked around the street, as if hoping to find my wife just randomly stumbling out of a nearby building, drunk and confused, but certainly alive. Sheriff Cowles was a skinny and unassuming man. His body showed signs of lifelong alcoholism. Burst capillaries ran along the length of tanned face, and his nose looked like a patchwork of red trails. But in his face, his dark eyes showed intelligence, and on his extremely skinny body, he proudly displayed his badge, the star looking dull and lifeless under the thick, dirty clouds that covered our town. I felt the first drops of rain hit me on the top of my head. They felt like tears, as if even the sky had started to cry to join me in my loss. "Well," Sheriff Cowles said, trying to form a smile. It failed miserably, and he went back to frowning and looking around at the houses, avoiding eye contact with me. "We have some good news, Mr. Lorenzo." I looked at him expectantly. He cleared his throat. "First, we have solid fingerprint evidence from the scene. We are almost positive the fingerprint collected nearby are not from any victims. We tried running them through state and federal databases, but he shook his head, sighing. No leads yet. Don't give up hope, though. These things take time. The car that followed you was reported stolen sometime last night. It might be a dead end, but if we can find video footage in the area, we might be able to connect the stolen car to the murders and kidnapping of your wife. We have state and federal police on that right now. Your neighbors didn't report seeing or hearing anything, at least not anyone we have interviewed yet. We're still going through, but as we get further from the house, it becomes less likely that anyone will have seen much more than a car. If that. Your neighbor across the street, however, has a doorbell camera installed, and we're currently reviewing that evidence. It's only a matter of time before we catch these scumbags, I'll tell you that. They've left far too much evidence behind. It doesn't look like a professional job. That means they'll probably make more mistakes along the way, and we'll find and use every single one to make sure your wife gets returned unharmed. I still didn't look at him, but stared blankly at the road ahead of me. The rain started falling harder. Antonio went to his car, grabbing an umbrella and standing beside me, shielding him and me from the dirty rain. It's only a matter of time, I said, until they kill my wife too. You realize that. Time is not a factor on our side. As she gets further away and the trail becomes colder, the chance of finding any part of her ever again rapidly drops to zero. You're right, Antonio said, moving his huge body closer to me as lightning and thunder started. Echoing booms spread across the street. Many of the agents and police went to their cars for umbrellas or went inside the house. Any trace evidence on the street or lawn would wash away to nothing after a few minutes of this. Most likely, it already had. Why do you think we're all here? We're doing everything we can to keep the trail hot. Do you have any ideas? Any ideas at all? Don't be afraid to tell us. Nothing is too outlandish. Hell, I'd call up a psychic if I actually thought it might help us find her. I thought maybe we could try using you as bait, Sheriff Cowell said. If they followed you once, perhaps they'll do it again. I nodded. That's a good idea, I said. It's worth a shot. But I think we need to go back to the park where this all started. That's where we will find the answers. And as the police work wound its way forward through bureaucracy and uncertainty, we ultimately did go back to the park. Sheriff Cowell stayed at the site for a while, stating he couldn't leave just yet. I gave him my cell phone number and the number for the ranger station at the park and told him to call me if he figured out anything. He promised he would and shook my hand, the thin bones of his long fingers wrapping around my palm as I stared into his bleary eyes. He didn't stare back, but looked away quickly. Though this happened years ago, I still remember how he refused to look me in the face, and to this day, I wonder how much he really knew. Certainly, in hindsight, it was far more than he let on at the time. Antonio called up a few rangers, explaining the situation and asking them if they would help. They readily agreed, and he said he would pay them overtime for their help. Within half an hour, we had 5 rangers at the station, all armed with shotguns and rifles from the armory. We couldn't exactly close the whole park, which ranged over 200 square miles and included campgrounds and nature reserves, but the area near the cabin had been sealed off and manned by police. Antonio explained the situation as quickly as he could. The other rangers looked at me with eyes of sadness, and some tried to avoid looking at me altogether. I kept seeing my wife in my mind, her smiling face and beautiful green eyes looking like polished circles of emerald. We will break into 2 groups, Antonio said, handing me a 20-gauge shotgun and a backpack. I found water and snacks as well as some boxes of buckshot and shotgun slugs inside. I'll come with. Dean, you come with us as well. He motioned to a young ranger, extremely tall and skinny, with strange tattoos of pyramids and eyes and half-animal gods all down his arms. He usually covered them up when at work. What are we actually expecting to find? Another ranger asked. An older woman named Allie. Bodies. Lunatics. Are we looking for more cabins? The entire thing is somewhat Fuzzy, I guess. And where are the police? Shouldn't we have police escorts as well? Look, the police did a scan of the area, Antonio said, frowning slightly at her. We shouldn't find anything dangerous. We're just looking for evidence. Anything dropped, any disturbed trails in the vicinity of the cabin that the police may have missed. Drops of blood, dead or mutilated animals. I don't really know what we will find. If anything, I doubt it will be dangerous. Though, looking back on it now, a chill runs down my spine when I think about just how wrong he turned out to be. Night had started to come again, too soon. We used bright LED flashlights on the trail, speaking little through the misery of the cold rain. All of us had ponchos on, but the wind began to pick up, blowing the rain sideways and into my face and clothes. I swore under my breath, what an absolutely horrible, miserable day. Dean stayed close by my side, talking sporadically. He tried to cheer me up, talking about jokes in the news and the stock market. I mostly grunted and nodded, feeling dissociated and unreal, like I was in a dream. Then his conversation took a bizarre turn. Have you ever seen or heard? I guess heard too. Anything really weird in this park? Dean asked, looking sideways at me. He looked much younger in his uncertainty, like a teenager trying to ask for a dance with a pretty girl, but uncertain how to go about it. I sighed, realizing he would not leave me alone. Part of me also realized he had volunteered to come out here in the middle of the night, solely to help me, and that he may even end up risking his life on this mission, if things went sour. But I still felt a childish spitefulness about having to interact. Yes, I've heard some weird stuff, I said. I also saw a carpet made of human skin. I guess that qualifies as weird. It does, Dean nodded. But it's not, like, supernatural weird. I mean, have you ever seen a ghost or a demon or anything like that? I paused for a very long moment. Antonio walked in front of us, grunting and keeping his gun raised, the illumination from the flashlight attachment bouncing crazily off the trees and making the shadows of the branches look like arms, stretching out in the woods to grab whatever they could. I looked over at him. His face had a very serious expression on it, unusual for Dean, and he avoided eye contact. What is this about? I asked. Have you seen ghosts here? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Well, Dean said, looking away into the trees, shining his flashlight at nothing for good measure. I'm not sure. I definitely saw something strange during the night shift one time. I thought, at the time, maybe it was like, I don't know, a homeless guy on meth who was just really weird and crazy looking. But I was patrolling the trails for poachers and trespassers when someone just started screaming. I was nearly 5 miles away from the ranger station, in the middle of nowhere, and the trail itself was rarely traveled except by hunters. My first thought was that it was a fox or some injured animal. They can sound very human when they scream, you know. I nodded, but it followed me and kept following me as I went down the trail. I turned, trying to see what the hell it was. I called out, identifying myself as a ranger and telling them they were trespassing, that the trail was closed for the night and the police were on their way. It seemed like the person, or whatever they were, just kept screaming, as if they didn't need to breathe. I've never heard anything like it. They just didn't stop. It went on for minutes and then suddenly cut out. But ahead of me on the trail, I saw something naked. It looked kinda like a person, but their body was skin and bones, and so pale that it almost glowed. I could see every bone, every rib. Its head was down, and it just stood there with this eerie smile on their face. No hair anywhere, no eyebrows, no pubic hair, no chest hair, not even a hair on their head. Now I guess they could just shave really well every day, but your eyebrows. I mean, I don't know. People are strange, I guess. And then it raised its head, and I saw the eyes were missing. Just cut out of its face. Black sockets seemed to stare at me, as if they could still see me. I don't see how. Blood trickled from the empty sockets, and its smile widened. "Oh, Dean," it said to me, Your mother says the water is fine. Come on in, Dean. She's waiting for you. My mother died by drowning in Lake Winnipesaukee when I was 10. No one really knows about it because I don't talk about it. She hit her head on the side of the boat and fell out. My dad had been pulling donuts in the middle of the lake trying to make me laugh, and my mom just lost her balance or something, and, well, by the time they dragged her body out, she didn't look like my mom anymore. Blue lips and swollen skin, and the fishes had started to nip at her and tear her apart. Now, how could this random guy in the middle of the woods with no eyes have known and be waiting for me? And after he said it, he ran towards me. I immediately reached for my bear mace, then realized it might not work so well on someone without eyes, though I guess if I got it in his mouth and nose, he would still drop. But I turned to run, and a few seconds later I looked back, and he was gone. Dean shuddered. That was one of the worst experiences of my life. I checked my back every couple seconds on the way to the station, and I called on the walkie-talkie for help. But I just got static and screams back. And I swear, I was totally sober when it happened. I hadn't even had a beer in over a week. It really happened. There's something in these woods, something strange and inhuman. I nodded, about to respond when we heard the first skittering of footsteps from behind us. I stopped, motioning to Dean. He whispered something to Antonio. I saw Antonio's sweaty face glancing back and forth, looking down the trail with wide eyes. Then I heard it again, the snapping of a twig, the slight rustling of brush. "Identify yourselves," I yelled. "We are park rangers, and this is a police investigation. You are currently trespassing in a restricted area. This area is closed until the state agency clears it for reopening. If you identify yourselves and leave the area immediately, you won't be in any trouble." I waited. Nothing happened at first. Then a soft, low chuckling started from the darkness. My shotgun had a flashlight attachment, and I shone the bright LED light in the direction of the laughter. From behind the bushes, I saw the flash of an inhuman hand. The fingers looked crooked and far too long, the skin blackened and covered with weeping sores. Then it withdrew into the brush, and more laughter started from all sides of the trail. "You are not at home, Rangers," a mocking voice said. "This is our home now. You are trespassing on holy ground. The penalty for that is death." Antonio raised his rifle, screaming at the voice. "Come on and try it, bastard," he yelled, his face flushed and his large body quivering with rage and fear. "You maniacs are due for a lesson in what happens to people who mess with rangers." The laughter grew louder, more intense, and figures started to come out of the shadows and bushes, stepping out from behind trees and appearing from the huge rocks standing all over the park. All had the same blackened skin and thin, long limbs. They looked like demons who had stepped out of hell, and perhaps they were. Without hesitation, I opened fire, and they ran forwards, hissing and shrieking, their naked, sickly bodies and fire-blackened skin approaching closer with every moment. I saw the chest explode on the nearest figure, a tall, emaciated creature with bloody red eyes. The film of blood seemed about to overflow and fall down his face as tears, but it never did. The eyes of the others looked the same, and in the beams of the overly bright LED flashlights, they almost seemed to glow and shimmer. I could see the vague silhouette of pupils beneath the blood. Though this happened years ago, I still remember the way they looked. The superhuman speed of these abominations, the flakes that fell off their crisp, destroyed skin in the pale moonlight and the much brighter lights of our flashlight beams. Their emaciated, scorched bodies moved in a blur, surrounding and rushing us. The gunshots broke the stillness of the woods, and everything seemed to devolve into chaos within seconds. In the moment, I felt a wave of calmness come over me. I could see us being surrounded, see the rounds taking down the first line of blackened creatures, but I felt at peace. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. I aimed the shotgun again and again at center mass, blowing apart their chests and stomachs with shotgun slugs. and none of them rose. Blue blood spurted from their wounds. It had the hue of a dark Arctic ocean, frozen and endless. The dark blue fluids soaked into their burnt skin as they lay on the ground, gasping and dying, clenching and unclenching their twisted fingers with endless gurgling screams. But we were 5 against many, hopelessly outnumbered. Whatever these things were, they seemed to have no fear. They kept coming, running at us, and I had to reload. With practiced ease, my fingers yanked slugs from my bulging pockets, slamming them into the shotgun. Most of the other rangers had also run out of ammo. I saw a couple dozen blackened bodies laying across the trail and the forest, some of them dead, others dying or seizing, kicking their strangely long and crooked feet again and again, like a child throwing a tantrum. Soon they had started to reach us, and I saw them grab Antonio, heaving his massive body across the trail and throwing him to the ground. Others saw the opportunity and leapt towards him, their fangs gleaming in the artificial light. They began to bite at his face and neck. "Get away from him!" I screamed, slamming the last slug into the gun and running forwards. I began firing, but in my excitement, the first shot went high and blew apart a tree, sending chunks of bark and splinters in every direction. The next one hit the creature that bent over Antonio's neck, entering the back of its head and continuing down towards the forest floor. The shot missed Antonio himself by only a foot or so, but it had to be done. I had no better angle to fire from at the time. The creature fell over Antonio, but another one bent over his chest, and I saw with horror that he had bitten a chunk from Antonio's shoulder and now sucked out the spurting blood, sighing in pleasure and grinning. It looked up at me for a moment, blood staining its teeth red, its liquid eyes emanating hatred and hunger towards me. I shot it in the neck, and the blue blood of its body mixed with the red of its feast, giving a technicolor hue to the life fluids that leaked out of its broken, dying body. I kicked the creatures off of Antonio. They felt surprisingly light, like lifting the body of a child. Though they were taller than any man in our group, their emaciated bodies didn't seem to have an ounce of fat, as if they had been starved for weeks and then released to feed on whatever they found. The last ranger in our group, a new and very young-looking man by the name of Roger, ran past, shooting at something in the forest, hollering and laughing. I registered it for a moment, then a scream took me back to the present. Dean shrieked at me, "Behind you!" I spun, finding 3 more of the creatures standing there, blue saliva foaming from their mouths. Their sharp teeth gnashed at the air, tasting the meat that stood in front of them before it had even entered their mouth. And they rushed at me at once. I fired 3 times and hit 2 of them in the head. The third shot went high, and then the creature was on me, knocking me to the ground. I knew I had no more shells in my shotgun by this point, having fired all 6 rounds. I held onto the shotgun and tried to use it as a weapon. Turning it sideways, I used it like a club, forcing it against the creature's thin, long neck. Its head came down towards my face, snapping and breathing rotten fumes into my mouth. I tasted its saliva as it dripped down onto my lips, a taste like rancid meat and chemicals. I spat, pushing with all my strength, but it continued to get closer, until its face and its many sharp fangs stood only a fraction of an inch from my own. We looked into each other's eyes, like infatuated lovers, but I knew the only thing this creature loved in me was my flesh, which it would rip apart as I lay there, screaming and pleading for death. As my strength failed, and the creature's face lunged forward, opening its maw wide, its head exploded, sending a waterfall of cerulean blood pouring down over my mouth and nose. I felt pieces of its skin stuck to mine, and soon I held only a lifeless corpse by the neck with my shotgun. Spitting and retching, I rolled to my side, wiping my eyes with my jacket sleeve. I looked up and saw Dean standing there, a black 30-06 Remington in his hands. He smiled at me and gave me his hand. "Damn," I said, spitting on the ground and nearly throwing up as I tasted the blood at the back of my throat. "I guess you could have waited longer, Dean." He shrugged. "They're gone," he said, showing me the bodies of a few dozen blackened monstrosities laying on the ground. "The rest of them fled into the woods. I doubt that's the last we will see of them, though. And I would have shot it sooner, but Allie had one on her back. Literally, it jumped on her like it wanted a piggyback ride. And it bit into her shoulder and sucked some of her blood. I took that one out, and yours as quickly as I could. Then I remembered Antonio. Where's Antonio?" I asked, goosebumps rising on my skin. "Is he?" "He's still alive," Dean said, his smile fading. He pointed to Antonio on the ground. Allie stood by his side, applying pressure to the gaping wound on his shoulder. I could see pieces of his bone through it. His right ear was gone, and he had blood pouring from a scalp wound. He breathed fast, raising and lowering his arms and calling out for his wife. Allie calmed him. "We're getting you help," she said. "You're going to be okay. It doesn't look like any major blood vessels got severed. Thank God." "How the hell are we supposed to get him out of here?" I asked. I tried my walkie-talkie, remembering Dean's story about how his had failed at the critical moment when he needed help. But this time, it worked. I heard the voice of a female ranger come through, and it sounded like an angel to me in that time of desperation. "Antonio Brown, the head ranger, is seriously injured," I said. "We need an immediate medical evac. We are on the Loggerhead Trail, right before it meets the Angel Trace Mountain Circuit." There was a long pause. "I'm sorry to tell you, but there is nowhere to land any sort of helicopter in that area," she said. "I think you already knew that, though. The best chance to get him out of there quickly is with an ATV, with an attached trailer. But that's going to be a bumpy ride. Is he critically injured, do you think, or—" "Look, I'm not a doctor," I said, "but he has blood all over him. He's missing an ear and a piece of his shoulder, and he has a massive scalp laceration. Allie doesn't seem to think he has any arteries severed, but she isn't exactly a doctor either. And what about everyone else? I've already called in the paramedics. They're on their way. Another ranger is setting up the ATV attachment with blankets for Antonio, so we can pull him out of there to safety. Are there any other injuries?" I looked at Allie with her bleeding shoulder. I had a few scrapes and cuts on me, but considering the circumstances, I considered those nothing at all. Dean looked totally fine, as if he had just stepped out of the ranger's station to go on a moonlit stroll. Then I looked around, lowering the walkie-talkie suddenly. "Where is the new guy?" I asked loudly. They all turned to me, even Antonio. We had 5 people. We had Roger, that young ranger, in the back. "Where the hell is he?" Dean shrugged. "Maybe he ran off when the fighting started," he asked helpfully. "I mean, he didn't exactly sign up for this. I don't think most people would want to start a new job like this, to be honest." "No," Allie said, frowning. "He was next to me when the attack started. I saw him shooting. He had a 12-gauge Mossberg. It was so loud every time he fired it, my ears were ringing. And then," she shook her head, "by the time that thing jumped on me, he wasn't here. Maybe he got dragged away. God, I hope not. I hope he just ran back to the station." "Calvin?" the ranger asked on the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Did we lose you?" I raised it to my lips, hesitantly. "I'm not sure how to say this," I said, "but I think Roger may be gone. I don't even know if he is still alive. You should call the police and get some search helicopters going." I didn't add, however, that the chances of any helicopter finding him, alive or dead, were slim. If those creatures had dragged him off, we might find bones stripped of flesh, or maybe more likely, nothing at all. "This was a total shit show," I said, once we were back at the station. A Lifestar helicopter had taken Antonio and Allie to the hospital to be stitched up and given shots for rabies and infection. I didn't really know Roger, as he was always quiet and had just started a couple weeks ago, but I felt a sense of guilt for him as well. Dean came towards me, putting his hand on my shoulder. "We can't give up," he said. "Your wife may still be alive." I nodded, staring off through the window at the dark forest outside. "I'm going back," I said, "tonight." I don't have time to waste. I'll take a different trail. If my wife is alive, then the way to find her is out there. I know it. I think it's at that cabin." "Aren't there police guarding the cabin?" he asked. I nodded. "So they say," I said bitterly. "I'm going." "I'll come with you," he said, looking determinedly at me. "Why in the world would you want to come with me? You realize I'll probably die, right?" He shrugged. "I'm not so sure of that," he said. "But maybe. We could all die tonight, I guess. I'm still coming, though. And let's bring more guns this time." I nodded, smiling slightly. We went to the armory. I still had my 20-gauge shotgun and my backpack with slugs and shells inside. I also grabbed 2 pistols, a Ruger Super Red Hawk and a Smith & Wesson Model 500. Dean grabbed a Judge, a pistol that fires shotgun shells, and a .50 caliber Action Express. We filled our packs with more ammo, strapping the pistols to our belts. It all felt extremely heavy to me, and I knew it would slow us down. But I didn't want to risk running out of bullets so fast this time. We also each grabbed a large Bowie knife, strapping the sheaths next to the pistols. I put a few bottles of water in my pack, giving a few to Dean, and threw in some peanut butter and crackers for good measure. I wasn't expecting to be out long after all. We set off, the night seeming darker than ever. Mostly we walked in silence, listening to the chirping of bugs. My light illuminated an owl that flew down in the middle of the trail, looked at both of us with disdain, then flew off again. "You know, owls are omens in many cultures," Dean said. "Omens of what?" I asked, genuinely curious. He shrugged. "Depends, I guess. In Asia, sometimes they signify good fortune and luck, but the Native Americans and others often thought of them as omens of death or bad luck." "Great," I said, frowning. "Well, I don't believe in that crap anyways. I make my own luck." He laughed. "That's a good mindset," he said. "If only it were true." We got to the cabin in good time. Other than the owl, we saw nothing on the way. The forest seemed silent and sleeping, or perhaps just watching, wondering what we would do next. I saw the windowless cabin ahead standing aloof in the silent dark night. It looked eerie, the door standing open, as if beckoning us inside. Splatters of dark, dried blood still showed on the threshold, and the front of the door contrasting heavily with the white wood in the light. "Isn't there supposed to be police protection?" I asked, confused. "I thought they had a cop out here or something." "That's what they told me," Dean said, frowning. He raised his gun, walking forward slowly. "This is the park ranger, Dean, identifying myself," he yelled loudly. "Do not shoot. I repeat, we work for the park. Please respond if you can hear me." The echoes faded into the trees, but I heard nothing. I walked side by side with Dean, then started sprinting forwards towards the open door. Something was wrong, and I knew it. I peered inside and saw the body of a police officer crucified against the wall. Large nails were driven through his wrists, drops of fresh blood still falling quietly to the wooden floor below. His eyelids were missing, cut or bitten off, giving him a look of perpetual surprise and terror. He had been disemboweled, his intestines hanging down like the leaves of a weeping willow. And from behind us, I heard laughter. Turning around, I saw Roger, the new ranger, dressed in a black robe and surrounded by dozens of the thin, emaciated creatures. He smiled, his boyish blue eyes turning cold and insane as he showed all his teeth. My friends, you have come back," he said. "Thank you for that. My creatures need to feed, and your bodies will make delicious meals for them." "Why are you doing this?" I asked him, stepping back and slowly flicking the safety off my shotgun with my pointer finger. "And where's Stacy?" Roger laughed. "Your wife is somewhere safe, I can assure you," he said, his face a mask of insanity and evil. "She is being transformed. She is becoming something more than human, greater than humanity ever imagined. With my help, she will live forever. Would you like to join her?" "I'd rather die," I said, raising my shotgun and pointing it at his head. He smiled. "If you kill me, your wife will die, I assure you." Roger said, pushing his blonde hair to the side. "She will die slowly, probably starving. She is in a place no one will ever find her. Only I know where she is being held. But it is your choice. Do we not all have free will?" The creatures around him stood as still as statues, each of their blood-red eyes focused directly on me. If I hadn't seen them move earlier, I might have thought they were simply grotesque Halloween decorations. They didn't even seem to breathe. And then I realized perhaps they didn't. "What are these things?" I said, pointing to the blackened, emaciated bodies that surrounded him. "Some sort of black magic," he shrugged. "Black magic is just a word, my friend," he said. "There is no such thing as white or black magic. There is only power and those with the will to change the world. As a great man once said, 'Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.'" I shook my head. "I have no idea what that means," I said. "Do what thou wilt," he said, his eyes blazing with intensity now. "Do what you will. When God created the universe, in his infinite energy and power, he willed it to be. In the space of a moment, it came out of the void. I, too, have a will. We are made in his image, after all. And my will has been honed and intensified until soon I will approach the power of the angels and one day even of God himself." "So, what's your actual plan here?" I asked. "You want to create a race of monsters that goes around killing anyone they want at random. You want to kidnap innocent people and subject them to God knows what kind of horrors, all because of your will." "Yes, exactly," he said, his voice raising in excitement, a fanatical gleam shining in his eyes. "And I make myself the ruler of all, starting with this infinitesimal state and moving on to the country and, eventually, the world. Can you imagine what we could accomplish without nationalism separating people into competing groups, without countries constantly fighting over resources? What if we had a leader with a true vision, one who could unify everyone and help to push humanity towards the next stage of its evolution, perhaps even towards colonizing the rest of the galaxies? But it all starts here, with you and me. So I'll ask you, would you join me?" I looked over at Dean, who stood close to me, looking pale and terrified. His eyes flicked from Roger to me, as if he were watching a sports game rather than an insane spectacle of death and black magic. "I'd rather die," I said, my heart pounding in my chest, my mouth going dry. Roger's face turned into a mask of fury as he screamed for his minions to attack. I fired the shotgun, but they swarmed in front of him, and the slug hit one of the burnt abominations in the chest instead. I swore, turning to run into the cabin. "Dean, let's go," I screamed at the top of my lungs. I looked back and saw him standing there, shell-shocked and vacant-looking. "Dean," I said again, and his head snapped towards me. He began sprinting as the creatures closed in around him. I had already reached the cabin door and waited for him, breathing fast. I raised the shotgun and shot one of the creatures only a few feet behind Dean. The slug broke through its leg, sending splinters of bone and blue blood spurting into the earth below. Roger screamed in rage behind us, an incomprehensible roar of fury and madness. As if on cue, the creature started screaming too, a shrill, maddening sound like someone being burned alive. They didn't seem to need to breathe, and the screaming went on for an inhuman length of time. I pulled Dean into the cabin quickly, slamming the door shut. A blood-stained padlock hung from a nail on the left side of the door. Looking quickly down, I saw a metal ring connecting the door to the wall. I pushed all my body weight against the door and took the open padlock in my hands, feeling the cold metal and the sticky, congealed blood. A sense of revulsion and horror overtook me, but I brushed it aside. With fumbling fingers, I slipped the padlock shackle through the door's ring, but at that moment, a creature smashed into the other side, sending me sprawling on the ground. My shotgun went flying, sliding across the rough planks of the blood-stained floor and stopping beneath the crucified body of the cop. His intestines swayed back and forth from the force of the gun. The door flew open, and I saw the leering faces and the red, bloody eyes of the abominations as they stared in, dripping long strands of saliva onto the dirt below. "Kill them all!" Roger shrieked in an insane voice, and the creatures rushed in. Dean began shooting, and I pulled out both my pistols, pressing the thumb levers on the holsters and releasing them. I started shooting madly, and their screams turned from fury to pain as they fell on the floor, their blue blood mixing with the red, coagulated stains below them. Within seconds, we had blocked the door with bodies. The cabin was small, barely even a room, though the wood was strong and fairly new, totally free from rot or holes. The only way in and out was through the door. With the narrow doorway blocked by a dozen blackened corpses, the rest of the creatures behind them tried to push through, but made no progress. One tried climbing over the pile of corpses, and I shot it in the head as soon as it peeked through. The rest didn't follow his example. I heard their high-pitched whines and screams outside, and Roger's much deeper one bellowing orders. "Get some dry leaves, twigs, and logs," he said. "If they won't come out, we'll burn them out. No witnesses, no loose ends." He said this last part as if to himself, his voice slowing down and becoming reflective, almost meditative in its quality. I turned to Dean, terrified and exasperated. His face reflected the emotions I felt. I regretted ever coming out here. We would most likely die, and my wife would be left in the hands of that psychopath outside, unless the police made some sort of unlikely break in the case and found her. "Well, Dean," I said slowly and sadly, "I think this is the end, unless you have any plans." "I sure don't. I guess we could start moving the corpses and try to fight our way out." "That's probably what we'll have to do." Dean shrugged, his movements apathetic. He looked as if he also had given up hope. And then a miracle occurred. I heard a voice I had not heard in what seemed like eternity. It was the voice I had heard through my walkie-talkies, the one talking about dead stars. What had he said to me? As if in a flash, my subconscious repeated the strange words I had heard. I remembered as if I were there, as if I had gone back in time and stood in the woods, calling for help with a mutilated corpse walking up behind me. "Get out of there and never come back. That cabin is for the sinners, those who worship the dead stars, those who have offered their lives to the Ancient Ones." The Ancient Ones. Yes, that is what he or it had said. That stuck with me for some reason. I thought of Roger and his bizarre ideas on will. It reminded me of Hitler. Hadn't they made a movie about him called The Triumph of the Will? Roger clearly had an obsession with the power of the will. In fact, I thought perhaps his obsession had come from black magic and Aleister Crowley, but I couldn't be sure. These thoughts all flashed through my head in a fraction of a second, and I thought, for a moment, I understood something ineffable, some way out of this madness. But then it was gone, and I was just a scared man, sitting in a blood-soaked cabin, listening to an otherworldly voice. "You and your cult have trespassed on holy ground," the voice said, booming and godlike. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from all around me and even inside the cabin itself. It shook the ground and sent the crucified body of the police officer swaying again, his disemboweled intestines slowly moving from side to side. "You have committed horrors and disrupted the peace of the dead. You and your creatures are doomed. You have no power over me," Roger said, his voice seeming faint and almost childlike in comparison to the voice of the other. "Come out here and try it. Don't hide. Let's see your true form." The voice laughed. Dean began moving some of the corpses, trying to look out the door. I got up and went to his side. I saw the creatures surrounding the cabin had gone. They stood in a circle around Roger. His white face was the only color, a contrast to the blackened bodies of his minions and the jet-black robes that he wore. He looked like a dead star in infinite space, his skin lifeless and pale. "The ancient ones use you as a puppet," the voice said. I peered around and saw Dean doing the same, but I could find no source for it. "I too have an army, but mine are not drawn from the dead or the despicable art of necromancy. I use the forest and its many secrets. And who do you think is the stronger, the dead, or those with a connection to the living and breathing holy ground of this place?" Roger's eyes widened as hundreds of animals came out of the woods, a stampede of fur and feathers. I saw bears rushing in the front on all fours, approaching the emaciated, blackened victims of Roger and standing on their back legs, roaring and clawing. They swiped at their chests and faces, leaving deep gouges before lunging for their throats and with a quick side-to-side motion, ripping the heads clean off. Roger turned and began to run, his remaining minions following suit. The animals chased after them, and within a minute, everything had started to go silent again. We kept pulling bodies out of the doorway, and by the time we got outside, no one was left, except for some of the corpses of the monsters. We made it back to the cabin in record time, moving quickly with guns drawn. I saw police cars and FBI agents everywhere, and they started moving into the woods with searchlights and dogs. Antonio Brown was back, bandaged up and looking haggard and pale, but otherwise okay. He came up to me and Dean. "We know it was Roger. We're looking for him now," he said. "The FBI and state police just searched all known properties associated with him. We found the blood of your wife, Calvin. I'm sorry. We didn't find a body, but it's a lot of blood. Too much for someone to lose and survive." His words stunned me into silence. I had held on to the glimmer of hope that Stacy was alive, that we would just need to capture Roger, and then we could find out where she was held prisoner. I started shaking and almost collapsed, but Dean caught me. He pulled me over to a bench and sat me down. "Take a minute," he said. "Just breathe." I sat there for what seemed like hours, watching the police and FBI agents pass by, going into and out of the woods. After a few hours, a team came back. Antonio was outside, talking to the police chief of the town. The team went up to him. "We found the body of Roger Gray," the police officer in charge said. "It looks like an animal attack. There were all sorts of blackened corpses around him. We don't really know what they are. It looks like he dug them out of a graveyard and burned them, for some reason. The whole scene is, well, it's bizarre. We don't know what to make of it. There were no animals around when we went, but the tracks look like hundreds of bears, deer, owls, crows, and others passed right through there and attacked him." He shook his head. "I swear this job gets weirder and weirder every day." I went home that night. Everywhere I looked, I saw traces of Stacy. In the bedsheets she had chosen, the pictures she hung on the wall, even the dishes she had washed a couple days ago, which seemed like years ago now. Little did I know, but I would see her again. My insomnia got worse after that night with Roger and the strange voice in the woods. I had always had trouble sleeping, but now I didn't sleep at all. I would sit up night after night, drinking scotch, and watching the 24-hour news channel, or just sit there and stare out the window. And then, after a week, I saw something strange. It was Stacy, my wife. I would have recognized her anywhere, but at the same time, it wasn't her. She had the same eyes, yes, the same hair, even the same clothes as the last time I had seen her. But now, she was covered in blood and dragged one leg behind her, weeping and gnashing her teeth. I saw her lunge down and grab a raccoon from next to the garbage, biting its neck as it squealed and thrashed in her arms. After a few seconds, its thrashing died down and then stopped. She sucked the blood into her open mouth, her eyes shutting in pleasure. Then she dropped it, turned to me, and smiled. I couldn't believe my eyes. I ran outside, but by the time I got there, she was gone. Only a dead raccoon with its neck broken remained at my feet. I took a leave of absence from work and began to search the woods. It was the only place I could think of, the forest where all this strangeness had begun. My intuition guided me, and my heart told me that if I was going to find Stacy, or what was left of her, it would be in that forest. I would return home every night, disconsolate and broken-hearted. After a month of this, I returned home and turned on the news, pouring myself a shot of whiskey and sitting back in my recliner. The corpses were found in a campsite next to Windermere Lake, within the Temple National Park, the broadcaster said, and I sat straight up in my chair. That was where I worked. I knew exactly where Windermere Lake was. Hadn't I hiked it every day? The lake itself was only 3 miles from the cabin where this had all started, that cabin of horrors and blood. They apparently had their throats mutilated and the blood drained from their bodies, the broadcaster continued. Authorities are tight-lipped on the mutilations and murders, but one officer told our reporter that 8 people are now dead or missing. The governor has responded saying that they will close down the park if... I turned the TV off, getting up and going into my bedroom. I got dressed and put on my hiking shoes. After all, I now knew the reanimated corpse of my dead wife roamed the forest, attacking and killing innocent people. Roger was dead, but there was more work to do. I saw my wife's smiling face in my mind, and I remembered the way she smelled like perfume and flowers. I quickly blinked back tears and grabbed my shotgun, strapping a pistol to my waist. No matter how long it took, I would bring her down and hopefully free the forest of this evil. It's been 3 years now, and still I haven't had success. To this day, I still go out at night, roaming the trails. I've found bodies skinned alive with limbs twisted around tree branches and campers with their faces eaten off, leaving just a mask of gore and bone behind. I'll never know if they're all from Stacy or if something else lives there, but I have a mission, and I'm determined to fulfill it. I know my wife's soul has moved on and that something else has taken over Stacy's body. Whatever shell remains is just an extension of Roger's satanic magic, his necromancy and evil, and I won't stop hunting until I know she is at peace. 3 months ago, my wife and I were on our way to visit my mother-in-law, living alone far up in the White Mountains. I had been driving for 5 hours, and my wife, Betty, started saying she needed to use the bathroom and that she was starving. My full bladder agreed with her on the first issue, though I also had tried to make good time and get there before nightfall, when the street signs would become harder to read. I had never been to Betty's mother's house before, or even the county it lay in. I pulled over the car on the side of Main Street, looking down the center of the town. It had everything a small, rural American town usually had. Quaint houses with blue siding, 24-hour diners, hardware stores and tobacco shops, liquor stores and restaurants. Majestic mountains rose all around us, and the town itself was so high that I could see for miles. The air smelt clean and sweet. Everything was here, except no people, my wife said, as if reading my mind. I looked over at her, frowning. "Yeah, this is bizarre," I said. "This place looks like it was hit by the Black Death. Where is everyone?" My wife unlocked her door and got out, pulling a cigarette from her purse and lighting it. She gave the pack to me, and I took one. My wife looked pale and thin under the late afternoon sun, her black hair and dark eyes contrasting heavily with her light Irish skin. Lately, she seemed to have lost weight, but she wouldn't talk about it. Every time I asked her if anything was wrong, she said no, and I could get no more response from her than that. The fragrant Turkish tobacco of the cigarette instantly woke me up. We didn't smoke in the car, as it was brand new and had cost me over $25,000 that I didn't really have. The last thing I wanted was burn marks on the seats and ashes flying everywhere. We walked slowly down the sidewalk, looking around, searching for the slightest signs of movement. I didn't even see an animal, except for an occasional fly buzzing past on its way to eat garbage. I looked into the diner window and saw plates set out on the tables. Mold grew wild on the food, strange patches of green and red and black sprouting filaments and making the dishes unrecognizable. Next to the plates, I saw cell phones and even car and house keys. All the screens on the phones looked black, as if they had been sitting there for months. A slight layer of grime and dust had settled over everything. The door stood wide open, a cheerful sign reading, "We're open. Come in," displayed on the front. "That's gotta be a code violation," I said, pointing inside at the disgusting plates of mold and fungus. My wife laughed, but it sounded nervous and high-pitched, almost desperate in its cadence. "Listen, Betty, do you think we should, maybe, call the police or something?" She looked at me for a long moment, then sighed. "I mean, I don't know," she said. "What crime has been committed? It's just an empty town. Maybe everyone's at a funeral." Her voice raised hopefully. I laughed. "And they just abandoned their shops and restaurants with no workers and moldering food. And, by the way, there's a cop car right there," I said, pointing. It sat on 4 flat tires covered in a thick coat of dust. The tires didn't look damaged in any way. It seems they had just lost pressure over time without anyone to care for them. Looking around at the other cars, I saw most were not in much better shape. Many of them had low or no air in their tires, and their windshields were covered in dirt and grime. It looked like a junkyard in the middle of a town, a junkyard that had been abandoned. "I'm calling the cops," I said, pulling out my phone. I opened the screen and, of course, found I had no service. I tried sending a text to my mother, explaining the situation and telling her to call the authorities if she received it and send help immediately. I gave her the name of the town and the time. I figured the chances of a text going through were far better than a call, since a brief moment of service could prove sufficient to transfer the message. "Yeah, I'm not calling the cops." I shook my head. "We don't have a shred of service out here. What kind of town doesn't have service on its own main street?" "We're in the middle of the mountains," Betty said. "Who the hell knows out here?" We kept walking down the street in silence. Betty went inside a few of the shops and tried flicking on the lights or looking for a phone. The electricity was apparently as dead as the town itself. I occasionally checked my phone, finding nothing had changed. As we walked further along, I started to give up hope that help would be coming from outside. I finished my cigarette, and Betty lit another one and gave me the pack again. I sighed and took another out of the pack, lighting it and inhaling deeply. It gave me something to do at least, and it helped take my mind off the strangeness of this town. Then we came up to the police station, and I choked on the smoke as I saw what lay there before us. At first, I thought some vandal had used red spray paint to put up a bizarre slogan across the front of the station. And then I saw all the flies and smelled the copper and iron, and I realized it likely wasn't paint at all. "We follow the black sun," it said in huge letters, each of them nearly 6 feet tall and thickly painted across the windows and walls. My wife squinted at it, tilting her head in a girlish way, her black hair falling across her face. She took a long, thin hand and pushed it aside. "The Black Sun," she said. "Is that a metal band? It sounds like those Norwegian Satanists you like to listen to. What's the name?" She started walking forwards, trying to inspect the letters more closely. I put my hand on her shoulder and pulled her back with a little more force than I intended. She stumbled and gave me a dirty look. "Johnny, be careful. Damn it, you almost made me fall." "Sorry," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. "But don't get close to that. I'm fairly sure that's blood. And it might be a crime scene. You don't want to touch it or trample the area if it is." She looked at me, shocked, then glanced back at the letters, seeing the flies swarming around the coagulated, sticky mess. "Animal blood?" she asked helpfully. "Yeah, sure, I guess," I said non-committally. "Okay, let's go back to the car and get the hell out of here. I've seen enough. We need to get the cops here. Whatever is going on here, it's way beyond anything we can deal with." I turned around quickly, taking my wife's hand. She pulled away. "Don't start getting all worked up," she said. We haven't seen any indication of anything crazy, not yet. All we know is the people are somewhere, not here, and that someone vandalized the police station. I want to keep exploring." I looked at her, amazed. She pointed past me at an old-looking church built of stone, probably from the 1800s. It stood near the end of the small downtown area, next to thick clusters of evergreen trees. It had a plaque outside that I couldn't make out. The doors stood wide open, and the darkness inside seemed to beckon. For a moment, I almost agreed with Betty. I almost said that I, too, wanted to go inside that church. I think it was what the French call the call of the void. That urge to suddenly jump when standing at the edge of a cliff, or to see if a car can go 130 miles an hour on the highway when it's snowing. Then I shook my head quickly, as if awakening from a short dream. I looked back at Betty and laughed. There was no humor in it, however. "You must be crazy," I said. "I want to get the hell out of here now. There's nothing to explore. Everyone's gone, and if we keep going deeper into this, I have a feeling we'll run into something far worse than anything we've yet seen." "Okay, how about this?" she said, making a thoughtful face, putting her finger up to her chin. "Why don't you see if the cop car is unlocked, jump it with our car, and use whatever they have in it to call for help? They probably have a walkie-talkie or something connected to the state police network. If you really think we need a SWAT team here, then that's probably the quickest way." "No, let's just leave," I said, walking quickly back in the direction of our car. I saw it off in the distance, contrasting heavily with the dirty and abandoned cars surrounding it. And then, as we got close, I saw it had 4 flat tires. I started running forward, seeing the deep knife marks slicing open each of the sidewalls. "What in the hell?" I said, stopping in my tracks. I looked around the town, but still saw no trace of anyone. Why? Why would someone do this? "To stop us from leaving, obviously," my wife said, sounding unperturbed. "Look, we might be here for a while, so I'm going into that package store and grabbing a few things. Maybe some wine, and some cigarettes because someone smoked most of mine." She narrowed her eyes at me playfully. "Do you even realize what's happening right now?" I asked, my voice rising unconsciously in anger and frustration. "No, do you?" she said. "This isn't a joke," I said, feeling hot and anxious. "We're trapped here, and there's letters written in blood, and now someone slashed our tires. Do you still think we don't need the police?" She smiled at me. "You always worry too much," she said. "Just calm down for once. Don't have an anxiety attack on me. There's no cell phone service to call for help if you do, remember." That jogged something in my memory, and I looked questioningly at her. "Do you have any weapons on you?" I asked. "I have." I reached in my pockets, frowning. I pulled out a small Swiss Army knife. Its red surface looked dull from age, and even I thought it looked small and pathetic in my hand. "This," she laughed. "What are you going to do with that, kill a chipmunk?" she asked. "I mean, I think you can cut your nails with it too, if you want to use a dull, crappy pair of scissors that barely cut paper. She laughed at her own joke, then stopped when she saw the anger and fear on my face. Betty looked at me with a strange expression. It was hard to perturb her. She had always been different from me. When I was stressed about money or work or anything else, she would laugh it off and say I was too serious. But this seemed to be stretching the boundaries. I felt in my heart we were in danger, and she didn't seem to notice. "Look," she continued, sighing, "let's go get some more cigarettes and drinks and stuff, and then maybe we can take the car over to the police cruiser and jump it. Then we can call the cops and AAA too, and just sit here and wait for the cavalry to arrive," I sputtered. "This is a brand new car," I yelled. "I'm not driving it on the rims over there. That's going to destroy the rotors and could damage some other stuff." I didn't actually know anything about cars, and she knew it. "No, I think it will be fine," she said, smiling. "But I wouldn't get my Her words were cut off by a siren that started up, suddenly deafening and shrill. It seemed to vibrate the air itself, and the dead town came to life in a cacophony of noise and vibration. I saw my wife's lips moving as she tried to scream something, but I had no idea what it was. I covered my ears with my hands, which barely helped. And then, after about 10 seconds, it stopped. My ears rang, a high-pitched whine, like I had just walked into a flashbang. It went away slowly, and Betty's voice came back to me, rising from nothingness in a crescendo, until I could make out her cadence and speech again. "Into the siren," she said, her face unusually serious and drawn. The sun had started to go behind the mountains now, sending long shadows streaking across the road. Soon it would be dark, and we would likely be trapped here for the entire night. Or longer. Hiking out of here was an option, and the highway was only about 5 miles away. These thoughts passed through my mind as I saw shadows fall over Betty, before I realized I had no idea what she said. "What?" I yelled. "I said..." She rolled her eyes at this point. "We should go towards the siren. They have electricity. They probably have a landline, and maybe there's people there," she said, still speaking far too loudly. I guessed her ears were ringing as well. "Okay, you don't have to yell," I said. "I can hear you, and I don't want to attract the wrong kind of attention." She pointed at the sliced tires of my car. "We already have, Johnny," she said seriously. "Listen, I don't like this," I said. "I don't want to be trapped in some nutjob's basement a few hours from now, chained up against a wall and covered in blood, and think back on how I should have done something different. I think the safest plan is to leave this place now, right now. Let's just grab some drinks and cigarettes and whatever from the store and hike back towards the highway on the main route. Maybe we'll see someone on the walk, but we'll definitely find help on the highway." She thought about it for a fraction of a second, then nodded. "Okay, whatever," she said. "Let's go." The plan worked at first. Betty ran into the package store while I kept watch outside, looking up and down the street for any signs of movement. I saw nothing, but from the slashed tires, I assumed we were being watched. Whoever they were, they knew when we were far enough away to vandalize the car. A minute later, Betty came out with a plastic bag. I saw 9 or 10 cartons of cigarettes in it and some plastic nips of whiskey. She also had soda and some water. "I thought you were grabbing a pack of cigarettes," I said, narrowing my eyes. "10 cartons? Why do we need 10 cartons for a 5-mile hike?" "We don't need them," she said. "But, you know, they're expensive down in Connecticut. Much cheaper in this town." "Yeah, I guess you can't beat free," I said, reaching into the bag and taking out a pack. We started walking out of town in silence. I didn't even hear an animal stir. The regular buzz of the insects that chirped and squeaked throughout the White Mountains was missing here. It gave the town a supernatural eeriness, as if we had wandered into an apocalyptic wasteland, where even the crickets had died. To break the monotony, I lit a cigarette. The flick of the lighter and the soft tread of our footsteps were the only sounds we could hear for miles. As we got further down Main Street, the shops and houses started to thin out. Soon after we passed the church, both sides of the street had turned to forest, and only an occasional house or farm broke the endless trees. The downtown area couldn't be more than a quarter-mile long, but this town and the surrounding forest felt like it went on forever. "This is really spooky," Betty said, shattering the silence. I was glad for a break, though I felt eyes on me as she spoke, as if we had somehow violated the sanctity of a graveyard with laughter. "I have never experienced anything as weird as this," I said, whispering and getting close to Betty. I noticed she also spoke in a quiet voice, and she constantly glanced behind and around. She smoked a lot of cigarettes, nervously lighting one after the other, and she drank 3 of the nips on the way, chasing them down with soda. I took one myself and downed it. The burning liquid seemed to revive me somewhat and clear my head. I chugged some soda to get the taste out of my mouth. Betty had opened her mouth to say something else when the screaming erupted from all around us. The sun had long disappeared behind the mountains, and we were surrounded by thick curtains of darkness. I couldn't see more than a few feet into the forest. Betty gripped my hand tightly. "Okay, now I am really freaked out," she whispered into my ear. We had both stopped and stood, holding hands as shrieks echoed through the trees. The light breeze carried a smell that nearly made me gag, the smell of decay and blood. "Do you think it's a fox or a fisher cat or something?" I shook my head silently, then leaned close to her. "We're going to run," I said, "back towards the town. It's a lot closer." "Ready," she nodded grimly. "Go." We started sprinting away, our footsteps bouncing off the pavement far too loud. The screaming drew closer, and something broke through the outer boundary of the woods. With twigs crunching and branches snapping, I saw a silhouette emerge into the road to my left. The smell of rotting flesh seemed overwhelming now. I only saw her for a second, but I knew in that moment that she wasn't human. It looked like a woman, or at least like the corpse of one. But she was clearly alive in some form, running and shrieking, sending out wails of pure agony and horror. The eyes snapped onto me. I met them for a brief moment. Even in the dim light of the moon and the stars, I could see they were pure white, without pupils or irises. And yet they seemed to see everything, even in the deepening shadows. Long, stringy black hair ran down over her face and down her back. Papery skin hung tightly to the skull, and the mouth hung wide open, inhumanly wide, like the tendons and ligaments holding the jaw to the skull had been cut. The huge black pit of her mouth emanated those screams constantly, as if she didn't need to breathe. On the body, parts of the skin were missing. I could see the gore and bones beneath, where the thin, fragile skin had broken. Purple and black sores shone from these spots. The long, skeletal hand of the woman ended up claw-like fingers, with the nails blackened and the bones sticking out at the end of each digit. She ran fast, gaining on us. And she wasn't alone. I could see dozens more bodies breaking through the tree line now, a deafening howling emanating from them as they ran. I was breathing hard by this point. I could see the first buildings of the town up ahead. We only had to make it another 100 paces, and then we could lock ourselves in and barricade the doors and windows. I didn't dare look back, but I heard the screaming just behind me. I felt a soft swipe across my back, the sharp, bony fingers dragging across the shirt for a brief moment. It gave me another adrenaline rush, and I pushed myself forward with all of my will, feeling my heart beating far too fast in my chest. I began to feel lightheaded and see flashes of white light every time I blinked. I knew I would pass out if I had to go much farther. I hadn't gone running in over 10 years, probably since I was in high school. But I ran for my life, just the same. Betty was in better shape than me, and she had gained some ground. She glanced back as she sprinted down the middle of the dark street. I saw her point to the church. It stood just ahead, the doors already opened, as if waiting for us, as if it knew we would be back. She veered sharply to the right, and I followed close behind, panting and sweating like a madman. The doors were so close now. The shrieking behind me had been joined by a few others. With the last of my strength, I began an all-out sprint, hoping I wouldn't trip over something and go flying into a car. It would mean the end of me. Of that, I was certain. We ran through the doors into the church. I turned around and saw the creatures had gone. Their screaming cut off as soon as we had entered, and now I saw no sign of them. It was as if they had vanished. I shut the doors of the church just the same, turning a deadbolt to lock them. Betty had her phone out, turning on the flashlight app to help me see in the dark church. I would have to also check for auxiliary entrances, but it was a start just the same. And then I turned, and I saw what Betty had already noticed: the desecration of this holy place. The statue of Jesus on his cross had been broken off at the bottom of the beam, and now hung upside down from a rope that extended to the high ceiling, dozens of feet above our heads. His face had been slashed and cut, his nose and eyes now missing, and on the front of his chest, I saw a strange symbol carved deeply into the wood with what looked like blood. The sigil looked like an upside-down triangle within a larger upside-down triangle, and had lines curving out of the sides of the bottom. Connected to the lines of the larger triangle, at the bottom I saw a line curving like a J, and on the other side, another line curved like a backwards J. The lines extended outwards, curving over a V. Around the sigil sat a thick black circle. It definitely seemed magical, like something from a medieval textbook on witchcraft. "That's the sigil of Lucifer," my wife said quietly. "How do you know that?" I asked, and she shrugged. "I read a couple books on black magic when I was a teen," she said. "That one stuck with me for some reason. That symbol. It's eerie. I never forgot it." I looked over at the font at the front of the church. Instead of holy water, I saw it was filled with blood. "I guess no one's crossing themselves in here today," I said, trying to break the harsh terror that threatened to overwhelm us. Then, as Betty moved her light around, I realized we weren't alone in here. People sat in the pews, their heads bowed, silently praying. Dozens of people were in here with us, yet they made no noise, and no one turned their heads to look at us or say anything. An icy chill ran down my spine. I turned to Betty and pointed at the people. "Yeah, I see them," she whispered, and began to creep slowly forward. I took out my phone and turned on my light as well, moving silently a few feet behind her. I shone the light at the first pew of people and gasped. They all had their throats cut. A waterfall of thick, coagulated blood stained the front of their bodies. The smell hit me at once, an overwhelming odor of rotting meat and iron. I gagged, turning to retch. Betty pulled me towards the back of the church. I searched for any other entrances, locking the ancient deadbolts on the doors. We ended up going to the rectory in the back, sitting on the priest's couch. There were no bodies in here, and no smell but the musty scent of an old building and books. "Well," Betty said, turning to me, barely concealing the terror in her eyes, "it looks like we found the townspeople. Some of them, anyways." I said nothing, but instead put my phone down and sat in the darkness with her, putting my arm around her while she cried. As she wept into my shoulder, I heard the siren start up again. It sounded muffled inside the church, but still vibrated the floors and the walls all around us. I didn't know what the siren signified, but I doubted it was anything good. After all, the last time the siren had sounded, we had run into something horrible. Dozens of walking corpses with white eyes that seemed to look at us with thirst and hunger. But I had no plans. Not anymore. We were unarmed and seemed to be in a relatively safe place. My main thought was that we should hide in here until morning, when daylight arrived and made travel safer. We could always try jumping the police car, or even finding a car where the tires weren't totally flat and jumping that to drive it out of the town. I had seen dozens of car keys in the diner, and one of them had to fit with one of the more reliable cars parked on the street. If I had to, I'd drive my car on the rims as far as it would go, and then abandon it once we were outside the town limits. Anything would be better than being trapped here another night. The siren wound down again, its haunting echoes dissipating in the night. I turned to Betty, flipping my phone over to get some light. "Let's search this place," I said. "Maybe we can find a weapon. This is the priest's living quarters, I think, so that means there should at least be knives for cooking somewhere around here. If we're lucky, maybe the guy even had a gun." This was a thought I had considered already, going from house to search for guns. This was, after all, rural New Hampshire, deep in the mountains, where people liked to hunt, and where farmers would likely keep some sort of shotgun or rifle for pests. If we were armed, our chances of survival would rise exponentially. At least so I hoped. For all I knew, ammo would be as useless as a squirt gun against those things we had seen coming out of the forest. My wife wiped away her tears. Then she reached into her purse and pulled out her keychain. She dropped it into my hand. I looked at it for a moment, confused. "That black thing," she said, pointing at a small canister connected to the chain, "is pepper spray. I don't know how effective it is, and I've had it for nearly 10 years. It might not even work at this point. I don't think pepper spray really goes bad, though. It should still be able to stop someone in their tracks." "Yeah, someone, as in a human," I said. "We don't even know if those things feel pain. Their eyes." I didn't need to finish the sentence. She had seen their strange cataract eyes. She knew as well as I did that we weren't dealing with the living. I got up, sighing. I took her hand and helped her up. We grabbed our phones, and she grabbed her purse and plastic bag of goodies, lighting a cigarette with trembling fingers. It took her nearly 3 tries to get it lit. She reminded me of a Parkinson's patient in his last days. We explored the rectory area in silence, finding a small kitchen. As I suspected, it had a knife block with some long, wicked blades. I took one for myself and gave one to Betty. We went back to the rectory and searched every drawer and closet, but I could find no sign of a gun or ammo. Feeling slightly better now that I at least had a knife, we went back to the chapel. I shone my phone's light across the immense chamber, and my heart leapt into my throat. The front door stood wide open now, letting the dim moonlight stream into the nave. Even worse, the corpses were all gone. And while we were in the rectory, someone had used blood to write a message across the wall, covering the stained glass windows and aged beams in letters 5 feet tall. "The Black Sun Awakens." As I stood there, gaping, not sure what to do, Betty grabbed my arm and pointed outside the door. "Look!" she cried, a note of triumph in her voice. "Someone's coming." I saw with excitement that she was right. I felt a surge of hope rise in me so powerful that I felt lightheaded. Headlights streamed down the dark street, casting long, twisting shadows across the buildings. I grabbed her hand and we ran outside without a second thought. The car traveled slowly down Main Street, coming from the same direction we had originally come. We ran out into the middle of the road, and I started waving my arms frantically, trying to get the driver's attention. A chubby old man pulled up beside us, looking at us with suspicion and narrowing his eyes. I gestured for him to put his window down. He hesitated for a long moment, looking between me and my wife, and then lowered it 1/8 of an inch. I heard all his doors lock as he quickly pressed the button. Does anyone live here?" he asked. "I need gas. The map said there's a gas station here, supposed to be 24 hours, but there's no one inside. It doesn't look like anyone's been inside in weeks. All the food in the refrigerators has started to rot, and there's not even electricity." So, he trailed off. I didn't even know where to start. I certainly didn't want to start rambling about walking corpses and messages painted in blood. But Betty, always, my smarter and better half, thought quickly instead. "We had a massive electrical failure," she said, lying smoothly and smiling at him with her disarming charm. I saw the old man relax slightly, though he still glanced over at me with suspicion from time to time. "We really need help. Our car broke down and everyone besides us was already evacuated." "Yeah," the old man said skeptically. "Makes sense, I guess." "Okay, so you both live here," I nodded, building on the lie. "Yes, we used to, but we missed the evacuation. Can you please give us a ride just to the highway?" I said, giving him what I hoped was a neighborly smile. He frowned, the lines on his face deepening. "What's your name, friend?" he asked, not answering my question and refusing to roll down his window any more than the tiny crack he had made. "I'm Johnny Redfern, and this is my wife Betty. Please, sir, we really need your help." "How come you two didn't just walk out of here?" he asked. "The highway is only a 10-minute drive. It's not exactly around the corner, but it shouldn't take you more than a couple hours to walk it." I swore inwardly. Of course we had to get an old man who was as sharp as a tack. If he kept talking to us, he would inevitably pick up on our lies. In fact, he probably already had. The story wouldn't make much sense, especially when he kept driving and saw the messages painted in blood on the police station. And, well, I'm not saying you're being dishonest or anything, God forbid, but if people were evacuated, why are all their cars still here? Did they walk out? Did they walk out? Did they all take a bus? It sure looks like they've been here a while. I froze, not knowing what to say in response. I looked over at Betty, her pretty dark eyes narrowing with consternation as she stared at the old man. "Sir, what's your name?" she asked him pleasantly, changing her face in a moment back to the beatific and friendly smile she always used in her job as a real estate agent for difficult customers. "I'm Freddie. Freddie Mackenzie," he said. He looked like he considered rolling the window down to shake our hands, but instead he quickly looked away. "Okay, please listen to me, Freddie. Something strange is going on here. We don't know what it is. We really need your help. I'm afraid if we stay in this town any longer, something really bad is going to happen to us," Betty said, her smile fading. Freddie's bright blue eyes shone with intelligence as he weighed her words, looking from my face to hers, before frowning slightly and wrinkling his forehead. "Yeah, no, I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sure you two are very nice people, but I don't pick up hitchhikers ever. I don't know you guys from Adam, but if you want, I can call you a tow truck when I get on the highway, or even a police officer. They can sort this mess out. I really don't know what's going on here, and I don't want to know. This is none of my business, but I wish you both good luck." He put his car back in drive and rolled his window back up. Waving in a friendly manner but not meeting our eyes, he pulled away at a snail's pace, going at least 10 miles under the speed limit as he languidly drove down the road. "I should have maced him," Betty said bitterly, watching the old man's taillights as they grew smaller. "I really should have. I thought about it, you know." "What would that have accomplished?" I asked. "Well, it would have made me feel better," she said. We both laughed, an anxious and nervous release of tension that I felt I needed at that moment. A gunshot pierced the night. I jumped, almost falling on the sidewalk curb as I quickly backed off of the road. I grabbed Betty to steady myself. She was looking down the road at the old man's red brake lights. They cast a bloody glow across the main street. Another gunshot rang out, and I could hear a loud hiss as if a monstrous snake had just awakened. But it wasn't a snake. We watched Freddie's car as clouds of smoke and plumes of exhaust began rising from the engine, and the hissing grew louder. I realized something must have given in his engine when the bullet passed through. His tires looked fine, but even from this distance, I could see a puddle expanding around his car. I didn't know anything about cars, but from my meager knowledge, I assumed it was likely coolant or transmission fluid. Either one was not good. "What should we do?" Betty asked, grabbing my hand tightly. "I'm not running in the direction of gunshots, if that's what you're asking," I said quickly. "We should take cover. Let's go back to the church for now." "What about the old man?" she asked, more loudly now. "What's going to happen to him?" "We should worry about ourselves," I yelled at her, not meaning to raise my voice. She shrank back as if I had slapped her. I stepped forward, taking her hand and whispering, "Sorry, I didn't mean to get angry." "What if he dies because we did nothing?" she asked. "He did nothing to help us," I said. "Well, he was going to call for help at least. I can't really blame him for not picking up two wild-eyed strangers with a bullshit story in the middle of an abandoned town. I kept watching his car, but he didn't get out." "Do you think he was hit?" she asked. "God, I don't know," I said, feeling like things were quickly spiraling out of control. Our potential rescue had turned into a potential burden. Luck was not on our side today. The old man's tail lights changed as he put his car in reverse. He tried to slowly back up in our direction, but the engine made loud knocking sounds when he pressed the gas, and the thick cloud of smoke began to expand, rising up in the air in huge, billowing plumes. I heard metallic groaning sounds as the knocking died down, and then his car stopped moving and the engine shut off by itself. He hadn't managed to reverse more than 20 feet in that time. I wondered what he was thinking at that moment, whether he thought we were part of some band of robbers who had staged a gunman up ahead. If I were in his shoes, I felt certain that would be my first assumption. After all, who else in the town was there to blame? A secret gunman and vandal who hid in buildings or in forests? Yes, and corpses who got up and moved around. But no one in their right mind would buy that story, at least until they had seen it for themselves. Okay, to hell with it. Let's go get the old man out of his car and make sure he's... I started to say, but then the siren came on again, seemingly even louder and shriller than before. I covered my ears with my hands, and without thinking, I ran forwards towards the old man's car, hoping I would live to regret the decision. By the time I had run through Main Street, the siren had started to die out again. It seemed to be getting shorter every time it ran. I didn't know what to think about that. I tried to justify it by saying perhaps the building where the siren was located ran on generators, and they were running out of fuel, so to compensate, they ran the siren less and less each time. But why run it at all? There was no tornado here, no hurricane or tsunami. I felt like I was missing an essential piece of the puzzle. As I got to within 10 feet of his car, I saw the old man moving inside, apparently unharmed. Freddie stumbled out of the driver's seat, shaking and pale. He looked at me with wide, accusing eyes. "What the hell did you do?" he asked me. "I'm warning you. I have a gun." I looked around at his hands and next to his seat. I saw no gun, and I assumed he might be bluffing. However, I wasn't going to risk my life on it. I still had the butcher's knife tucked into the back of my pants. The blade looped through my leather belt and had even pulled my shirt over it so the old man wouldn't see it and get scared. I put my hands up and backed slowly away. His eyes narrowed even more, as if he suspected a trick. "Please, I'm just trying to help," I said. "My wife and I were not actually from here. We're from Connecticut. We came here just like you, just to stop for a minute. But someone slashed our tires, and this town has some strange things happening in it. I can't explain it. That siren, every time it goes off." I didn't know what to say next. "I think it's a warning, or perhaps a signal. Every time it goes off, we see people walking around. Maybe they're part of a cult or a terrorist group. But we need to get to safety now. There's a church just down the street with deadbolts on all the doors. It can be locked from the inside and maybe even barricaded. We should go there immediately. If you won't come with us, that's your decision. But I'll tell you right now, you probably won't survive out here." "Is that a threat?" he asked, his blue eyes blazing with anger. His chubby face reddened, and even his bald head had a crimson hue. "Okay, fine," I tried. I said, giving up and turning to leave. "Stay here and die." I started walking away, not looking back. I heard heavy footsteps slapping against the pavement, and suddenly he was at my side, walking with me. He sighed heavily, the redness slowly fading out of his face. "I'll come with you," he said. "But if this is a trick, know that I intend to report all of this to the police as soon as possible." "My friend," I said, quickening my step and starting to jog towards the church. "If the police were coming, don't you think they'd already be here?" After we got into the church and locked all the doors, we saw dark silhouettes walking past the stained glass windows. They surrounded the church, their strange gait revealing their inhuman nature even based on their shadows. I knew it was the corpses, like the ones I had seen come out of the woods. Off in the distance, one of them started to scream, a shrill, piercing noise that carried on the wind. It sounded like she was here, standing right next to me in the church. I shuddered. I heard a few of the corpses respond, until it sounded like the shrieking came from all around the perimeter of the building. Yet they didn't try to get in. If they had smashed through the stained glass windows, they could have easily crawled through. Yet they didn't. At least, not yet. Soon, I heard a sound like a man crying in pain. This scream sounded far different than the empty, banshee wails of the corpses. I looked through a pane of clear glass and saw the woman from the forest, the walking nightmare with the black, matted hair and white cataract eyes. Next to her, I saw two children, twins from the look of them, dressed in nearly identical clothing. Two little boys holding hands and walking behind her. The skin on their faces had mostly peeled off, showing the eternally grinning skulls underneath. Their eyes had turned white, with drops of thick black blood dripping down their face like tears. Their bodies looked partially decomposed, just like the woman, with sharp finger bones poking out through the skin. On their hands, I could see the tendons and ligaments and muscle underneath in places where the skin had been eaten away. In front of them, I saw a man crawling on his hands and knees out of the dark forest on the perimeter of the town. His leg looked broken, the area around his knee twisted at a 45-degree angle, matted blood soaking into the denim. By the time I realized what I was looking at, all three had caught up to him. The woman's corpse gnashed her teeth as she drew near, biting at the air and smiling. The twins looked serene, as if they were just going on a walk to the playground. They didn't hurry or run, knowing their prey was injured and doomed. The man looked back at them, an expression of sheer terror twisting his face. And then all three were on him, eating him alive from the legs and stomach. His agony-filled shrieks shattered the night. I turned away. Within a couple minutes, everything had gone quiet again. But I saw dozens more of those silhouettes passing on Main Street or coming from the graveyard behind the church. I wondered just how many of them we were up against. Over time, Freddy warmed up to us. He seemed to realize we weren't lunatics who were going to stab him and eat his heart while praying to a serpent god in Aramaic. He ended up being much more talkative than I would have expected. When we talked to him in the car, he came across as an aloof curmudgeon who wouldn't have helped his own mother if she fell down. "You know what this reminds me of," he said, his eyes widening, as if he were telling a ghost story around a campfire. "Roanoke. Those people disappeared without a trace." "I'm pretty sure they just interbred with the natives," Betty said. "The Mary Celeste was similar to this, though. The crew just disappeared from the ship in the middle of the ocean. No one knows where they went." The two of them acted much more relaxed than I felt. My nerves felt jangled, and I just kept waiting for the next siren. Or maybe the gunman who shot out Freddy's engine block would show up, armed with a semi-automatic rifle and carrying buckets of blood around with him to paint messages whenever he felt like it. I could see him in my mind's eye, a nutjob in a ski mask, two dark eyes glaring out at me, his heart filled with bloodlust and murder. "These people didn't really disappear, though, did they?" I said, turning to look at them. "We found the corpses of a couple dozen of them here in the church, and we have seen more of them outside." "But where's the rest of them?" Betty asked. Freddy looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "There's way more than a few dozen people living in this town. Where's all the bodies? Maybe the rest of the town isn't even dead." "You didn't tell me that someone staged bodies in this church," Freddy said accusingly, looking at Betty. She shrugged. So maybe," he lowered his voice. "This place is haunted. Did you ever think of that?" Betty laughed at that, and even I cracked a smile. "My friend," I said, "this whole town is apparently haunted. I wouldn't worry about the church." I don't know how much time passed, but after they talked for a few more minutes, we ended up just sitting there in silence. Betty and I smoked cigarettes, and Freddy drank some of the whiskey she had grabbed. "Just to steel my nerves," he said, and he looked like he needed it. He was still shaking, and he would often get up and pace in a circle, muttering to himself and sending dirty looks towards the blood-stained pews. Ever since we told him about the bodies, he had seemed much more uncomfortable and frightened. I knew how he felt. I felt the same restlessness and terror within me. It seemed like we were trying to hide in the closet as the house burned down around us. But what else could we do? Soon, that decision would be taken out of our hands. I realized the church seemed to be getting brighter. Freddy and Betty didn't notice for a few moments, as they had started up another conversation. This time, about the sigil painted on the mutilated body of Jesus hanging upside down from the ceiling. But I noticed the lightning immediately. For a second, I thought maybe the electricity had come back on, but that the lights were just dim, or that maybe someone was driving outside and their high beams shone through the windows. But I quickly realized that this light had a different texture. It was almost like a black light giving off an intense, purplish glow over everything it touched. Betty had gone silent, her mouth open in silent awe. Freddie rubbed his hand over his bald head, opening his mouth.
What?
He said. He stopped his pacing, nervously smoothing out his shirt.
What is this? Is this some sort of stage trick?
Not from me, I said, looking around the church. All the dark corners were now illuminated, shining with the eerie light. I could see the bloodstains glowing on the pews, looking almost black against the shining mahogany hue of the wood. The sigil of Lucifer shone with an intensity that dwarfed everything else in the church, however. It was so bright that I had to turn away. The light it gave off was a dark red, and when I closed my eyes, I could still see that crimson symbol burned into my sight. As I looked out the side window, I saw that the light seemed to be coming from the forest at the edge of town, deep behind thick groves of evergreens and muddy swamps. It felt almost like looking into a second sun, and I quickly moved away from the window, my vision still swarming with bright dots and white light. The strange slogan I had seen painted on the police station came into my mind. We follow the black sun. Was this what they meant? I want to go investigate, I said. They looked at me as if I was crazy. We can't just stay here forever. Maybe we're supposed to figure this place out, or stop what's happening. And who, may I ask, gave you this divine order? God, Freddie asked, smiling. No one is supposed to do anything except survive. If you want to die, he never got to finish as the siren sound had started up again. I realized, as I listened intently to the shrill, deafening wail, that it appeared to be coming from the same place as this eerie light that flooded the town. It shook the floors and walls and caused the upside-down statue of Jesus to start moving from side to side, swaying like a pendulum. As soon as it had stopped, I heard crashing at the back door. It sounded as if dozens of people threw their bodies against the locked doors that led out the rear entrance towards the graveyard. Yet no one tried to break down the front doors. Without thinking, I undid the front door's deadbolt and ran outside, not looking back to see if they would follow me. With the light flooding in, I could see much more of the town illuminated. Looking into the cop car, I realized it was not empty at all. The body of a police officer sat in the driver's seat, lying sideways so his head rested on the center console. He had a single gunshot through his temple, and I saw the gun still in his hand. I opened the driver's side door, and a horrible odor of rotten eggs, rancid meat, and feces hit me immediately. I held my breath, trying not to gag. I took the gun from his hand and quickly undid his belt, pulling it off. I turned and saw Freddie and Betty behind me, pale and watchful, looking terrified as they continuously glanced back at the church. "Hide," I said quickly. I got on my belly and slid under the cop car, not looking back to see if they would follow my orders. If they didn't, they would probably die. As soon as I was underneath it, a gun in one hand and a heavy police belt with mace, a taser and extra ammo in the other, I saw bodies stream out the front door of the church. Many were no more than skeletons, with some tendons and gore, still clinging to the bones, yet they still were able to walk. They moved quickly, looking around with empty eye sockets and rotting faces. Betty had, by this point, crawled underneath beside me. I turned and saw her, watching the corpses with wide, girlish eyes. I didn't see where Freddie had gone. The corpses emerging from the church split off in groups, going in different directions. After a few minutes, none remained on the street, at least from what I could see. Looking back and forth quickly, the pistol extended in my right hand, I slid out from under the police car. I took the weapons and ammo off the belt, giving Betty a taser and another canister of mace. "Give the extra mace to Freddie," I whispered. "Where is Freddie?" A half smile crossed her face, and she pointed to the dumpster in an alley behind us. Quietly, I walked over and opened the lid, peering inside. I saw Freddie, maggots writhing in his hair, a banana peel stuck to his chest. The smell from inside the dumpster was bad, though not nearly as bad as the rotting corpse smell from the police car. Freddie climbed out, grumbling and wiping himself off. Betty gave him the cop's mace canister, and I started walking towards the source of the eerie black light, hoping to find answers. Though this happened 3 months ago, I still questioned my decision that day, for that was the moment when I sealed our fates. The moment I set my mind towards walking towards the black sun, I ensured we would see hell itself. "I really don't want to go in there," Freddie said, his old man's face wrinkling in fear. He grabbed my hand tightly. "Please, listen to me. You don't want to go in there either. Have you seen what's happening in this town?" "I doubt we will survive much longer trying to hide," I said. "Whatever's happening here, it seems to be speeding up. At first it was just a few corpses guarding the road out of town. Now it's dozens of them, and it seems like those in the graveyard are all changed now, walking around and hunting. What will you do when it's hundreds of corpses streaming through every building and road? Where will you hide?" He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. "Look, I can't force you to come with us," I said. "If you don't want to, you can stay here, alone. Betty gave you the pepper spray, and I'm sure you'll have no problem fighting off hundreds of hungry walking corpses with it, right?" He sighed heavily. "I'll come with you." "Fine," he said. "But if we get ambushed, I'm running. I should have never come to this goddamn town. I knew it. I had enough gas to get home, but I thought to myself, why not? It's cheaper around here. Now my car's totaled. I'm trapped without any way to call for help, and you want me to go into that creepy forest to inspect the bizarre light." "You think we want to be here?" Betty asked. "Johnny's just trying to find us a way out or a way to survive. We already tried running, but the corpses have surrounded the roads. We tried hiding in the church, but they ended up breaking down the door. This is our last option. If this fails..." She didn't need to finish the sentiment. We all understood what she meant. My stomach was growling from not having eaten all day, and I felt tired and weak. I ignored all of it and immediately started walking towards the edge of the woods. After a few moments, I heard their footsteps close behind me. As we got closer to the black sun, the forest changed from the idyllic firs, junipers, and white pine of the forest into a monstrous wasteland, something out of a nightmare. The needles of the evergreens and the decomposing leaves and dark soil of the ground transformed into a thick, scaly covering. I shone my light, kneeling close to it. To my horror, I saw what looked like blood vessels passing through, expanding and contracting slightly, as some unseen heart pumped black fluid into the destroyed earth. The crust itself looked dark red, and it covered everything on the ground. I tried knocking on the crust with my knuckles. It felt slightly sticky and as hard as concrete. The trees and plants had also changed. The bark of the trees had turned a pale, ghostly white. Their leaves and needles had fallen off, and the branches stood like skeletal arms stretching upwards to the sky. Thick rivulets of black fluid dripped from the bark and branches of all the trees. The ferns and bushes and other small plants had also turned white, as pale as writhing maggots. Small drops of the black fluid fell from the changed leaves of the ferns and shrubs, dripping onto the ground. "This reminds me of kudzu in a way," Freddie said, standing behind my wife and me. His eyes were wide and he kept gazing around uncertainly. He didn't look at us, though he constantly glanced back towards Main Street, as if thinking about booking it and leaving us alone. "What's kudzu?" my wife asked, still as curious as ever. "It's a plant from Asia. It grows in the south, a lot, and it takes over whole areas. It's like a vine that climbs everything and suffocates all the other plants," he said. "This "Looks a little different," I said sarcastically. I saw Freddy's knuckles turn white from gripping the mace canister as a stick snapped in the distance. He was terrified, and it would likely only take the smallest thing to send him running. I knew exactly how he felt. The light from the black sun became so bright as we walked forwards that I no longer needed my phone. Trying to conserve the battery, I turned the flashlight off and put it away, seeing Betty doing the same. Fred followed behind us, hesitant. As we got closer to the source of the mystery, his anxiety seemed to grow. "You know what they say about stragglers, Freddy?" I asked, trying to break the grim mood. He shook his head. "Stragglers get eaten first. After that, his pace quickened, and he stuck close to us. I hadn't seen a single animal yet, or heard a cricket or a bird. There were no bats flying around the dead, bleeding trees, no owls hooting in the distance or mosquitoes swarming around us. I wondered where the animals had gone. Most likely, I thought to myself, they had fled, unlike me. It seemed to me that they were the smart ones in this decision. As if conjured by the thought, I saw movement below a thick cluster of ferns. I put my hand up, the universal signal for stop. My wife and Freddy paused without a word. I got on my knees, taking my phone back out and turning the light on. I shone it under the leaves. I saw a mutilated possum still clinging to life. Surrounding it were tiny creatures. They weren't like any life form I had ever seen on Earth. When the light fell on them, they started chittering, excitedly raising their voices and turning their tiny faces towards me. They were no bigger than a Barbie doll, but with dozens of them in a pack, they had apparently taken down an animal much larger than themselves. They had gray, chitinous shells with glowing white eyes. Sharp, crab-like pincers covered in fresh blood clicked open and closed rapidly. Their tiny legs curved outwards, ending in razor-like feet. Their bow-legged gait made them waver from side to side as they ran around the possum, turning their tiny heads towards me from time to time and clicking their small mouths. The possum was nearly dead and didn't even try to run or fight. It languidly raised a paw or its head, and then the attack would begin again. The light in its eyes had gone out. Dozens of deep gashes showed all over its body. Its ragged breathing would stop for a few seconds, then start again once one of the tiny creatures shoved its claws inside, opening a tiny mouth filled with fangs to suck the blood that poured out. I quickly backed away. Betty had seen it too, and a look of horror crossed her face. "What are those things?" she asked. "I have no idea," I said. Freddy didn't seem the least bit interested in seeing the creatures or the dying possum. He had stayed back a few feet, constantly checking all directions as if expecting an ambush. Without a word, I kept walking, not wanting to see such a horrible and sad scene. I considered sending a bullet in the possum's head to put it out of its misery. I looked over at Betty, who always loved animals, and noticed a tear rolling down her cheek. I realized I could see something through the pale, skeletal trees. It looked like a clearing, and in the center, I could just barely make out a huge orb floating and spinning over the crusted red ground. An intense, purplish-black light swirled and jumped inside of it, sending out bolts of lightning into the surrounding field. Yet there was no sound, no thunder or crashing of branches. I pointed, and Betty raised her head, her mouth agape in wonder. Freddy, apparently, had already seen it. All the color had drained from his face, and I thought, for a moment, he might faint. "I think we're near," I said. "That must be the black sun." As I walked out into the clearing, I felt eyes on me. I thought I caught glimpses of white eyes behind the dead trees and bushes, but whenever I turned to look, they were gone. Nevertheless, I quickly realized we weren't alone in the clearing. It extended for nearly a quarter mile, with the black sun directly in the middle. Thick black blood vessels as wide as a man pulsed all around my feet, thousands of them embedded into the dark red crust of the earth. And as my eyes adjusted to the intense black light, I realized more of the townspeople were here, tortured and dying. It looked like we had found the missing. They were impaled on sharpened sticks 10 feet tall that surrounded the black sun in a circle. They loomed over me, choking out blood and pleading. I saw men, women, and children, all dying or dead. The one nearest to me, an old woman still wearing the tattered rags of her clothes, raised her head and looked down at me, her eyes white and dead. "Get out while you still can," she said, coughing up blood that dribbled down her chin. The stake had been driven between her legs, and the sharp end rose out of her left shoulder. "He's mad. He's mad. Oh, God, he's killed us all. We should have done something. We should have tried." Her eyelids started fluttering, and she began to shake and seize on the stake. Within seconds, she had died, her head falling down limply, still staring at me, her eerie, white eyes still open. I hadn't noticed before, but I saw the black, pulsating blood vessels extended to each one of the victims. They had crawled up the stakes and wrapped around the feet and legs of each person. I couldn't see the bottom of their bodies, but I saw that these nightmarish arteries had eaten holes inside each of the bodies. They seemed to suck on their blood, draining the victims as they died. "And you still think we should have come here, Johnny?" Freddie asked in my ear. "Do me a favor, please. If we get captured, just put a bullet in my head. I don't want to end up like that." He motioned to the old woman, who still stared blankly down at us, looking at me like some scarecrow from hell. I didn't answer, gazing around the hundreds of bodies that surrounded the black sun like the spokes on a wheel. Standing next to the orb, I saw what looked like a little boy, no older than 9 or 10, but he was transformed, no longer human. His skin looked translucent. Black veins and arteries stood out on his neck and face, and his eyes were white like the others, and yet different. They weren't the dull cataract white of a corpse, but shone with their own inner luminosity, like twin stars floating in the void. "My name is Kindred," the boy said, smiling. "I think you've arrived just in time. The black sun is almost done feeding for now, and it will send out its call in a moment. I congratulate you on making it so far. The others didn't do so well. The black sun has a corrupting influence, let's say." His grin widened at this. "But it doesn't seem to affect you three as much. Now why do you think that is?" None of us answered him. I gripped the gun tightly, feeling my finger on the trigger. It gave me a sense of power and relief, even though I didn't know if it would have any effect on such a creature. Bay was the first to speak, stepping forward. She didn't stutter or tremble as she stared into the boy's eyes. "Do you live here? Where's your family?" she asked. The boy's smile seemed to widen further, stretching inhumanly across his small face. "My family is dead," he said. "Thank the Lord Lucifer for small favors. My father was a terrible man. He used to beat me mercilessly or choke me into unconsciousness. One day he went too far, however, and he killed me. My mother covered it up, but I was offered a way to return the favor. Lucifer came to me in a vision as I died at the bottom of the stairs, my neck broken, paralyzed from the fall. He told me that if I gave him my soul, I could come back in power and glory. Those who hurt me would fall first. The neighbors and congregation that had ignored my pleas for help would suffer also, and the church, full of hypocrites and liars, would become a testament to my becoming and his power. My father, a police officer who helped to cover up my death, was the first to go. When the black sun appeared in the forest, it began to twist their minds. His mind, already damaged, was easy to push over the edge. Lucifer convinced him to end his own life, and he shot himself in his car. As the black sun grew in power, it brought the dead back to life, an army for me to use in my becoming. Some of the townspeople tried to hide in the church, but the black sun put them to sleep, and I came through and cut their throats, one by one, in the pews. Now it expands, and as its power grows, the dead rise further and further away. Soon, all the corpses in this town will follow my command, except for, of course, those needed to feed the black sun, these puppets on the stakes. He motioned to the hundreds of impaled bodies. Then he closed his eyes, and the black sun began to grow. Its orb grew, and the dark, silent lightning began to strike the impaled bodies and trees with a feverish intensity. I had to turn my head away, but I still saw the branching lightning strikes even through my closed eyes. Kindred didn't flinch, but instead seemed to feed off of the energy it put out. His smile grew wider, and his white eyes seemed to burn with an inner light. It was as if I could see a fire of white flames inside his head, or perhaps a sun. "We've had to feed it," he said, "and after it's fed, it sleeps. But its slumber shortens with every cycle, and the energy it puts out grows. Every time it awakens, it brings back the dead in an ever-widening circle. Soon, we will have an army of fearless soldiers, who obey every command, regardless of the danger of death. For what do they have to fear?" I saw corpses walking out of the forest, forming a circle around the black sun. The woman with the black, matted hair and white eyes I had seen earlier stood next to Kindred. She put her hand on his shoulder, and he looked up at her fondly. "My mother. She's much more useful in death. She never could stand up to my father, but everything happens for a reason." He said this last part wistfully, a slight smile returning to his boyish, mutated face. Then the black sun began to make a shrill noise, an ear-splitting, siren-like sound that made me back up instinctively. I realized that what we had heard in the town was not a siren at all, but the call of this satanic orb spinning deep within the forest. A smell like ozone filled the clearing, mixing with the rotting odor of the dead. Kindred didn't seem to mind the noise or the smells. His face had returned to the same placid, expressionless state it had been in when I first saw him. The siren call died down much faster this time, and soon the forest had returned to silence. For a moment, we stared at each other, his burning white eyes meeting mine. Then he turned away, giving an apathetic wave in our direction. "Kill them all," he said. "Feed them to the sun." As soon as he had turned, I raised the pistol and fired. The first shot went low, and it caught him in the knee. He cried out a very human sound, falling onto the crusted red ground. The army of undead he had summoned rushed forwards towards us. I pulled out the knife and threw it to Freddy. "Better be ready," I said quickly. And then they were on us. I shot the black-haired woman in the head, the one Kindred had called his mother, and she fell backwards, thick-clotted blood and gore exploding out the back of her head. Freddy stabbed with the knife, hitting a tall man's corpse in the eye. With a sickening sound, he pulled it out, sending droplets of blood scattering in all directions. But a dozen hands grabbed him, pulling down as he screamed for help. I shot the last few rounds into the heads of those nearest, but for each one I killed, another 3 would swarm in and take their place. I tried to run forwards towards Kindred, but hands grabbed me from all directions. The strength of those hands quickly stopped me in my tracks. In the chaos, Betty escaped, crawling under their grasping hands and through decomposing skeletal legs. They were focused on us, those with the weapons, and she used the opportunity to run. She sprinted towards Kindred, who was healing quickly. The blood had already stopped pouring from the bullet wound in his leg, and he was slowly rising to his feet, scowling and furious. In horror, I watched her as she tackled his small body, and they both went flying into the black sun. For a moment, nothing happened. They seemed suspended on the surface, defying gravity, Betty's mouth an O of surprise, Kindred's a look of pure hatred. And then there was an explosion of light and heat, and a gateway opened in front of my eyes. On the other side, I saw a vast, terrifying landscape. Rocky cliffs extended up to the sky. Blood-red clouds rained fire and lava down on the dead rocks below. Thousands of people swarmed across the barren landscape, burning, screaming, their skin melting off and their hair on fire. But as soon as they had fallen and stopped moving, they would heal in a matter of seconds. Then it would start again, and they would rise, trying to escape the fire. Then the portal started to close, narrowing, shrinking. I screamed for my wife, telling her to get out of there, to run. But my words caught in my throat, and soon it had shrunk to a pinpoint of violent purplish light. Seconds later, it was gone, and the corpses holding me fell limply to the ground, landing on their faces and backs, their eyes shutting. I was alone with Freddie, horrified, screaming for my wife. But in my heart, I knew I would never see her again. The black sun had taken her, as it had taken the lives of so many others. I cursed Kindred, cursed the son and the townspeople and his father. Surrounded by hundreds of rotting corpses, we started the long walk back to town in silence, my tears feeling cold on my cheeks. The summer of 2022 was a warm one as far as summers in Alberta go. During COVID, I had taken up hiking as a means of both passing the time and keeping myself in some semblance of good shape. Now that the pandemic and its related restrictions had largely abated, I had grown so fond of my hiking expeditions that I began to retain it as part of my regular activities. I won't claim to be any sort of professional hiker, but I had learned my fair share via trial and error, to the extent that I always packed well and took all the necessary precautions for wherever I was heading. If you've never been to Alberta before, I would highly recommend it. We're not well known as far as Canadian provinces go, but we have some of the best wilderness in the world for campers and hikers looking to enjoy the serenity of nature. The northern reaches of the Rocky Mountains form our western border and provide an abundance of trails, campsites, and provincial parks that can be enjoyed for free, sparing the expense of getting there. It was to the Rocky Mountains that I had planned my latest hiking excursion. The Heritage Day-long weekend was fast approaching, and I had decided to abscond to the mountains for a good 4-day hike to get a break from the bustle of city life. I had recently found a trail which I had never hiked before, called Crestwood Trail, which, from the pictures online, promised to be a beautiful trip, dotted with suitable campsites for a 3-day journey. I had managed to rope a couple of friends into coming with me on this hike. 2 were well seasoned in mountain hikes, Evan and Evangeline. The other 2, Emma and Irene, not so much. The plan was for all of us to arrive separately on Friday afternoon, make camp at the trailhead, then begin on Saturday morning to return sometime on Monday. Having the Monday off due to the holiday, I booked that Friday off work so that I could make my way to the mountains at a leisurely pace. Departing Edmonton as the sun reached its zenith, I made Hinton just after 3 o'clock and pulled into the parking lot of a local diner to put something in my stomach and to check on the status of my fellow hikers. I settled into a booth, ordered a cup of coffee along with a greasy plate of meat, eggs, and hash browns, and took out my phone. The rest of the company was still some ways away, so I had plenty of time to eat, reach the campsite, and pitch my tent before expecting the presence of anyone else. I finished my meal and leaned back satisfied. I always used hiking trips as an excuse to binge on my favorite unhealthy breakfast foods. I got a refill on my coffee and asked for the bill the next time the waitress happened by, and sat at the booth gazing out the window, watching the cars zip by on the highway. The coffee was strong and bitter, but there's something about a shitty cup of diner coffee that scratches a particular itch like nothing else. "Need the machine," came a voice from my right, and I pulled my attention away from the highway to focus on the waitress standing next to me, smile on her face and debit machine in her hand. "Yes, I will. Thank you," I said, as I set down my cup of coffee and tilted to the side to fish my wallet out of my back pocket. "Heading to the mountains for the weekend?" the waitress asked as I punched my pin into the machine. "Yeah, 3-day hike actually," I replied with a smile as I returned the machine to her and drained my cup of coffee. "Oh, fun. Whereabouts you headed?" she asked, tearing a receipt off the machine and handing me a copy. "Crestwood Trail, a bit northwest of here. Never been," I said with a smile that quickly evaporated as I watched the face of the waitress darken as I mentioned the trail. "They say that's an evil trail, you know." she said. Evil, like. It's haunted, I asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, no, it's not a ghost. Folks say it's a monster, she said, with a sly tilt of her head. So, way back in the early days, she began. When settlers first showed up here at the foot of the mountains, there was a preacher who came from the east with his daughter and set up one of the first churches around these parts. But the one thing this preacher would allow his daughter was that he got her a pet dog after her mama died. Big, beautiful dog who loved that girl and was always by her side. Problem was, as the preacher got older, well, he got even. Stricter and harsher in the house. Before long, the preacher was saying that his daughter loved the dog more than she loved God. He might have been losing his marbles a bit by that point too, because he was saying that the dog was possessed by a demon that was making his daughter stray away from the Lord. The Lord. A text pinged on my phone, which I ignored, and the waitress poured me another cup of coffee, which I sipped it absent-mindedly as I listened to the story. So, this preacher, thinking that there's a demon in his daughter's dog, gets up from his prayers one day and grabs his musket to go put an end to the mutt, which was out playing in the field with his daughter. Now, as you might guess, the daughter is screaming and crying and begging her dad not to. Do it, but the preacher won't listen. Now the preacher goes to shoot the dog, and the daughter, she pulls out her pocket knife and stabs her dad right in the arm, before her and the dog. They book it off into the woods, right up where Crestwood Trail is nowadays. So, the girl haunts the trail or something then? I asked, taking a sip from my coffee. Nope. The thing is that preacher might have been right about there being a demon in that dog, because she paused to look around. They never saw the girl or the dog ever again, but they say that when you go up that trail, sometimes you find these things with the heads of dogs and the bodies of people. So, like a dog minotaur? I asked with a smile. Pretty much, the waitress said, laughing and standing up from my table. Well, that's a good story. Where'd you hear it? I asked. Family. It's a story that makes the rounds. In all seriousness, that trail does get some bears and wolves now and then, along with a couple rock slides. You be careful up there. May not be no monsters, but it is a dangerous trail, she said, as she took my plate. Oh, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I said, standing up with a smile after finishing my coffee. I strode out of the diner, taking a mint from the bowl by the front door on the way out. I lit a cigarette and leaned against the driver's side door of my car. I gazed up at the handful of clouds that were drifting lazily across the sky and sighed out a cloud of smoke into the pleasantly warm summer air. I chuckled as I thought over the folktale that the waitress had told me and crushed my smoke out underfoot. I gave my back and legs a final stretch, sat down in the car, and hopped back onto the highway, heading west into the mountains. It only took another hour to reach to the trailhead of Crestwood, and most of that delay was due to having trouble finding the spot. I parked in the lot, packed up my things, notified the gang that I was here, and set off for the campsite we were all planning to meet at. It was a brief walk, quiet close to the trailhead, which we planned merely to use as our staging ground for the first day. The trailhead was nearly deserted, with only one or two other cars in the lot, and not a soul in sight. I had snapped a picture of the trail map at the lot, just in case I needed it later. It was the height of summer, but a cool breeze was blowing off the mountains from the west. The world felt fresh, crisp, and alive. Birds were singing, squirrels chased one another back and forth, and a few rabbits were nibbling on patches of grass aside the trail. I reached the clearing that we had decided on for our first campsite, tossed my bag on the ground, and took a deep breath of fresh air. A small creek was gurgling past the clearing, and ancient pines ringed the space around. The Crestwood Trail was just visible past the underbrush, which would make it easy to call out to my friends as they passed by. I gathered a pile of stones from the creek and created a small spot for a fire in the center of the clearing, and after gathering up enough dead wood and kindling, had a respectable blaze going shortly after. I pitched my tent and sat down by the fire to bask in the peaceful serenity of unadulterated nature. When I'm in nature, the closest I get to keeping track of the time is knowing where the sun is. So I can't tell you how long it took for Evan and Evangeline to show up, but it couldn't have been that long. I said hello and asked all the standard questions like how they were and how their trip was, and then helped them set their tents up. We were halfway through the setup when Emma and Aaron came plodding up the trail, causing the whole process of questions and setup to begin anew. Barring a few hiccups by the two inexperienced hikers, we quickly had our campsite set up and a small dinner cooking over the fire. Stomachs full, we settled down and passed a few drinks around the circle. As the sun began to sink below the horizon, I heard the howling of something deep off in the wilderness. Either a wolf or a coyote, and it sent a quick chill up my spine, reminding me of the story the waitress in Hinton had told me. I piped up and told the group I had a story and related the tale that I had heard that afternoon, to the general approval of my friends. They thought it was at least a unique local folktale, albeit not a particularly scary campfire story. This devolved into us telling scary stories around the fire for another hour or so, though it was nothing beyond your very stereotypical ghost stories or serial killers with hook hands stories. With a slight buzz and a full stomach, we all retired to bed after spending a good half hour gazing at the beauty of the mountain stars, which were shining in full, unobstructed beauty, unimpeded by the light pollution of a city. As I slipped into my cool sleeping bag, my head filled with thoughts of trees, gently swaying in the wind, and crystal-clear glacial creeks snaking silently along the floors of ancient valleys. We woke early to the gentle tittering of the mountain birds, and I stepped out from the tent, shivering as I yawned. Sunbeams were shattering themselves against the dewdrops that coated both the trees and the grass, causing the whole clearing to glitter like crystal. A few ribbons of fog were hung about the creek, distant and dismal cousins to the rolling banks of fog that embraced the upper reaches of the mountain peaks about us. I relieved myself and dug through the ashes of last night's fire, where I found a few red coals desperately clinging to life and heat in their ashen tomb. With some kindling and a series of deep breaths, the crackling of a fire soon joined the chorus of sounds on the morning mountain. I sat for a while as I let the warmth flood over me. Summer though it is, a night in the mountains is almost always cold, regardless of time of year. A lesson I learned the hard way when I almost froze on a mountain one summer night. I boiled a pot of coffee on the fire and began to fry up breakfast, the smell of which served well in waking up my still sleeping friends. We gathered around the fire, eating and drinking in silence, until everyone's mood seemed to perk up once they had some coffee in them. We broke camp and kicked out our fire, chatting all the while about what had been going on in our lives. At 8 o'clock that morning, we returned to the path and began our hike up Crestwood Trail. The hike that day was largely uneventful. Don't get me wrong, it was an absolutely beautiful trail, snaking through the hearts of a number of valleys. We were passing by groves of trees, fields of flowers, and pure blue ponds and rivers. We sat on the side of a shale outcropping for a quick lunch and a break from the walking, and camped that night on the banks of a glacial pond. It was another great night of stars and good company, and we all went to bed early to rest our aching legs. Emma and Erin, not being avid hikers, had slowed us down somewhat, but we were still on track to reach the trail end by tomorrow and be back to the trailhead on Monday. I had my morning coffee while laying on the bank of an ice-cold pond and watching dawn break over the peaks of a mountain range. It was absolutely beautiful. Like the day before, we broke camp quickly and were off again on the trail. This day promised to be harder than the ones before, as it was largely uphill, with terrain far rockier and more treacherous. The end of the trail was supposedly one of the most captivating glacial waterfalls in the world, however, so I found sore feet a small price to pay. The 5 of us were crossing a portion of the trail that was buried under a shale slide when I heard a yelp from behind me, and the sound of rocks being tumbled down the side of the hill. I spun around to see that Erin had slipped on some of the loose stones and tumbled a few feet off the trail. "You all right?" Evan called as he picked his way down to her to help her back to her feet. "Yeah, I think so." Erin winced as she was lifted back to her feet. She let out a little yelp and had to lean on Evan for a moment, who lowered her back down. We had gathered around, and Erin had pulled her boot off to reveal that her ankle looked in somewhat of a bad state. "Could be sprained," Evangeline said worriedly. "It's hurting when I put pressure on it." Erin said, "I don't think you should keep walking on that," I added. "Well, not much of a choice at this point," Emma said, gesturing to the broad wilderness all around us. "I can head back and you guys can keep going without me. I don't want to spoil the weekend," Erin said with a smile. "Not alone you won't," Evan said. We sat there on the shale and debated for a bit. We found a walking stick for Erin and managed to bind her ankle up so it stayed in place better. It was decided that Evan would take her as far back as they could go that day and camp somewhere, meeting up with us as we made our way back the next day. We sat on the shale slide, taking a break and passing some whiskey around, which seemed to put everyone, including Erin, in a better mood. We bid goodbye to one another as Emma, Evangeline, and I carried on up the trail while Erin and Evan hobbled slowly away in the distance. After about half an hour of walking, they were out of sight. With just the three of us, and now feeling like we were in something of a hurry, we reached the end of the trail not long after the sun had peaked in the sky. It was as beautiful as promised. A stream of ice-white water cascaded down the stones above us to spill out into the riverhead that bounded down the mountain into the valleys below. Pine trees and shrubbery filled the entire mountain cove where the waterfall began, and we spent some time exploring and taking pictures. "Hey, come check this out," I heard the voice of Emma cut through the sounds of the afternoon. I pushed through some underbrush before I found her, standing at the mouth of a yawning black cave. "Wow," Evangeline said as she emerged from the undergrowth to stand next to us. The mouth of the cave opened up the face of the mountain rock, and before the cave was strewn a random collection of bones, blood, feathers, and fur. Some sort of totem was constructed just outside the mouth of the cave, a pile of rocks stacked one on top of the other, with strange symbols and patterns drawn on them in what looked like it was blood. On top of the pile sat what looked to be the skull of a wolf or huge dog that glared at us from empty black eye sockets. On the sides of the mountain, flanking the entrances of the cave, were what looked like ancient cave paintings, scenes of animals being hunted. But unlike most cave paintings where it was humans hunting buffalo or whatever, this one seemed to show some sort of animal-headed man hunting things. It looked like some sort of ancient Egyptian god. The three of us stood in dumb silence, gazing at the scene before us, and my stomach started to turn as I thought of the story from the diner. I knew, or thought I knew, that monsters weren't real. They were just stories. But in this moment, all reason was out the window, and I was ready to get the hell off of that mountain. "All right, that's enough for me. Let's go," Emma said. "Yup," I said. "Okay," Evangeline said, and the three of us turned and nearly ran back down the trail away from the waterfall. I shuddered at the sound of a howl far off in the distance as the three of us descended in a silent haste. I was taking up the rear, and though it was never vocalized, I could feel that the cave had unsettled all of us. The unease was palpable. I cast a number of furtive glances back over my shoulder, and periodically I could swear I was seeing things in my peripheral vision. We moved so quick down the trail that we soon had to stop and take a break. "What do you think that was?" Emma asked with a quake in her voice. "Probably just some prank that has to do with the folk legend." "That waitress was pretty excited to tell me that story," I said between gulps of water. "What if there's actually a dog-man monster thing on the mountain?" Evangeline said with an unconfident smile. "No such thing as monsters," I spoke. "Either way, I'm not dying sober," Emma said as she took a swig from the bottle of whiskey that she was carrying in her bag. She passed it around and we all took a drink as well. We kept a quick pace going as we traced the trail back to its source. Each of us had picked up a stick to use for support while walking, and perhaps on some primal level we wanted them as weapons in the event. There was a monster out there. Emma and I had each brought bear spray with us, which we kept very close at hand as we walked. All of our heads were on a swivel as we passed back down the shale slide where Aaron had fallen earlier. We hit the floor of the valley quickly and were nearly jogging down the trail when we stopped again for a break. With Aaron's ankle, her and Evan can't have made it much further. I bet we overtake them soon, Evangeline said. Do we stop and camp, or do we make them keep moving? Emma asked. I say we find them first, then we can decide. I said. Emma shrugged, and Evangeline stayed silent, so I took that for a tacit agreement with my idea. We began moving again, trudging down the trail as fast as we could with our packs and hiking boots on. The serene wilderness that had before been so peaceful now seemed to be a happy facade that concealed something terrible just under the surface. Look, Evangeline said, bringing our group to a halt as she pointed off the trail just ahead, to where the colored fabric of 2 tents and the smoke of a fire could be seen through the tree line. We hurried ahead to the camp, crashing through the trees and arriving next to the fire out of breath. We called for Evan and Aaron, but received only silence in reply. I opened the flaps of both tents and found the packs of the 2 there, but no sign of the pack carriers themselves. Evan, Aaron, I shouted with my hands cupped around my mouth. Shut up, Emma hissed. What if it hears us? There's no monsters. They probably just went off to fetch water or firewood or something, I said. Yeah, and got eaten, Emma replied. Evangeline scoffed as she continued to beat at the underbrush around the campsite. Well, now they're missing. What do we do now? Evangeline asked. I say we set up our tents and wait for Evan and Aaron to come back. They probably didn't expect us for a few hours more and just wandered off. And if they don't come back, Emma asked, sitting down and fishing her whiskey out of her pack. Then we deal with that when it happens, I said, shrugging my pack off. Evangeline remained silent. We set up our tents and heaped the campfire a bit higher. Everyone was moving and working in nearly complete silence, ears trained on the woods around us, starting at the slightest sound. As much as I was trying to ram the idea into my head that there was a perfectly rational explanation for what was going on, I couldn't help but be startled a few times at the sound of some of the sticks cracking and breaking in the fire. We sat silently as an hour passed, and then a second one. Our shadows were beginning to lengthen, and the only thing on everyone's mind was that Evan and Aaron should by all means have been back by now. It was almost as if we were all too paralyzed to broach the subject, that if none of us mentioned it, that if we didn't speak the words, it wouldn't be real. They're not coming back, Emma said, slurring her words slightly at this point. Evangeline turned away and rubbed her face with her hands. I stared straight into the fire. We'll find some park rangers when we get back and report them missing. They'll find them, I said. Find their bones more likely, Emma scoffed. Let's eat something and get some sleep. We can start back right at sunrise, I said as I began to assemble a few things to cook over the fire. I'm not hungry, Evangeline said as she quietly walked away from the fire back into her tent. Emma followed her with her eyes and then shrugged towards me. I cooked for Emma and I in silence, and we ate quickly as the sun began to set. We finished and packed our things up before I knocked on the front of Evangeline's tent. Yeah, what? Came her voice from inside. Emma's going to bed. I'm going to stay up and keep watch, I said. Okay, Evangeline said quietly. Good night. Emma retreated to her tent, and I took up my walking stick and my bear spray and planted myself next to the fire, which I heaped with a few extra branches. My legs and back were sore, and I was exhausted, so I boiled some coffee for myself and shakily smoked a cigarette. The nicotine calmed me down, and the coffee perked me up. The valley was silent, save for the hooting of some owls and the skittering of some nocturnal animals along the forest floor. I paced around the campsite for a while to keep the blood flowing through my legs and managed to smoke my way through about half the pack of cigarettes I had with me. Something howled far off in the distance, which sent a primordial shiver of fear through my body. What was normally the serene beauty of the countryside blanket of stars now seemed to mock me, displaying its beauty with cosmic indifference to what was happening below. I turned at the sound of a tent being unzipped. Evangeline was emerging from her tent wrapped in a jacket and looked at me. I nodded to her. "Want me to take over?" she asked quietly. "Sure. Give me one of those cigarettes first," she said with a weak smile. I handed her one and held up my lighter for her. She breathed the acrid iron smoke out into the still night air and walked over to the fire. "Good night," I said. "There's coffee there that's still warm if you want some." "Thanks, good night," she smiled. I crawled into my tent and tucked myself into my sleeping bag without zipping it closed, preparing in case I had to suddenly leap to my feet. Sleep overcame me quickly, but it was a brief and fitful sleep choked with nightmares, visions of running through the forest, pursued by some unnatural antediluvian beast that snarled and snapped at my heels. I was dreaming that the beast had caught me and was sinking its teeth into my ankles. I let out a shrill scream, but the scream sounded like it was made with a voice that wasn't my own. I bolted awake. The scream wasn't a dream. I ripped out from my sleeping bag and smashed through the flap of my tent, walking stick in one hand and bare mace in the other. The scream was coming from Evangeline, who was sprawled on the ground next to the fire, with some sort of hulking human form crouched over top of her. The beast had the body of a huge, hairy man, something like 7 feet tall, but the head was that of some mangy wild dog with blood on its teeth and a huge tongue lolling down from its snout. Its eyes were a deep blue and flashed violence by the light of the campfire. I raised the bear mace and released it at the monster. A jet of aerosolized spray leapt towards the beast and coated it from the head to the waist. It reeled back off of Evangeline, howling and tearing at its eyes and face. It backed and bounded off into the tree line, crashing into the trunk of a huge pine as it went, howling and screeching all the way. "What the hell was that?" Emma yelled as she was fumbling out of her tent flap. "No idea," I said breathlessly, as I rushed over to where Evangeline was lying bloody on the ground. Whatever it was had got at her throat and opened up what I assumed was an artery by how much blood was coming out. She looked at me, her skin deathly pale in the firelight, and she grabbed my arm with her blood-soaked hand. She tried to move, but grunted and fell back onto the ground. She looked as though she was trying to say something, but all that came from her mouth was a gurgling sound, followed by a trail of blood running out from her lips. She went limp on the ground and shut her eyes. "Do something," Emma yelled. "No use," I said as I stood back up and readied my bear spray again. The sound of the beast's howling had faded to silence, and I couldn't make out the sound of underbrush being crashed through any longer. "What do we do now?" Emma hissed. "Grab only bare necessities, leave everything that would just be extra weight. We're going to make it back to the cars," I said as I scanned the tree line for any signs of movement. Emma rushed back into her tent to pack things. I gazed up at the sky briefly, where the stars continued to twinkle and the moon sat, shining down on the scene of horror unfolding in the wild. Emma was ready in a moment, and I left her to keep watch with her can of mace while I packed my things, which amounted to almost nothing save some water, snacks, and a flashlight. I came back out, and we left our tents there in the clearing next to the smoldering fire. We hit the trail and immediately started running, allowing the moon to light our path and saving the flashlights for only if they were absolutely necessary. Emma was much shorter than me, so we made a slow pace, and before long the sound of howling began to cut the silence of the night behind us. "We're never going to outrun it," Emma said, panting and stopping on the side of the trail. "Do you have a better idea?" I said as I opened my water bottle and took a long drink. "No. Give me a cigarette," Emma said, extending her hand. I gave her one and lit one for myself. Now doesn't seem like the time, I said, still catching my breath. It ran from the mace once. I think our only chance is to hit it again and keep running, she said, or I leave you behind because you're not as fast. I smiled. Screw you. We moved off the trail and hid in a small ditch that was surrounded by bushes, deciding that we had to try and immobilize the thing one more time. The howling was quickly getting closer, and we wouldn't be able to run all night. We each had a final swig of the whiskey bottle as the howling started to get so close that the hair all over me was standing on end. We could both hear the thing prowling around just over the lip of the ditch, and we made eye contact and nodded. We both jumped from the ditch at the same time, each of us discharging a shot of the mace at the thing. It was covered head to toe, but instead of immediately turning the monster, it merely howled and leapt towards us. It landed on Emma and sent her crashing down to the ground. The beast had obviously been blinded somewhat by the mace as it tried to sink its teeth into her, but merely managed to bite into the ground next to her head. As I raised my walking stick to strike the monster, the last thing I saw was Emma's hand that had managed to squirm its way into her pocket, flicking the lighter she had taken from me when she lit her cigarette. With a sudden whoosh, a blinding light, and a searing heat, the monster and Emma were immediately engulfed in a towering flame as the fuel from the bear spray ignited in half a second. The monster shrieked and screamed and howled with a terrible primal ferocity that made my blood run cold as it writhed on the ground. I heard a pitiful, choked scream escape from Emma's burning form as I turned in fear and began sprinting down the trail. Adrenaline is an unbelievable drug. I ran for what felt like hours, my legs screaming in pain and my mind a furious hurricane of thoughts that had only the goal of survival in mind. The screams of the dying and the smell of burning flesh and hair never left my consciousness for a second as I was running. As the sun began to make its presence known in the eastern sky, I reached the parking lot and collapsed on the gravel in front of my car. I began crying, heaving sobs that were both gasps for breath and attempts to expel the horror I had just witnessed. My limbs felt like jelly, and it took nearly 10 minutes before I was breathing regularly enough to be able to swallow some water. I climbed into my car, a shattered husk of a person, and began to back out of the parking lot with the goal of finding the nearest ranger station. Before I could floor the gas pedal away from the Crestwood trailhead, I looked back to where I had come from, and far off through the tree line, I could make out a terrible black, loping shape. The hair had been burned off of it across its entire body, and what wasn't covered in soot and dirt was a mess of bloody, ragged skin. It merely stood in the tree line and stared at me with its hateful, icy blue eyes. I made it to a ranger station and spilled out this entire story. Unsurprisingly, they think I'm insane. There's a huge search currently underway for the 4 that I left behind, but nobody has been found yet. Safe to say, I've now become suspect number 1 in the disappearance of everyone, so I've been asked to put my story into writing for the use of the police and whatnot. They might all think I'm insane, and who knows, maybe I am. Maybe my mind got shattered on that mountain and I killed all my friends. Monsters aren't supposed to be real. Either way, I've never been the same. I might as well have died on that mountain too. They say I'm crazy, but I know what I saw.
I've never really been able to talk about it. I still feel it, though, in my dreams. Eyes on me, late at night, a presence, matching my pace, walking from my car to the front door of my apartment. I can't shake it. My therapist suggested I need to tell someone, that I need some sort of catharsis so I can finally shake what happened that day and move on with my life. How can someone move on from something like this? There is forever a before and an after. The carefree, open, bright-eyed me, and the me that has to triple-check the door is locked at night. The me that got a concealed carry permit and stops at the gun range after work 5 days a week. But maybe even if I can't move on, you'll get something out of this, even if it's just a warning. California was always my dream vacation, so when my friend decided to have her bachelorette party there, I was ecstatic. It was expensive, sure, but it's not like there was a lot else I was spending my money on. I didn't have kids or a partner. My fish food budget wasn't exactly leaving me destitute. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime trip. The plan was to go camping for a week at Yosemite National Park. A little unconventional, but the bride-to-be, Annette, was always a bit of a crunchy granola girl. I had never been camping before. I was excited. I was so stupid. Focus. Deep breaths, okay? I had spent my entire life on the east coast of the United States. Sure, we had mountains, the rolling, gentle green peaks of Appalachia, but nothing could have prepared me for the reality of the Sierra Nevada. Jagged granite spurs and sheer rock faces, too young to have been worn smooth by time. It radiated a fierce, wild, untamed beauty, and entering Yosemite Valley felt like crossing the threshold into a place of worship. It took my breath away. Camping on the valley floor wasn't enough for Annette, though. It was too touristy, according to her, too many people around. The real Yosemite experience would be camping up in the high country, up the mountain, surrounded by trees and with some semblance of isolation. Of course, we weren't entirely alone. There were 5 of us at our campground up near a rather stunning rock formation known as Half Dome. Other campers were within shouting distance. But at night, it truly felt like we were off in some great wilderness. I keep coming back to that thought. It felt like we were. There wasn't any feeling about it. I was just too sheltered to realize. The first day was fine, pleasant even. We dipped our feet into glacial springs and took group photos at the foot of waterfalls. After night fell, we roasted marshmallows and frightened each other with campfire stories and made sure we put all of our food up in bear bag. 5 is an odd number. Our tents were meant to sleep 2 people apiece. One of us could have insisted on cramming in with the others, but nobody wanted to be an inconvenience. I didn't want to be an inconvenience. I didn't want to have to share my space, so I ended up sleeping by myself. I didn't realize how hyper alert I was until I tried to close my eyes. Every branch rustling, every crunch of underbrush, and the distant howl of coyotes, all quiet in their own right, but together they blended into a cacophony that left me anxious and bleary-eyed come morning. We had to be up early. We planned for a hike the second day, nothing intense. It was fine. There was just a sense I had, maybe some leftover animal sense back when living like this was mankind's normal, but the sense we were being tracked. "You're such a city girl," Annette laughed when I mentioned this to her. "There's all sorts of animals out here. There's probably something there, but it's not anything you have to worry about." I tried to laugh it off, too. I pushed it aside, enjoying the bright California sun and the clear mountain air. I pushed it aside until that second night, where I had to get up to pee. It was past midnight, and the fire had been long since extinguished. I had a little bit of a leftover buzz from a joint I'd smoked before bed, hoping to ease some of my sleeplessness. Trying not to wake my friends, I unzipped my tent, tiptoeing by the light of my flashlight to get some tree cover in between myself and the campsite before I did my business. I shuffled out, cursing men for their ability to hold a flashlight and pee in the woods at the same time. I just crossed into the tree line when I heard it, a snuffling, soft, like a dog sniffing around a blanket. But the footfalls were much too heavy for it to be anything canine-sized. "A bear!" I swung my flashlight around. A bear bag creaked against the rope to which it was tied. I don't need to be scared of bears, I told myself. They're afraid of me, too. There's not a lot of underbrush in Yosemite. Forest fires burn away any thick brush that grows, and whatever was making noise didn't have a lot of places to hide. But I didn't see it. I heard it, and whatever it was sounded like it was getting closer. I wanted to yell or to make myself big, but I couldn't get my throat to work. I felt paralyzed. All I could do was step slowly back towards my tent, groping blindly behind me. It sounded so close. Nothing was there. I darted through the tent flap and zipped it shut in one swift motion, using my flashlight to see if I could detect a silhouette against the cloth of my tent. Nothing was there. I'm not sure how, but I eventually fell asleep. This didn't last long because at the break of dawn, I awoke to the sound of complaining. Again, I crawled out of my tent, exhausted. The girls were collecting bits of trash, food wrappers, and napkins that had been spread all through the camp. Something got into our supplies, Annette told me. But the bear bag was fine. I saw it last night, I said. Well, whatever it was, it went to town, she answered. Slashed a hole right into the cloth and tore everything out. I bit my lip for a moment, thinking. I thought I heard something last night, I said sheepishly. I thought I might have imagined it. Guess not, said Annette. Guess not. That day, instead of horseback riding like we intended, was spent moving our campsite. We let the park rangers know what happened, and they let us get a permit for a different spot. They didn't want us at risk from a nuisance bear. It just didn't feel right. Sure, black bears weren't huge, but it wouldn't be small enough to hide when it sounded so close to me. When it was big enough to reach 10 feet in the air and rip our bag open. Nobody else seemed worried, so I dropped it. I dropped it and decided to have fun, and the next night, nothing happened, and I thought that meant we were safe. I thought it meant I could relax. I thought I could ignore all my instincts telling me something is horrifically wrong. Day 4, we were going out to the lake near our new campsite. It was blue, icy cold, bordered by idyllic wildflower meadows and redwood groves. Picture perfect. I was still tired and didn't feel up for swimming. Instead, I decided to stay back and sunbathe on the beach while my friends rented a couple of canoes and paddled up and down the lake. When I say I was sunbathing, what I really meant is that I was people watching. It's just a lot easier when you have sunglasses on and nobody realizes you're looking at them. From my vantage point on the beach, I could see a group of frat guys daring each other to do flips off a rock into the water. A family with 2 young sons splashed around in the shallows. At another spot, a middle-aged couple was making out like nobody was around. Guess this must be their second honeymoon, huh? A man's voice said. I jumped, startled, and turned to see another sunbather on a blanket near me. I hadn't realized anyone else was nearby. Probably hard to get a room out here, I replied. I'm not usually one for talking to strangers, but he seemed nice. He was about my age, with sparkling hazel eyes and a bright smile. He was cute. I was single, and hey, technically, this was a bachelorette party. I'm Laura, I told him. Rowan. He gave me another smile. We made small talk for a bit, and the subject of our camp's invader came up. Sounds like a mountain lion, he said. What do you mean? It doesn't seem like it was a bear, and they can climb, so that might have been how it reached the bag. I didn't see anything that looked like a mountain lion, I said. That's the thing. Rowan looked more serious now. A mountain lion will only be seen when it wants to be seen. If it's out in the open, you're safe. It doesn't want to hurt you. If you can't see it, that's when you know you're in danger. My skin prickled. I opened my mouth to reply, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of the rest of my group. Who's your friend? One of them hollered to me. Rowan waved and then turned to me. I've had a really nice time getting to know you. Would you want to meet for dinner tonight? I know it's a bit of a long shot, but yes, I replied a little too quickly. I was the bookish girl, the quiet girl. I wasn't the kind of girl who was asked on dates by charismatic, handsome men on faraway beaches. I'd love to. Great. Rowan gave me the location of one of the restaurants in the park, and we made plans to meet up. In the background, I could see my friends teasing me, and I blushed. Laura, Annette gushed after he packed up. I'm so excited for you. We needed something to make this trip a little more spicy. I swatted her on the arm playfully. It's not like that. Nothing's going to happen. Where would we even find the privacy? You never know, she said, sing-song. I rolled my eyes and helped my friends with the rest of their canoes before we returned to camp. I didn't have much to wear to dinner, just a plain white t-shirt and a pair of khaki green hiking pants. It's not like I had planned to meet someone out here, but Rowan didn't seem to care. He was absolutely charming at dinner, and we laughed like a pair of hyenas over a bottle of Cabernet and plates of Italian food. I was shocked, honestly. at the quality of food in the park and dazzled at the way he treated me. Flirty, but not pushy. Funny, but not annoying. By the end of his evening, he invited me back to his campsite. Tipsy, I said yes. It wasn't that far from mine, maybe half a mile away, situated higher along the mountain, separated by a series of switchback trails that crisscrossed through trees and the remnants of rock slides. In the distance, I could see other fires and hear other voices, but to me, it felt like the only people in the world were me and Rowan. We cuddled on a log next to his campfire, the night surprisingly brisk. "I'm a little cold," I said to Rowan, doing my best to bat my eyelashes at him. "Do you want a sleeping bag?" he asked, a mischievous tone in his voice. I nodded and stood, doing my best to keep myself steady after the wine. "I can get it." I tried to sound flirty and walked to his tent, hoping he'd follow. His voice was rough. "Laura, wait." I unzipped the flap, and in the sleeping bag there was unmistakably a woman asleep. Her auburn hair was silky smooth and fanned out around her like a halo. My heart dropped into my chest. I turned, blazing, face red and hot with embarrassment. "You had a girlfriend with you this whole time," I roared. My limbs were shaking. The haziness from the alcohol was gone. Rowan held his hands up in a gesture of appeasement. "It's not. This is a misunderstanding. She isn't. She wasn't." "I don't give a damn." I backed away from him, trudging towards the path that would take me to my own campsite. I can't believe I fell for it. He called after me, and I started running, tears in my eyes. Of course he was some weird player or a swinger or something. How could I have been so naive? Did she know? She had to have heard us. He kept yelling my name, but I didn't turn back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him standing in his camp, but this quickly faded from view. I just kept going into the now dark forest, upset, wanting to put as much space between myself and that liar as possible. I couldn't see anything. I didn't have a flashlight. I just kept going. I heard coyotes whined in the branches. An owl snuffling the gentle footfalls of something trying not to be heard. I scrambled for my phone. There wasn't any service, but I could use the light. I slowed. Annette told me not to run from a predatory animal. It triggers their instinct to chase. Again, my voice failed me, but this time I saw something, a shadow against a tree. A flash of movement. Something was there, and if I could see it, it could see me. My phone light, I realized briefly, was just a beacon to whatever was following me. I turned it off, trying to slow my breathing. My lungs hitched, and I tried not to cry. I wasn't on a trail. I didn't know where I was. And now that I was listening, now that I was quieter, I noticed. Whatever was following me, it was matching each breath for mine, so I wouldn't know it was there. Panic overtook me, and I once again took off into the woods, dodging boulders and trees, only guided by the faint light of the stars. I was fast. I was athletic, but I couldn't keep going forever. I was tired and had only had fitful sleep for several nights in a row. My body was protesting. With a burning in my chest, I decided my best course of action would be to scramble up a tree. The branches of redwoods are thin and pliable, able to hold up my weight, but ideally not strong enough to withstand whatever was hot on my trail. Ignoring chips of bark underneath my nails and the scraping of wood against my palms, I hauled myself up, fueled by a wild adrenaline, ignoring the fact I couldn't tell how high off of the ground I was. I could still hear it down there crashing through the forest at first, before again slowing to a creep, looking for me. It was so dark. I could only see the outline of the thing, vast and looming, menacing. I held my breath. I waited. I couldn't tell what was movement and what was illusion. My brain filled in information that my eyes couldn't see. Everything was something and it was nothing. I waited in that tree until morning, until I was sure what I could see was there and that nothing would be lurking in the dark. My hands were cramped and my body ached, but slowly I lowered myself back to the ground. Luckily, I had kicked up so many pine needles and so much dirt that in the bright of day, finding my way back to the trail was fairly simple. Finding my way back to my friends and our campsite was harder, but I did it. Hours of hiking, drinking from streams, asking strangers for maps, but I did it. I felt near the point of collapse when I finally got there. I must have looked like a mess. I was dirty and bloody. I had been crying in frustration and fear. My hair was tangled, but I was relieved to be back. Until I saw there were strangers in our camp. I finally found my voice. Hello. 6 faces turned to me, 4 familiar, 2 unknown. Annette rushed over and scooped me into a hug. She pulled away for a moment, searching my eyes. I noticed it looked like she had been crying too. Annette pulled me back into another hug. We thought, oh my God, Laura, we thought you were dead. I wiped a tear from her face. I'm sorry, I said. I got lost, leaving Rowan's camp after dinner. He was a scumbag. I should have just stayed with you guys. Annette was wide-eyed. No, you don't understand. The police showed up. The 2 newcomers approached me. Men in sharp uniforms with solemn voices. Police officers. Ma'am, we're sure this is all very distressing to you, one of them said. But we need you to identify someone for us. Have you seen a man by the name of David Michael Whittle? He held up a photograph of a handsome 20-something man. Of course I recognized him. He told me his name was Rowan. We went on a date last night. Is this individual familiar at all? He held up a second picture, a dreamy auburn-haired woman with a slight smile. Sure, that's his girlfriend. Or wife or whatever. She was asleep in his camp. Why? The officer looked grim. I hate to tell you this, but this is an employee of the park by the name of Alexis Fletcher. She's been missing for about a week. The man we are looking for, the man you had seen, was the last person Alexis was seen speaking with. He was a customer of the coffee shop she worked at. She had told her boss he had asked her to meet him after she got off her shift. You couldn't have seen her sleeping. I wanted to throw up, but I did. She was in his sleeping bag. Laura, the officer said, this man, David Michael Whittle, Rowan, he's been on our radar for a while. He's a very dangerous man. I'm not saying you didn't see her. I'm saying she couldn't have been asleep. We found her body a few hours ago. She had been murdered yesterday morning.